Let's take a journey into the dark and divine. Encounter demons of every shape and size, from the classic horrors of folklore to modern fiction's original, terrifying creations. Witness the monsters born of cultural mythology, from the ghastly ghouls of Eastern tradition to the bloodthirsty base of Western legend. The beauties and horrors of legends, those that live within us. Welcome to Myth and Lores, a journey into the dark and divine. Without further ado, let's jump into another lore. Vampires are among the most enduring creatures in folklore, mythology, and popular culture. Their origins span various cultures, with each interpreting the vampire's nature and behavior in distinct ways. Over the centuries, the myth has evolved into the modern depictions we recognize today. But at its core, the vampire legend taps into deep fears about death, the afterlife, and the unknown. Ancient and regional origins. Mesopotamian mythology. The earliest vampire-like entities come from Mesopotamian myths, particularly the Edimu or Utuku. These were restless spirits of the dead who wandered the earth, often depicted as having vampiric traits such as preying on the living. The Lamashtu, a demoness from Sumerian mythology, was also said to prey on infants and pregnant women, a precursor to later vampire archetypes. Greek and Roman mythology. In Greek mythology, there were figures like the Lamia and Medusa, female demons who seduced and consumed young men, often drinking their blood. The Strix, a nocturnal bird demon that feasted on human blood, was another precursor to vampire lore. In Roman culture, the Lamia was considered a supernatural creature who preyed upon children, while the Mormont was a creature that also drank blood. Slavic folklore. The vampire myth is most strongly associated with Slavic regions of Eastern Europe. In Slavic folklore, the Nosferatu, which means plague carrier in Romanian, was a being created when a person died and failed to be properly buried or underwent a tragic, violent death. The vampire would rise from the grave to prey on the living. Slavic vampires were typically described as bloated and ruddy, their bodies in a state of decomposition. They would drink blood to feed their life force. Romanian mythology. Perhaps the most famous vampire of all, Count Dracula, is rooted in Romanian mythology, particularly in the folklore of the Strigoi, the restless spirit of the dead. The Strigoi were believed to rise from the grave and seek out the living to drink their blood. The connection between vampirism and the region was solidified through Bram Stoker's Dracula, which incorporated elements of both historical figures like Vlad the Impaler and older Romanian folklore. Balkan mythology. In the Balkans, a vampire-like figure known as the vampire would often rise from the grave to terrorize the living. It was believed that a person who had lived a sinful life had been cursed in some way and will return as a vampire. The dead were often exhumed to check for vampiric signs like a bloated corpse, blood at the mouth, or a corpse that seemed unusually preserved. If these signs were found, the body would be destroyed through decapitation, staking, or burning. Common traits and characteristics of vampires. Though there are numerous variations across cultures, several common traits are often attributed to vampires. Immortality. Vampires are typically depicted as immortal beings unable to die of natural causes, though they may be vulnerable to certain forms of destruction, for example, sunlight, wooden stakes, and holy water. Blood drinking. The most essential characteristic of a vampire is its need to consume blood, often human blood, to sustain its immortality or to regain strength. Vulnerability to sunlight. In most vampire myths, exposure to sunlight is deadly to vampires, either destroying them or weakening them. Shape-shifting. Vampires are frequently depicted as capable of transforming into animals, most commonly bats, wolves, or mist, which allows them to move undetected. Hypnotic powers. Many vampire legends describe the vampires as possessing the ability to mesmerize or control the minds of their victims. Fangs. Sharp, elongated canine teeth are a key physical feature used to puncture the skin and drink the blood. Fear of religious symbols. Crosses, holy water, and other religious symbols are often said to repel vampires, which ties into the idea of the vampire being an unholy creature. Notable vampire legends and figures. First, Dracula, of course, or also known as Vlad the Impaler. The most famous vampire legend, Dracula, is based on a historical figure, Vlad III of Wallachia, also known as Vlad the Impaler. Vlad earned his notorious reputation for impaling his enemies, but Bram Stoker's novel, Dracula, blended this with vampire mythology, turning him into the archetypal undead villain. Stoker's Dracula popularized many aspects of modern vampire lore, such as the ability to turn into a bat and the vampire's fear of sunlight. The Strigoi. The Strigoi is a central figure in Romanian vampire lore. A Strigoi can be the restless spirit of a deceased person who rises from the grave, or a living person who practices dark magic. In some versions of the myth, a Strigoi can be reincarnated and continue to haunt his family. In Romanian villages, there are specific rituals to prevent the dead from becoming Strigoi, such as placing garlic or a piece of iron over the body during burial. The Asanbo Sam of West Africa. In West African folklore, the Asanbo Sam is a vampire-like creature that resides in the trees. It is often depicted as a man with iron teeth and hooks for feet, using these features to ensnare its prey. The Asanbo Sam is part of the rich vampire lore found throughout African mythologies. The Tongshi of China. The Tongshi is a type of reanimated corpse in Chinese folklore. Often translated as hopping vampire, the Tongshi is a creature that comes back to life due to a malevolent force or an improper burial. The Tongshi is said to drain the life force or chi from his victims rather than drink blood. It is often depicted as a stiff, hopping figure dressed in traditional Qing dynasty clothing. Vampires and their evolution in popular culture. While vampire lore has its ancient roots, it is in the last few centuries that the creature has evolved into the iconic figure known today. Slavic and Romanian folklore heavily influenced early depictions of vampires in Western literature. 18th to 19th century. The vampire gained prominence in Western literature with works like John Polidori's The Vampire in 1819 and Bram Stoker's Dracula 1897. These works gave shape to many of the vampire traits that are now considered classic, such as the aristocratic vampire and the vampire's predatory nature and its connection to death and immortality. In the 20th century, the vampire began to shift from a monster of horror to a more nuanced, often tragic figure. Films like Nosferatu in 1922 and later Interview with a Vampire in 1994 depicted vampires as complex creatures who struggle with their internal nature and predatory instincts. In the 21st century, In contemporary media, vampires have been reimagined in numerous ways, from the romanticized vampires of Twilight to the morally ambiguous vampires in True Blood. These modern vampires often reflect contemporary themes such as societal alienation, immortality, and the exploration of good versus evil. Themes and symbolism. Vampires have become symbolic of many cultural anxieties and themes. Fear of death. Vampires challenge the natural order of life and death, representing an unnatural prolongation of life. Sexuality. Vampires are often depicted as sexually charged figures, with their bite representing a form of seduction and consumption. This theme has been central in works like Dracula and Interview with the Vampire. Isolation and alienation. Vampires are often depicted as solitary beings, cursed to live forever and disconnected from humanity, which speaks to existential themes of loneliness and the alienation of immortality. The vampire myth has evolved dramatically over time, from an ancient creature of the night to a more complex symbol in modern culture. It reflects both fear and fascination with life, death, and the supernatural. Werewolves, or lycanthropes, are deeply embedded in folklore and myth, with their symbolism evolving over centuries. The transformation from human to wolf or wolf-like creature often reflects a complex mix of cultural fears, spiritual beliefs, and human psychology. Here's an exploration of the lore and symbolism of werewolves. The myth of the werewolf is ancient and can be found in many cultures worldwide, though the specific details differ depending upon the region. The word werewolf comes from the Old English werewolf, which combines were, which means man, and wolf, wolf. This transformation was often depicted as a curse, a supernatural affliction, or magical ability. One of the earliest known werewolf myths comes from Greek mythology, with the tale of the king Lycaon. After serving the god Zeus a meal of human flesh, Lycaon was transformed into a wolf as punishment. This story links the werewolf to the theme of hubris, punishment, and the breaking of divine laws. Werewolves were often seen as humans, cursed or bewitched in medieval Europe. These stories were tied to superstitions about witchcraft and the fear of the unknown. During the witch trials of the 16th and 17th centuries, accusations of lycanthropy were sometimes made alongside witchcraft accusations. People believed that those who could transform into wolves were in the league with the devil, participating in evil rites and causing harm to society. In Norse mythology, there are references to shape-shifting warriors, such as the berserkers, who were said to wear wolf pelts and take on the characteristics of wolves in battle. These warriors were both feared and revered for their savagery and strength. In many Slavic cultures, werewolves were considered to be people who could transform into wolves, often after a ritual or under a full moon. These transformations could be voluntary or involuntary, and werewolves were often associated with evil spirits, curses, and dark magic. The symbolism of werewolves is rich and varied. At its core, the werewolf represents the tension between the civilized and the wild, the human and the animal. Here are some key symbolic themes. The duality of human nature. Werewolves symbolize the dual nature of humanity, the constant struggle between civilized behavior and primal instincts. The transformation into a wolf reflects the loss of control, where the animalistic side consumes the human aspect. This could be seen as a metaphor for the darker, unconscious parts of the psyche, or the danger of giving in to basic instincts. The beast within. Linked to the duality theme, the werewolf also symbolizes the beast within all of us, Transformation is often depicted as involuntary, representing how certain aspects of the human experience, rage, desire, or violence, can erupt when least expected, often as a result of external triggers like the full moon. This taps into deep-seated fears of losing control over one's emotions or desires. Curses and transformation. The idea of a human being cursed to become a werewolf is another powerful symbol. It speaks to the human fear of change, loss of agency, and being trapped in perpetual suffering. In many cultures, becoming a werewolf was linked to wrongdoing or a curse, symbolizing punishment for sins or transgressions. Freedom versus conformity. On a more positive note, the werewolf can represent freedom. The wolf is a powerful and independent creature, and in some modern depictions, werewolves are seen as rebels or outcasts who reject society's norms. This theme often appears in contemporary werewolf fiction, where the character struggles with their identity and may ultimately find a sense of liberation in embracing their wild nature. Nature and the wild. The werewolf can also symbolize the natural world and its untamed forces. Wolves are creatures that, in many cultures, are associated with wilderness, instinct, and survival. As a hybrid, the werewolf embodies the clash between the human and domestic world and nature's wild and often untamable forces. In some ways, the werewolf is a metaphor for humanity's relationship with the natural world and the fear of losing control over it. Fear of the other. Historically, werewolves are often depicted as threatening the community or society. The figure of the werewolf, a creature who exists between two worlds, human and animal, can be seen as a symbol of the other, someone or something that doesn't fit neatly into societal norms. In this way, werewolves have often been used in folklore to reflect societal fears of outsiders, minorities, or anyone who might disrupt the established order. The modern werewolf. The werewolf has undergone various transformations in contemporary popular culture, often reflecting modern concerns and issues. The werewolf myth is commonly associated with horror, but has also been adapted into genres like fantasy, romance, and science fiction. In modern interpretations, especially in literature and film, the werewolf often grapples with their transformation, which is no longer just about physical change, but emotional turmoil. The transformation is depicted as an allegory for inner struggles, addiction, mental illness, or the transition into adulthood. Unlike earlier depictions where werewolves were feared and cursed, modern portrayals often present werewolves as misunderstood or even heroic figures. This reflects a trend in contemporary media, where marginalized or outside characters, whether supernatural or not, become symbols of empowerment. The werewolf may represent rebellion against oppressive forces, embracing one's true identity and rejecting societal constraints. In some cases, the werewolf has become a symbol of the need to reconnect with nature or live more in harmony with the environment. The wolf, as a creature of the wild, represents a primal, untamed force, often at odds with the modern, industrialized world. In this sense, the werewolf may represent the consequences of humanity's disconnection from nature. Notable werewolf symbols and archetypes. One of the most iconic symbols associated with werewolves is the full moon, which often triggers the transformation. The full moon symbolizes mystery, power, and cyclical change, reinforcing the idea of transformation and the unpredictable forces that govern the werewolf's existence. The wolf. The wolf symbolizes loyalty, intelligence, and survival in the wild. It is often associated with family bonds, as wolves live and hunt in packs. As a symbol, the wolf is feared and respected for its strength and independence. Silver. In many myths, silver is the only material capable of killing a werewolf. This is often interpreted symbolically as the contrast between purity and corruption, or as a force that can overcome human nature's untamed wild side. The werewolf myth is rich in symbolism and continues to evolve in contemporary culture. It resonates with themes of transformation, duality, the struggle between civilization and the wild, and the darker aspects of human nature. Whether as a curse, a symbol of rebellion, or a manifestation of inner turmoil, the werewolf remains one of the most compelling figures in folklore and modern mythology. Zombies and ghouls have deep and very symbolic roots in folklore, mythology, and modern media. Both creatures are tied to themes of death, the afterlife, and the boundaries between life and the supernatural. Though often portrayed similarly in pop culture, their origins and symbolic meanings differ across cultures. Origins in folklore. Zombies trace their origins primarily to Haitian voodoo traditions. In these beliefs, a zombie or zombie astral refers to a person resurrected by a sorcerer or bakar through black magic. The zombie is seen not as a mindless, rotting monster, but rather a victim of spiritual manipulation, a person robbed of their free will and forced to exist in a state of living death. This concept is deeply connected to themes of control, slavery, and exploitation, particularly in the context of Haitian colonial history, where enslaved people were often viewed as dehumanized entities. The Haitian zombie isn't a creature of pure evil, but rather a tragic figure. The person is brought back from the dead, but loses their soul or agency. The zombie is a symbol of oppression, the loss of autonomy, and the horror of existing without freedom or identity. In Western media, zombies evolved into a broader metaphor for various societal fears, particularly in the 20th century. Films like The Night of the Living Dead in 1968 and subsequent works have transformed zombies into mindless, flesh-eating monsters. Their symbolic meanings often centered around the following: fear of death and mortality. Zombies embody a terrifying version of death, where the body is reanimated but the person is no longer alive in any meaningful way. This depiction resonates with the human fear of death and the question of what it means to be truly alive. Loss of humanity. Zombies are often shown as people stripped of their personality, consciousness, and individuality. This highlights the fragility of human identity, raising existential questions about what makes us human and what remains if we lose our minds. Massification and social conformity. In films and literature, zombies represent the loss of individual agency as they move in hordes following a singular drive, usually to consume. This has been interpreted as a critique of mass society, consumerism, and the fear of losing individuality to collective forces or social systems. Apocalypse and societal collapse. Zombies often appear in post-apocalyptic settings, symbolizing the collapse of civilization. They are used to explore the breakdown of social order, the chaos that follows, and the primal survival instinct. They reflect anxieties about societal decay, overpopulation, or the collapse of institutions. The undead as an allegory for disease. With the rise of zombie films and books in the late 20th century, particularly during times of health crises like the HIV/AIDS epidemic, zombies became symbolic of pandemics and the fear of contagion. Their spread mirrors how diseases can infect and spread uncontrollably through populations. The zombie as metaphor. Psychological rebirth. In some contemporary interpretations, zombies can also symbolize personal rebirth, though in a distorted way. The zombie apocalypse might serve as a blank canvas, a societal reset where survivors confront not just the undead, but also their own inner demons or moral dilemmas. Social critique. Many zombie narratives critique consumerism and blind obedience to systems of power. The repetitive and mindless nature of the zombie horde mirrors the critique of conformity and loss of critical thinking in modern society. Ghouls. Origins and symbolism. Ghouls have roots in Arabian folklore, where they are typically depicted as monstrous, flesh-eating creatures that dwell in graveyards or desolate places. The word ghoul is derived from the Arabic ghul, a demon or spirit. In traditional stories, ghouls are shape-shifting entities that prey on humans, especially travelers, by luring them into isolated areas to consume their flesh. Ghouls were often associated with the underworld, graves, and the desecration of the dead. In this sense, ghouls symbolize corruption, the natural order's perversion, and the sacred's defilement. Modern depictions. In Western fiction, the ghoul has evolved somewhat from its origin. In literature, films, and games, ghouls are typically portrayed as human-like creatures often associated with death and decay, but distinct from zombies in that they may retain intelligence and cunning. Predatory nature and cannibalism. Ghouls are usually depicted as scavengers and cannibals who feast on human remains, often living in the shadows and feeding off the dead. This ties them to themes of corruption, moral decay, and the grotesque. Their consumption of flesh highlights the violation of taboos surrounding death and the desecration of bodies. Ghouls symbolize the violation of sacred spaces, graveyards, tombs, and other places where the dead are meant to rest. They represent a profound disrespect for the natural cycle of life and death, embodying the idea of death not as a peaceful end, but as something perverted and unnatural. In many portrayals, ghouls are driven by an insatiable hunger for flesh, not just as a means of survival, but as an all-consuming urge. This could be seen as a symbol of greed, excess, or unchecked desire, representing a thirst for power, control, or consumption that can never be sated. Connection to the undead. Like zombies, ghouls exist between life and death, often seen as a distorted version of the human form. Their proximity to death makes them a symbol of human vulnerability, reminding us of the inevitable end that awaits everyone. Ghouls often evoke a sense of visceral disgust because they embody both the living and the dead. Their grotesque appearance and cannibalistic tendencies push them into the realm of horror, where they symbolize taboo, bodily decay, and the instinctive revulsion we have for death and decomposition. Comparative symbolism of zombies and ghouls. Life versus death. Zombies are typically portrayed as the dead who walk, living in a state of limbo, but they have lost the essence of humanity. Ghouls, on the other hand, are often viewed as living beings who have crossed into the realm of the dead by engaging in a perverse act of cannibalism and grave robbing. Both creatures embody transgression, but in different ways. Zombies as a loss of life, and ghouls as a violation of death. The undead as a mirror of human fears. Zombies highlight our collective fears of societal collapse, mindless conformity, and the unknown horrors of death, whereas ghouls focus more on the taboo, corruption, and the grotesque aspects of human mortality. Zombies often represent societal breakdown, mass consumerism, or the threat of pandemics. Ghouls, in contrast, may be used to symbolize the darker side of human nature, greed, moral decay, and the horrors of abusing death. Ultimately, zombies and ghouls are rich symbols in folklore and modern media, representing fears about life, death, and everything. They allow us to confront existential questions viscerally and offer powerful metaphors for human frailty, corruption, and the darkness beneath the surface of society. The succubus is a well-known figure in folklore, mythology, and later occult traditions. She is often depicted as a female demon or supernatural being who seduces men, particularly in their sleep, to engage in sexual intercourse. This figure has a rich and complex lore, and her symbolism has evolved, reflecting cultural, religious, and social shifts. Let's break down the lore and key symbolic elements associated with succubi. Origins and lore. As a distinct figure, the succubus appears most prominently in medieval European folklore and Christian demonology. In these traditions, a succubus is believed to be a demon that takes on a female form to seduce men, often during the night while they sleep. This act of seduction was thought to drain the man's life force or energy, sometimes even leading to death. The succubus is often paired with the incubus, a male demon who similarly seduces women. Together, these figures were believed to represent a form of spiritual and physical contamination. While the incubus would violate women, the succubus would do the same to men. This relationship played into a broader view of demons as entities capable of controlling and corrupting human sexuality. The concept of succubi also has roots in common sleep disorders of the time, particularly sleep paralysis. In medieval Europe, people who had sleep paralysis often reported sensations of being visited by demonic entities during the night, sometimes involving sexual assault. This experience likely contributed to the formation of the succubus myth. In demonological texts, the succubus is often associated with temptation, lust, and the violation of sacredness. She was considered one of the more insidious types of demons because of her ability to infiltrate the dreams and desires of men, often using sex as a weapon. The Lesser Key of Solomon, a famous grimoire, mentions demons like Lilith, often considered a precursor of the succubus, and Lilith, a figure in Jewish mythology who later became a major influence on the succubus archetype. In some traditions, Lilith herself is regarded as the first succubus. As the Renaissance and Romantic periods emerged, the succubus figure became more sexualized and romanticized. She was often portrayed as an alluring but dangerous femme fatale, representing forbidden desires or a symbol of the darkest side of human sexuality. Symbolism of the succubus. Sexual power and temptation. The succubus embodies the dangerous allure of sexual temptation. She represents an extreme form of seduction that goes beyond mutual consent, where the act of sex is coercive, draining, and ultimately destructive. The succubus is often seen as a warning about the perils of unchecked lust and desire. Dangerous feminine power. The succubus symbolizes a kind of female power that is feared and demonized, particularly in patriarchal societies. Her sexual power is often seen as threatening to the established order, where women are expected to be passive or submissive in sexual matters. The succubus, by contrast, actively pursues her victims and takes control, subverting traditional gender roles. The femme fatale archetype. The succubus is an early manifestation of the femme fatale, a recurring character in Western literature and film. She is a seductive woman who leads men to their doom. This archetype plays on the fear and fascination surrounding female sexuality, where her sexual prowess is seen as both a weapon and a curse. Energy vampirism. In some interpretations, the succubus is viewed not just as a sexual entity, but an energy vampire. She is believed to drain a man's life force, spiritual energy, or vitality. This could be understood metaphorically as representing the draining nature of excessive or unbalanced sexual desire, where an obsession with pleasure can consume one's energy and life. Dangerous desires and moral corruption. The succubus also serves as a symbol of the dangers of moral corruption and unrestrained passion. In religious contexts, succubi are often depicted as agents of Satan, tempting men away from the righteous path by appealing to their lower instincts. In this view, succubi are tools for leading individuals into sin and away from spiritual salvation. Repression and rebellion. In more modern interpretations, the succubus can symbolize rebellion against societal repression, particularly about sexual autonomy and freedom. As figures who take control of their sexual agency and power, succubi can be read as representations of breaking free from societal constraints and embracing one's desires. Variations across cultures. Lilith. In Jewish folklore, Lilith is often considered the first woman created before Eve who rejected Adam and left him. She became associated with the succubus figure as she was said to seduce men and bear demon offspring. Lilith represents independence and danger, embodying the fear of a woman who does not submit. Incubus versus succubus. While the succubus is the female counterpart to the male incubus, the two are not always opposites. Unlike the incubus, the succubus is often seen as more predatory, actively seeking out men rather than waiting to attack them. In some traditions, the succubus is viewed as even more dangerous due to its potential to cause death or serious harm by draining life force. Succubus in modern media. In contemporary culture, the succubus has been reinvented in various forms, from horror movies and fantasy novels to video games and graphic novels. She is sometimes portrayed as a villain, but also as an anti-hero or even a misunderstood character. The depiction of the succubi in modern media tends to be more sexually charged, reflecting changing attitudes towards sex, power, and identity. The succubus is a powerful and multifaceted symbol, representing the intersection of sexual power, temptation, and the fear of moral corruption. She has evolved from a demon who drains life force to a symbol of sexual autonomy, power, and rebellion against societal norms. Her lore and symbolism reflect deep-seated cultural anxieties about gender, sexuality, and the human psyche. The succubus remains a compelling figure in historical and contemporary storytelling, whether as a villainous temptress or a complex anti-hero. The lore and symbolism of ghosts and apparitions are rich and varied, drawing from worldwide cultural, religious, and psychological traditions. Ghosts are often considered manifestations of the dead or spirits lingering in the physical realm, and their symbolism tends to reflect themes of mortality, memory, unresolved conflict, and the mysteries of life after death. Let's break it down into different aspects. Cultural and religious views of ghosts. In Western folklore, especially from medieval Europe, ghosts were often seen as souls who had not found peace after death. The idea that a soul might return to the earthly plane was tied to concepts of purgatory, a liminal space between life and the afterlife. Apparitions were thought to appear due to unfinished business, a need for revengeance, or unresolved guilt. Shakespeare's Hamlet famously portrays the ghost of King Hamlet as a spirit seeking justice. In Christian theology, ghosts were sometimes associated with demonic forces or spirits trapped in a form of punishment for sin. In many Asian cultures, ghosts are seen as spirits of the dead who haven't been adequately honored or were not given the proper rites. In Chinese folklore, the hungry ghost is an entity doomed to wander the earth, driven by insatiable desires. Yuri, the Japanese ghost, is similar in that it often represents the vengeful spirit of someone who met an untimely or violent death. These cultures stress the importance of ancestor worship and spiritual rituals to prevent restless spirits from becoming harmful apparitions. Many indigenous cultures worldwide view spirits of ancestors as guides and protectors. In some Native American traditions, spirits are considered part of the living ecosystem, walking between worlds and offering wisdom or warnings. The ghost or spirit world is often viewed as a parallel dimension where the dead remain connected to the living. The psychological symbolism of ghosts. Ghosts often symbolize the unconscious mind or repressed emotions. They are metaphorical representations of unresolved issues or trauma that haunt the living, whether guilt, grief, or unaddressed fears. The ghost of a past trauma can appear in dreams, memories, or nightmares, symbolizing the difficulty of moving on from a painful event. Ghosts are frequently seen as representations of guilt, representing the conscience of the living or the departed. A person might be haunted by the specter of someone they wronged, reflecting the emotional weight of unresolved actions or sins. For those mourning a loved one, ghosts can represent the psychological process of grieving. Seeing or feeling the presence of the deceased loved one can symbolize the need to hold on to their memory or a desire for reconciliation that hasn't happened yet. Ghosts can also symbolize the tension between memory and the effort to forget. They can be reminders of things left behind, whether people, places, or past experiences that refuse to fade away. Folkloric and literary representations. Apparitions often symbolize more prominent moral, social, or existential themes in literature and folklore. Ghost stories can function as allegories for confronting the past, dealing with unresolved issues, or addressing the boundaries between life and death. One of the most common motifs in ghost lore is ghosts returning to seek vengeance or justice. For example, in The Woman in Black, the ghost seeks revenge on the living for causing her child's death. In Shakespeare's Macbeth, the ghost of Banquo serves as a reminder of Macbeth's guilt and the consequences of his ambition. The haunted house. The haunted house is a potent symbol of memory and history. It represents a space where past events, good or bad, linger. The crumbling mansion or the abandoned house can symbolize a person's inner psyche, haunted by past regrets, traumatic experiences, or the inability to move forward. Ghosts often appear to resolve unfinished business, representing the human desire for closure. This could be a literal issue, like a murder or betrayal, or it could be a more abstract, such as a relationship that ended before it was fully understood. The ghost's purpose is to finalize something that the living cannot let go of. Symbolism of ghosts and popular culture. In modern media, ghosts are often used as symbols of existential anxiety, fear of the unknown, and a desire for spiritual closure. The ghost, as a present and absent entity, symbolizes the tension between reality and the unknown. Ghosts are often portrayed as living beings that exist in a state of limbo, neither fully alive nor entirely dead. And this liminality invites reflection on the impermanence of life itself. In some stories, ghosts represent the struggle of the soul to move on to the afterlife. For example, in The Sixth Sense, the ghosts are unaware of their death, trapped in confusion. The story revolves around the idea of acceptance, both of death and the living, learning to deal with that truth. With the rise of technology, there's also a new dimension of ghost symbolism. The ghost in the machine, the digital afterlife, or the presence of an online ghost through social media profiles or virtual memorials reflects modern anxieties about what happens to the self in a digital age, especially when the physical body dies but the online presence persists. Ghosts as metaphors for the human condition, the unknown and the fear of death. The idea of ghosts and spirits is often rooted in the human fear of death. The unknown is frightening, and ghosts personify that fear. Are the spirits of the dead truly gone, or are they merely unseen? This question drives much of the ghost lore and human curiosity about the afterlife. Ghosts symbolize how people often carry emotional and psychological burdens even after someone has passed away. This can be interpreted as the human tendency to cling to the past or to people who are no longer physically present. In many ways, Ghosts symbolize the emotional weight we carry that we cannot shake off. Ghosts are often linked with light, both as a source of fear or a way to symbolize the realm of the dead. Sometimes, they are described as emitting a faint glow, symbolizing their ethereal and ephemeral nature. Similarly, a ghost shadow or fading nature can suggest a difficulty of perceiving the truth or knowing what lies beyond. Coldness is a standard symbolic representation of the presence of a ghost, suggesting a disruption of the typical warmth of life. It also symbolizes the emotional chill that comes with confronting mortality or the inability to move on from a traumatic event. Ghosts are often associated with mirrors or reflective surfaces. These objects act as a gateway between worlds where the physical and spiritual realms meet. Seeing a loved one's reflection in a mirror might be seen as a way the deceased can communicate with the living. Ghosts and apparitions are profound symbols of human experience, bridging the gap between life and death, the known and the unknown. Whether seen as vengeful spirits, lingering memories, or metaphors for the unresolved aspects of human life, they compel us to confront our fears, regrets, and unfinished stories. Through their spectral forms, ghosts ask us to reflect on the transient nature of life and the emotional and spiritual work needed to understand and accept our mortality. The Grim Reaper is one of the most iconic figures in Western mythology, folklore, and popular culture. Its imagery and symbolism are rich and multifaceted, often embodying death, the passage of time, and inevitable mortality. The figure of the Grim Reaper evolved over centuries from various cultural, religious, and mythological representations of death. The modern image of the Reaper, a skeletal figure cloaked in a dark robe and holding a scythe, has its roots in European medieval and early Renaissance art, where death was often personified in grim, skeletal form. Multiple sources influenced this persona. In Greek and Roman mythology, the personifications of death were Thanatos and Hades, respectively. Thanatos was a god often depicted as a winged young man, while Hades, the god of the underworld, was more commonly depicted as a ruler of the dead. During the medieval period, particularly around the time of the Black Death in the 14th century, the personification of death became more widespread in art and literature. Death, as a concept, became something external and tangible. The image of a skeletal figure with a scythe arose as a means of expressing death's sudden and indiscriminate nature, cutting down lives in an instant. A prominent theme in medieval Europe, the Danse Macabre, or Dance of Death, symbolized the fact that death comes for everyone, regardless of social status, wealth, or age. In these depictions, death was often personified by a skeleton leading people to their graves. The Grim Reaper's symbolism was tied to this theme, representing death's democratic and inevitable nature. The Grim Reaper's appearance. The modern depiction of the Grim Reaper is highly symbolic. The scythe. The scythe is perhaps the most iconic feature of the Grim Reaper. It is traditionally used for harvesting crops, symbolizing the cutting down of life, much like crops are harvested at the end of the growing season. The scythe thus represents the harvesting of souls, suggesting that death comes to gather the living at the end of their time. The hooded robe. The robe is often dark or black, symbolizing the unknown and the void. The hood represents the anonymity of death. It is faceless, impartial, and unstoppable. It is a visual cue that death is not a personal but a universal force that comes for all. The skeleton. A skeletal figure emphasizes death's nature as a force that strips away flesh and life, leaving only the remains. The bones are also a reminder of the human body's fragility and the inevitability of decay. The lantern, in some depictions. Occasionally, the Grim Reaper is shown carrying a lantern, which can symbolize the guiding light into the darkness of death, leading souls into the afterlife. This also reflects the idea of death as a transition or journey rather than an end. Symbolism of the Grim Reaper. Mortality and inevitability of death. At its core, the Grim Reaper represents the inevitability of death. No one can escape death's grasp, and the Reaper reminds us that life is fleeting. The figure serves as a reminder that death is not something to be feared, but accepted as an essential part of existence. The cycle of life and death. The Reaper's scythe harvests the crops of human life, reinforcing the cyclical nature of existence. Just as crops are harvested and new ones grow in their place, the death of one generation makes way for the next. In this way, the Grim Reaper's actions symbolize the continuity of life and the necessary ending of one phase to make space for another. The balance of life and death. The Grim Reaper also reminds people that death is a natural counterbalance to life. Life cannot exist without death, and death cannot occur without life. The Reaper's role as a neutral figure, neither good nor evil, reflects this duality. In this sense, the Grim Reaper also embodies fate, destiny, and cosmic order. Time. In some interpretations, the Grim Reaper is associated with the passage of time. Its appearance in folklore and art often coincides with the changing of seasons, life stages, or clock ticking. Time, like death, is an unstoppable force, and the Grim Reaper's scythe often represents the passage of time that eventually brings every life to its conclusion. Fear and comfort. While the Grim Reaper often evokes fear because of its association with death, it can also provide comfort. In some cultures, the Grim Reaper is seen not as a harbinger of terror, but as a guide to the afterlife, a figure who helps souls move from the earthly realm to the next stage of existence. This duality of fear and comfort is central to how the Grim Reaper is perceived in different cultures and contexts. Cultural interpretations. While the Grim Reaper is most commonly associated with Western traditions, the archetype of a death personification is found across the world. In Mexican culture, death is often personified as La Catrina, a skeletal figure dressed in elaborate clothing and adorned with flowers. This representation, especially prominent during the Day of the Dead, reflects a more celebratory view of death, emphasizing remembrance and honoring deceased loved ones. In Japan, Shinigami, or death gods, function similarly to the Grim Reaper, although they often take on more varied forms, from beautiful, otherworldly beings to darker, more sinister figures. Shinigami are sometimes depicted as guides for the deceased, like the Reaper, helping souls transition to the afterlife. In Norse mythology, there's also a figure of death, Hel, the goddess of the underworld. While not identical to the Grim Reaper, she represents death as a realm, offering a different perspective on the afterlife. In Slavic traditions, Medusa, or Father Frost, was sometimes associated with death, personified as a cold, wintry figure who could be both benevolent and fatal, depending on the legend. Psychological and existential themes. The Reaper is a central figure in existential reflections on mortality. It embodies human fear and fascination with death and what lies beyond. Its symbolic weight often prompts us to confront our own fears and uncertainties, making it both a cultural and personal figure. The Reaper also emphasizes the universal nature of death. No one can escape it, regardless of status, wealth, or power. In modern contexts, the Grim Reaper's imagery is often used to explore themes of fate, the unknown, and life's impermanence, resonating deeply with existential concerns in literature, film, and art. The Grim Reaper, in all its forms, is a complex symbol that intertwines cultural, spiritual, and philosophical themes. It embodies death, not as an end, but as an inevitable part of existence, offering a rich landscape for contemplation on life, mortality, and what may come after. Its figure, though often haunting, invites reflection on the transient nature of life and the mystery of death. The lore and symbolism of aliens and cosmic horror. are deeply intertwined with themes of the unknown, the unknowable, and humanity's insignificance and the vastness of the cosmos. Both are rich in complex genres and speculative fiction, and while they share some thematic overlap, they also come from distinct cultural and philosophical traditions. Here's an exploration of their meanings, evolution, and how they inform one another. Aliens, or extraterrestrial life forms, have been a part of human storytelling for centuries. Still, they became more prominent in modern science fiction, particularly from the 19th century onward, as our understanding of the universe expanded. The concept of life beyond Earth was initially speculative, but grew with advances in astronomy and biology. In many earlier depictions, aliens were used to explore what it means to be human by presenting beings who were fundamentally different from us in appearance, behavior, and even physiology. The alien, as the other, often becomes a mirror to examine the limits of human experience and what it means to be alien to others. The idea of aliens often raises questions about our significance in the universe. Are we alone, or are we just one of many? Depending on how the alien presence is framed, this can evoke feelings of isolation, insignificance, or awe. Aliens are often depicted as more technologically or biologically advanced than humanity, which excites us and terrifies us. This can be used to explore themes of hubris and the potential dangers of encountering a superior, indifferent force. In a more optimistic vision, aliens represent the potential for communication and shared understanding, offering the possibility of mutual enlightenment or collaboration. This theme had been a significant part of works like Contact by Carl Sagan. Symbolism of aliens. Fear of the unknown. Aliens symbolize everything humanity doesn't understand about the universe. They represent the terror of encountering an intelligent life form far beyond our grasp. They represent the terror of encountering an intelligence or life form far beyond our grasp. Otherness and xenophobia. Alien encounters often tap into the deeper psychological fears about cultural or racial differences, highlighting how humanity reacts when confronted with things that are unfamiliar or incomprehensible. In some narratives, aliens symbolize the potential for human progress, through learning from superior beings or the dangers of regression becoming subjugated by a far more powerful force. Cosmic horror. Lovecraftian mythos. Cosmic horror is a subgenre of horror fiction that focuses on humanity's insignificance in the face of an indifferent, vast, and uncaring universe. It often involves ancient, incomprehensible cosmic entities and forces that exist beyond human understanding, and it emphasizes the fragility of the human psyche when confronted with the scale of the cosmos. The unknowable. Central to cosmic horror is the idea that there are forces in the universe that are so alien and vast that human minds cannot comprehend them. This rejection of human-centric meaning is at the core of the genre. Works of cosmic horror often emphasize humanity's smallness on the grand scale of the cosmos. Characters may discover truths that shatter their understanding of reality, revealing that human existence is a fleeting moment in an internal and indifferent universe. Rather than focusing on gore and physical fear, cosmic horror is psychological, drawing on the fear of meaninglessness and the terror that comes from realizing that humans are not the center of the universe and may even be irrelevant to it. One of the defining aspects of cosmic horror is that the true terror comes from what we cannot see, touch, and understand. The beings or forces outside our comprehension realm are often only hinted at, leaving much to the imagination. The ambiguity enhances the horror by making it more profound and personal. Ancient entities. In cosmic horror, the aliens are not beings from another planet in the traditional sense, but rather ancient godlike entities that have existed long before humanity and will continue to exist long after. These entities are often indifferent or hostile to human life. H.P. Lovecraft is one of the most famous authors associated with cosmic horror. His Cthulhu mythos presents a pantheon of eldritch gods such as Cthulhu, Nyarlathotep, and Yog-Sothoth, who exist beyond the realms of human comprehension. These beings symbolize the terrifying realization that any human concepts of mortality, justice, or meaning do not govern the universe. Many stories blend the concept of aliens with cosmic horror, presenting them not as technologically advanced beings, but as an incomprehensible force or beings whose motives in nature are so alien that human understanding collapses in the face of them. For example, Lovecraft's alien gods like Cthulhu are not alien in the sense of extraterrestrial beings, but more as forces that transcend space and time. The main symbol of cosmic horror is the realization of humanity's irrelevance in the universe's grand scheme. This is often symbolized by ancient, agnostic entities or phenomena that dwarf human existence. Madness. Many characters in cosmic horror stories go mad upon encountering the true nature of the cosmos. This reflects the theme that the human mind is not equipped to understand or process the scale of the universe, and this gap between human perception and cosmic reality is a source of existential terror. Cosmic horror often presents these forces as alien and fundamentally unknowable. Their motives, form, and existence challenge the very structure of human reality, and this existential uncertainty becomes the source of the terror. Both genres rely heavily on the fear of the unknown. In alien encounters, the terror often arises from the sudden confrontation with beings radically different from us. At the same time, cosmic horror amplifies that terror by suggesting that the true horrors of the universe are beyond our understanding. Aliens and cosmic horror are powerful narrative devices that allows us to grapple with our deepest fears about the unknown, our place in the universe, and the fragility of the human psyche. While aliens often symbolize the fear of encountering something radically different or superior, cosmic horror emphasizes the overwhelming terror of confronting an uncaring, unknowable universe. Together, they invite readers and audiences to ponder the most profound and unsettling questions about existence, reality, and humanity's role in the cosmos. The concepts of tulpas and doppelgangers have rich roots in folklore, psychology, and modern horror, each representing deep fears and symbolic themes that speak to the human psyche. These entities often embody the struggle with identity, self-doubt, and the possibility of losing control over one's mind or body. Here's a breakdown of the lore and symbolism of both, particularly in context of horror. The term tulpa comes from Tibetan Buddhism, which refers to a type of thought form or manifestation that is created through intense mental focus and concentration. In this belief system, a tulpa is not just a thought or hallucination, but a fully autonomous entity that can develop its own thoughts, feelings, and desires. The practitioner creates the tulpa through meditation and visualization, and it can take on a life of its own, sometimes leading to disturbing consequences if it becomes uncontrollable. Symbolism and horror, creation, and control. Creating a tulpa symbolizes the idea of the human mind pushing the boundaries of its power, often with dangerous or unintended results. In horror, tulpas usually represent the limits of human control. The created entity may grow beyond the creator's influence, highlighting fears of self-doubt, loss of autonomy, or the monstrous consequences of our own creations. The unconscious mind. The tulpa can also symbolize parts of the unconscious or repressed psyche that the creator is trying to control or banish. In horror, this often manifests as the tulpa being a distorted or evil reflection of the creator. It may begin as a benign entity, but can quickly become malevolent as the creator's inner fears, guilt, or darker desires manifest. Solitude and isolation. Creating a tulpa is often depicted as an act of extreme isolation. The practitioner is alone with their thoughts, separated from the outside world. In horror, This sense of isolation amplifies the terror of creating something that can, at any moment, turn on its creator, suggesting the existential horror of being trapped in one's mind. Psychological horror. In more modern interpretations, particularly in internet folklore, creepypasta, or urban legends, the tulpa is a figure that emerges from obsessive thought or profound isolation. It can be seen as a metaphor for mental illness like paranoia or dissociation, where the creator's mind fractures and the tulpa takes on a life of its own. Doppelgangers. The word doppelganger comes from German. It means double goer, referring to an apparition or a double of a living person. In folklore, a doppelganger is often considered an omen of bad luck or a harbinger of death. It can be a physical twin, a shadowy figure, or a supernatural double that exists separately from the person it mimics. The doppelganger symbolizes the duality of the self and the terror of being confronted by one's own reflection in an unexpected or unnatural form. It forces people to confront their deepest insecurities, flaws, and hidden desires. In horror, this encounter with the double often leads to an existential crisis or breakdown as the character questions their own identity and sanity. The doppelganger evokes the uncanny, a term coined by Freud to describe the eerie, unsettling feeling we get when something familiar becomes strangely unfamiliar. The doppelganger is a familiar figure, the self, that becomes distorted in a way that feels wrong or unnatural, triggering the fear of something being off-kilter in one's perception of reality. The appearance of a doppelganger could signify the loss of individuality or fear that one is not truly in control of oneself. It may symbolize the splitting of the self, where the person is confronted with the possibility that their actions and thoughts may not be entirely their own, but are being mirrored or controlled by something else. The doppelganger as an evil twin. In many horror stories, the doppelganger plays a sinister role representing the darker aspects of the person it mirrors. This double might engage in malevolent behavior, causing harm to others or the original person's life. This suggests a theme of shadow selves, the hidden or repressed aspects of one's personality that, if left unchecked, can become dangerous or uncontrollable. In some interpretations, the doppelganger is a harbinger of death, a sign that the original person will die or be replaced. This lends itself to the themes of mortality, the inevitability of death, and the fear that one's essence or identity can be erased or replaced without warning. Both tulpas and doppelgangers embody fears related to the self and the mind. These figures represent fractured or duplicated identities, exploring themes of psychological horror, loss of control, and the fear of becoming something else. They often appear in stories where characters face their worst fears, confronting not external monsters, but their minds and their identities. Tulpas and doppelgangers can both signify the splitting of the self. Tulpas through the creation of an autonomous thought form, and doppelgangers through the literal creation of a second self. Both symbols evoke the terror of losing one's unity or integrity as a person, becoming fragmented, fractured, or even monstrous. These entities can also reflect guilt or a need for redemption. A tulpa may represent a negative or repressed emotion or trauma the creator can't or won't face. Similarly, the doppelganger can often be a darker version of the self, can symbolize a person's guilt or darker impulses manifesting physically as if to punish the person for hidden sins or desires. Both tulpas and doppelgangers tap into the fear of the unknown. What lies within our minds? What happens when we confront the darker aspects of ourselves and the terror of what might happen if those inner fears are allowed to take shape in the real world? In horror, tulpas and doppelgangers serve as a potent symbol of self-exploration, existential dread and the anxiety that arises from the idea that our minds and identities may not be as stable or under control as we think. They challenge the boundaries between reality and perception, highlighting that our greatest fears and desires might manifest in ways we can't anticipate or stop. The concept of demons appears across many religions and cultures, and their symbolism and roles vary widely. In general, demons are often seen as malevolent or disruptive supernatural entities. Still, they can also be portrayed in more complex or nuanced ways, sometimes as agents of testing, temptation, or even transformation. This is an exploration of how demons are represented across several religious traditions and their associated symbolism. Christianity. In Christianity, demons are typically regarded as fallen angels who rebelled against God, most famously Lucifer, Satan. They embody evil, temptation, and sin, acting as agents to lead humans away from the divine truth and righteousness. Demons are frequently associated with corruption, deceit, and chaos. Their purpose is often seen as testing or tempting believers, as exemplified in the biblical accounts of the temptation of Christ by the devil, Matthew 4:1-11, and the story of Job, where Satan acts as an accuser. Demons are often depicted in Christianity as working under Satan's authority to cause spiritual harm, illness, or moral decay. They represent the forces of darkness and oppositions to God's will. Exorcism rituals, for example, the expulsion of demons as performed by Jesus or later by priests, are central to counteracting the influence of demons. Demons represent the struggle between good and evil and moral choice, and the eternal conflict between divine will and rebellion. They are often seen as metaphors for inner struggles such as doubt, temptation, or sinful desires. Islam. In Islam, demons are called jinn, supernatural beings created from smokeless fire. Jinn can be good, evil, or neutral, and have free will similar to humans. The most famous evil jinn is Iblis, who refused to bow to Adam and was cast out of paradise. Iblis' refusal symbolizes arrogance and pride, and he is often seen as the counterpart to Satan in Christian theology. Jinn can possess or influence humans, leading them astray from righteousness. Evil jinn may encourage sinful behavior or cause harm, while good jinn may help guide individuals toward faith and good deeds. The Quran describes how the Prophet Solomon had control over jinn, using them to carry out tasks for him. Jinn, including demons, symbolize the unseen forces that affect human lives. They represent the challenges of resisting temptation and sin and the invisible spiritual world that can influence humans. Iblis, in particular, symbolizes defiance against God's command and the destructive power of pride. Judaism. In Judaism, demons are sometimes referred to as Shedim or Lilim. While Jewish texts do not focus on demons in the same way as Christian or Islamic texts, they are references to malevolent spirits and forces. The Book of Enoch, not part of the Hebrew Bible, but is influential in certain Jewish mystical traditions, describes a group of rebellious angels, the Watchers, who descend to earth and interact with humans, often leading them astray. In the Hebrew Bible, demons or evil spirits can sometimes be seen as messengers or agents of God's judgment. For instance, God sends an evil spirit to torment King Saul in the first book of Samuel. In later Jewish mysticism, particularly Kabbalah, demons can represent the darker aspects of the spiritual world that one must overcome to reach higher states of divine understanding. Demons in Judaism often symbolize temptation, impurity, and the forces of chaos. They also reflect the duality of creation where evil and good coexist, and humans must navigate between them. Jewish demonology, especially in the Kabbalistic tradition, treats demons as manifestations of the forces that obstruct the soul's path toward enlightenment and union with the divine. Hinduism. In Hinduism, demons are often called asuras, and their nature is complex. Asuras were once considered powerful, divine beings in early Vedic texts. Still, they later came to represent forces of chaos, ignorance, and unrighteousness in contrast to the devas, gods, who embody order, wisdom, and virtue. The struggle between devas and asuras is a recurrent theme in Hindu mythology, representing the cosmic battle between order and disorder. Like demons in other traditions, asuras attempt to disrupt the divine order and lead humans astray. In texts such as Mahabharata or Ramayana, asuras are often depicted as antagonists who challenge the gods or righteous heroes like Rama or Arjuna. Sometimes, asuras are redeemed or transformed when they realize their mistakes and turn to righteousness. Asuras symbolize ignorance, pride, ego, and material desires that pull individuals away from spiritual progress. Their defeat often represents the triumph of spiritual wisdom over worldly attachments. In Hindu cosmology, demons can also symbolize the darker aspects of human nature that must be overcome to reach moksha or liberation. Buddhism. In Buddhism, demons are often called Mara. Mara represents not just individual demons, but the forces of distraction, temptation, and delusion that keep sentient beings trapped in the cycle of samsara, rebirth. Mara is sometimes depicted as a malevolent figure who attempts to prevent the Buddha from achieving enlightenment. In some Buddhist texts, Mara personifies the ego and the attachment to worldly pleasures that hinder spiritual progress. Mara's role is to test or tempt practitioners, especially on the path to enlightenment. The most famous encounter between the Buddha and Mara occurs during Buddha's meditation under the Bodhi tree when Mara attempts to distract him with visions of desire, fear, and doubt. The Buddha's victory over Mara symbolizes the triumph of wisdom and mindfulness over ignorance and attachment. Mara represents the obstacles of enlightenment, desires, fears, attachment, and ignorance. Its defeat symbolizes the overcoming of the ego and the liberation from suffering. Ancient Greek and Roman traditions. In ancient Greece and Rome, demons often called daemones or daemons were not inherently evil. Rather, they were spirits or intermediaries between gods and humans with benevolent or malevolent forms. They could influence human behavior, protect individuals, or even cause harm. Some daemones were believed to be associated with specific aspects of life, such as health, love, or death. While not always evil, they were often seen as powerful forces beyond human control. In some mythological contexts, however, demons were associated with the dead or vengeful spirits who could disrupt the lives of the living. The daemones often symbolize the invisible forces in life that shape human destiny. They represent the concept of fate, the unseen influence of the divine, and the interplay between good and evil in the world. Across all these religious traditions, demons embody the darker, more disruptive elements of existence, but their roles are not always purely negative. In some cases, they represent the obstacles humans must overcome on their spiritual journey or the consequences of moral failure. In others, they may symbolize inner psychological struggles such as temptation, ignorance, or attachment. Whether personified as fallen angels, rebellious spirits, or cosmic forces, demons symbolize the ongoing battle between good and evil, light and darkness, and order and chaos. The concept of angels is widespread across many of the world's major religions, and they often serve as divine messengers or agents of higher powers. However, angels' nature, symbolism, and role vary significantly across different religious traditions, and not all angels are inherently good. Here's a broad exploration of angels across significant religions, along with an examination of the moral judgment of these celestial beings. In Christianity, angels are considered spiritual beings created by God to serve as messengers or agents of His will. The word angel comes from the Greek angelos, meaning messenger. Angels appear frequently in the Bible, often delivering divine messages or performing acts of protection and guidance. Some well-known Christian angels include Gabriel, the messenger to Mary, Michael, the archangel and warrior, and Raphael, associated with healing. Christian angels are typically seen as benevolent, performing God's will and protecting humanity. However, the concept of fallen angels exists, most notably in the story of Lucifer, who was originally a high-ranking angel but was cast out of heaven after rebelling against God. These fallen angels, led by Lucifer, now Satan, are viewed as evil and associated with temptation and corruption. The symbolism of angels are very unique. Wings. Wings symbolize the transcendence of the divine realm. Light. Light often represents purity, divine presence, and enlightenment. Judgment and power are often associated with angels like Michael, who is depicted as a warrior leading God's army against Satan's forces. In Islam, angels, malaika, are seen as created from light and serve God, Allah. They are not free will beings like humans, but are utterly obedient to God's commands. Some of the most prominent angels in Islam include Jibril, who delivered God's revelation to the prophets, Mikael, associated with sustenance, Israfil, who will blow the trumpet to announce the day of judgment, and Azrael, the angel of death. All angels in Islam are considered reasonable and are entirely obedient to God. Unlike in Christianity, there is no concept of fallen angels in Islam. However, humans and jinn, a separate class of beings, are believed to have free will, so the focus is often on a moral struggle between good and evil among humans and jinn, rather than angels. The symbolism of angels in Islam. Light represents purity and divine revelation. Wings are symbolic of spiritual nature of angels. Knowledge and power. Angels are often seen as bearers of divine knowledge, justice, and protection. Judaism. Angels in Judaism, like in Christianity and Islam, are messengers of God, but the concept is somewhat more fluid. In the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, angels appear in various roles, such as messengers, for example, the three angels visiting Abraham, warriors, for example Michael, or agents of divine wrath, the angel of death. The idea of fallen angels or evil angels is less prominent in Judaism than in Christianity. Still, there are references to supernatural beings that do not always align with the divine will. In the Book of Enoch, a non-canonical Jewish text, the Watchers are angels who fall from grace and take human wives, leading to chaos on earth. These rebellious angels later become corrupt. The symbolism of angels in Judaism. Flaming swords, for example. The cherubim guarding Eden symbolize the fierce protection of God's will. Wings and faces and angelic depictions emphasize their divine and transcendent nature. Angelic choirs symbolize the worship of God. Zoroastrianism. Angels in Zoroastrianism are often referred to as Amesha Spentas or Holy Immortals. They are divine spirits that assist Ahura Mazda, the supreme god, in maintaining order and fighting Angra Mainyu, the spirit of chaos and destruction. There are 7 Amesha Spentas, each associated with different aspects of creation such as truth, water, earth, etc. In Zoroastrianism, the divine forces, which include angels, are directly opposed to evil forces led by Angra Mainyu. The Ameshaspentes are entirely reasonable, with no concept of fallen angels like Christianity or Islam. However, the existence of evil spirits, or devas, evil entities, highlights the moral dualism central to religion. The symbols of angels in Zoroastrianism. Light is central to Zoroastrianism, symbolizing the purity and divine presence of Ahura Mazda. 7 is a sacred number, with the Ameshaspentes often grouped into 7 elements. Each Ameshaspenta is associated with a different element of creation, such as fire, water, or the earth. In Hinduism, there is no single, unified concept of angels as seen as Abrahamic religions. However, there are spiritual beings such as devas, gods or divine beings, apsaras, celestial dancers, and gandharvas, heavenly musicians who serve divine purposes, often acting as messengers or attendants to the gods. While devas are typically benevolent, evil beings such as asuras, demons, are also in constant conflict with them. The asuras represent the forces of chaos and disorder, and many Hindu myths describe their battles against the devas. Symbolism of divine beings in Hinduism. Light and radiance are common symbols of divinity. Weapons and attributes like conch shells, discus, and maces often symbolize divine authority or power. Animals. Many devas are depicted with animal features or riding animals, symbolizing various aspects of nature and creation. In ancient cultures like those of the Mesopotamia and Egypt, angel-like beings are often acted as intermediaries between gods and humans. For instance, in the Sumerian and Akkadian traditions, there were beings like the Lamashtu, a demoness, or Ninurata's attendants. While these beings are generally seen as divine, their roles were more complex, sometimes balancing good and evil influences. Key themes and symbolism of angels across religions. Messengers. Angels are almost universally messengers of the divine will, delivering messages to humans, guiding the faithful, or executing God's commands. Angels are often associated with light, purity, and spiritual transcendence. While most angels in these religions are good and divine, many traditions also recognize beings that fall from grace or act as agents of chaos or destruction. The concept of fallen angels is most developed in Christianity, with Lucifer and his followers, though Judaism and Zoroastrianism offer similar themes of rebellious divine beings. Are angels always good? The answer to this question is nuanced. In Christianity, angels are generally good, but fallen angels like Lucifer, Satan, represent the possibility of rebellion and corruption among them. In Islam and Judaism, angels are seen as pure servants of God, with no free will to act against divine commands, making them inherently good. In Zoroastrianism, angels are entirely reasonable, but there are evil beings, devas, that oppose them. In Hinduism, the divine beings, devas, are good, but there is an ongoing cosmic struggle between them and asuras, the latter of whom are considered evil. Thus, while angels are depicted as good in most traditions, some religions acknowledge the existence of fallen angels or evil supernatural beings that complicate the otherwise clear-cut concept of celestial purity. The concept of the devil is complex and varies widely across cultures, religions, and philosophical traditions. In many Western contexts, particularly in Judeo-Christian traditions, the devil is often viewed as the embodiment of evil, opposition to God, and a tempter of human souls. However, the devil's symbolism and significance have evolved and have different interpretations in different traditions. In Judeo-Christian thought, the devil is often identified with Satan, a figure who appears in various parts of the Hebrew Bible and is more fully developed in Christian theology. Satan, originally, refers to an adversarial role rather than a proper name or a figure of ultimate evil. The Hebrew word Satan means accuser or adversary. In books like Job, Satan is depicted as a member of the divine council, acting as a tester or accuser of humanity's faithfulness to God. In the book of Job, Satan challenges Job's righteousness and God's justice, proposing that Job's faith would fail if his material wealth and health were taken away. In other parts of the Hebrew Bible, Satan is seen as a metaphorical adversary, a figure that embodies human temptation or sin, but is not necessarily an independent evil source. In Christian theology, Satan becomes more closely associated with the devil, a fallen angel who opposed God and was cast out of heaven. This narrative draws from several passages in the Bible, particularly Isaiah 14:12, 15, and Ezekiel 28:12-19, which describe the fall of a high, proud figure. While these passages are often interpreted as referring to earthly kings, such as the king of Babylon or the king of Tyre, they were later interpreted by Christian writers like St. Augustine as a veiled reference to Satan's fall. Revelation 12:7-9, where a great battle takes place in heaven, and Satan, described as a dragon, is defeated and cast out by the archangel Michael and his angels. Luke 10:18, where Jesus says, "I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven." The devil as a tempter. In Christian thought, the devil is also viewed as a tempter and corrupter of human souls. This is seen most prominently in the story of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, Genesis 3. The devil, often depicted as a serpent, tempts Eve to disobey God's command, leading to the fall of man. The temptation of Jesus. The temptation of Jesus in the wilderness, Matthew 4:11, is another key moment where Satan appears as a tempter, offering Jesus earthly power in exchange for worship. The devil and other religious and cultural traditions. While the concept of the devil as a singular ultimate force of evil is most prominent in Christianity, similar figures can be found in other religious traditions. In Islam, the figure of Iblis serves as a similar function to Satan in Christianity. Iblis is a jinn who refused to bow to Adam when commanded by God, leading to his fall from grace. Iblis is considered the tempter who misleads humans and seeks to lead them astray from the path of righteousness. In Jewish tradition, Satan is not considered an independent evil entity, but rather a functionary of God. He is often seen as an angel who tests people's faith and carries out God's will, as in the book of Job. While Hinduism does not have a single devil figure, many texts include demonic entities or asuras who oppose the gods or represent disorder, temptation, and evil. The Rakshasas are another class of demons that often oppose the divine order. However, in Hinduism, the conflict between good and evil is usually seen cyclically, with eventual reconciliation or cosmic order rather than an eternal, dualistic battle. Symbolism of the devil. The devil has a rich symbolic role across cultures and epics. Some of the key themes associated with the devil include rebellion and pride. The devil is often portrayed as a figure of pride and rebellion, symbolizing the refusal to submit to a higher authority. This is best seen in the Christian story of Lucifer, who, as an archangel, rebelled against God out of pride and desire for power. The devil, in this sense, represents the destructive nature of unchecked ambition and the consequences of defying the divine or natural order. Temptation and corruption. The devil is frequently associated with temptation. The temptation to sin, give in to the base desires, or betray one's moral principles. This ties into Christian story of the fall and the narrative of sin entering the world. The devil symbolizes the allure of worldly pleasures and the dangers of losing one's soul to temptation. Dualism and evil. In many traditions, the devil represents the forces of evil and is seen as opposing the good, often in a dualistic framework. The devil embodies moral or spiritual corruption, and the struggle against the devil is portrayed as a battle between light and darkness, good and evil. Freedom and individualism. The devil has been portrayed more ambiguously or even heroically in certain philosophical and literary traditions. For example, in John Milton's Paradise Lost, Satan is depicted as a tragic, rebellious figure who defies God and chooses to rule his own fate. Some later thinkers, such as Friedrich Nietzsche, have interpreted the devil as a symbol of individualism, freedom from the traditional moral constraints, and the rejection of slavish submission to authority. The shadow and the unconscious. In Carl Jung's psychological framework, the devil can be interpreted as a symbol of the shadow, the repressed, hidden aspects of the self that individuals must confront in order to achieve psychological wholeness. The devil represents the darker, unconscious aspects of human nature that need to be acknowledged and integrated rather than denied or externalized as purely evil. The devil and popular culture. In modern times, the figure of the devil has become a symbol of various cultural and social phenomena. Rebellion against authority, the devil is often portrayed as the ultimate anti-authority figure, a symbol of rebellion, freedom, and defiance against societal norms or religious dogma. This can be seen in works of literature, music, and film. In contemporary narratives, the devil is sometimes depicted in morally complex terms, often blurring the line between good and evil, as seen in novels like The Master and Margarita by Mikhail Bulgakov or films like The Devil's Advocate. The devil is often represented with traditional imagery such as horns, a tail, and a pitchfork, and these symbols have been used in a wide variety of contexts from Halloween costumes to rock music. The devil, or Satan, has evolved from a metaphorical figure representing human temptation and the adversarial role of evil to a complex and multifaceted symbol in various cultures. In religious traditions, the devil represents rebellion, temptation, and moral corruption, often as the antagonist to divine goodness. Philosophically and psychologically, the devil can symbolize individualism, the repressed shadow, or the struggle between freedom and order. Over time, the devil has also been co-opted as a cultural icon, representing rebellion and moral ambiguity in literature, art, and popular culture. The depiction of the devil has evolved dramatically throughout history, influenced by religious, cultural, and social changes, from ancient mythologies to modern popular culture. The figure of the devil has taken many forms, each reflecting and prevailing ideas about morality, power, and the human condition. The depiction of the devil has evolved dramatically throughout history, influenced by religious, cultural, and social changes, from ancient mythologies to modern popular culture. The figure of the devil has taken many forms, each reflecting the prevailing ideas about morality, power, and the human condition. Here's an exploration of how the devil has been portrayed throughout the different periods of history. Ancient and classical depictions. Before the devil became associated with the Abrahamic faiths, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, evil spirits and adversarial figures were common in many ancient religions and mythologies. Mesopotamian and Near Eastern myths. In ancient Mesopotamian religions, there were various demons and spirits like Lamashtu and Asag who embodied chaos and illness. While not directly analogous to the later Christian devil, they were seen as forces that opposed gods and brought harm to humanity. Ancient Egypt. Egyptian mythology features Set, the god of chaos, violence, and disorder. While Set was not considered purely evil, he represented the disruptive forces that opposed the order of the universe. His antagonism toward Osiris and Horus, representing life and stability, resembles later depictions of the devil's role as an opposer of the divine. Ancient Greece and Rome. Greek and Roman religions did not have a single devil figure, but did have various malevolent gods, demons, and spirits. Hades, the god of the underworld, was often misunderstood as an evil figure, though his role was more about overseeing the dead rather than actively opposing the gods. The Greeks and Romans also had mythological creatures like Furies, female spirits of vengeance, and Lamia, a monstrous figure who devoured children, who could be seen as early representations of the forces of evil. Early Judaic and biblical depictions. In the Hebrew Bible, Satan is not yet a fully formed devil figure, but appears as an adversarial figure. The term Satan in Hebrew means accuser or adversary, and this figure often functions as a heavenly prosecutor who tests humans' faith. In the book of Job, Satan is depicted not as the evil embodiment, but as a member of God's heavenly court, tasked with testing the loyalty of humans. Here, Satan is more of an investigator than a villain, challenging God's judgment of humans' righteousness. The concept of the devil as a fallen angel is drawn from the passages like Isaiah 14:12, 15, and Ezekiel 28:12, 19, which describe the fall of a proud figure. In Christian theology, this would be later interpreted as a reference to the fall of Lucifer, the most beautiful and powerful of angels, who was cast down to hell because of his pride and rebellion against God. The devil's first significant role in Christian theology is as the serpent in the Garden of Eden in the book of Genesis. Here, the serpent tempts Eve to eat the forbidden fruit, leading to the fall of man. Though the Hebrew Bible does not explicitly identify the serpent as Satan, later Christian interpretations would identify this serpent with the devil. Medieval and early Christian depictions. During the medieval period, the devil began to conceptualize more fully as a malevolent, supernatural being embodying all that is opposed to God. The period transformed how the devil was depicted in Christian theology, art, and literature. For example, St. Augustine, 354 to 430 Common Era, played a significant role in shaping Christian views of the devil. St. Augustine, 354 to 430 Common Era, played a significant role in shaping Christian views of the devil. Augustine identified him as a fallen angel who rebelled against God. His writings laid the foundation for the idea of an eternal struggle between God and Satan. Thomas Aquinas, 1225 to 1274 Common Era, in his Summa Theologica, elaborated on the devil as a purely evil being who works to tempt and destroy souls. Aquinas depicted Satan as having once been a high-ranking angel cast out of heaven because of his pride. In the medieval period, the devil began to be depicted as a grotesque, terrifying figure. Hell was portrayed as a fiery place of eternal torment with the devil as its ruler. Dante's Alighieri's Divine Comedy, early 14th century, was instrumental in shaping the Western image of the devil. In Inferno, Satan is described as a massive, winged creature frozen in the ice at the center of hell, eternally punished for his rebellion. In medieval European art, the devil was often depicted as a hideous creature with horns, a tail, and a pitchfork, symbols that would become standard in later depictions. He was shown as the embodiment of sin, tempting people towards evil deeds. Renaissance and early modern period. The Renaissance period, 14th to 17th centuries, saw a shift in how the devil was represented. Intellectual movements like humanism and the Reformation began to challenge traditional religious views, leading to new interpretations of the devil. During the Renaissance, artists like Hieronymus Bosch, 1450 to 1516, created vivid depictions of the devil and hell, drawing both religious texts and popular folklore. Bosch's paintings, like the Garden of Earthly Delights, showed hell as a bizarre, nightmarish landscape full of demonic creatures. Milton's Paradise Lost, 1667, marked a turning point in the literary depiction of the devil. Although still the embodiment of evil, Milton's Satan is portrayed as a tragic and heroic figure. His famous line, "Better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven," has made Satan a symbol of defiance and rebellion against divine authority, adding layers of complexity to the figure. The Reformation. The Protestant Reformation, 16th century, emphasized the importance of personal faith and a direct relationship with God. The devil, in this context, was often portrayed as an opponent of the true church and an agent of corruption, particularly in Catholic practices. Reformers like Martin Luther and John Calvin expanded the theological understanding of the devil as a deceiver, seeking to lead people away from the true Christian faith. Enlightenment and Romanticism. In the 18th and 19th centuries, the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason, skepticism, and scientific thinking led to a more symbolic and less literal interpretation of the devil. However, the figure of the devil continued to be a powerful cultural symbol. Enlightenment thinkers such as Voltaire and Jean-Jacques Rousseau critiqued religious institutions that upheld traditional Christian ideas of the devil. The devil was often dismissed as a superstition or a tool of religious control. However, the devil as a symbol of defiance, freedom, and rebellion persisted in literary and philosophical works. Romanticism, late 18th to early 19th centuries, revived the image of the devil as a tragic, rebellious figure. This was evident in the works like Lord Byron's Manfred and Ghost Faust, where the devil or devilish figures like Mephistopheles offers knowledge, power, or worldly pleasures, often with a tragic consequence. The devil in these works is not just evil, but represents the temptation of human ambition, knowledge, and desire. Modern and contemporary depictions. In the 20th to 21st centuries, the devil has continued evolving in religious and secular contexts. The modern image of the devil is often more ambiguous, complex, and multifaceted. In films, books, and television, the devil has been portrayed in countless ways. Sometimes, he appears as a terrifying monstrous figure as in The Exorcist or Rosemary's Baby, while at other times, he is depicted as a charming and manipulative character as in The Devil's Advocate or Constantine. The devil has also become a symbol of rebellion and freedom, particularly in rock and roll culture. Figures like Ozzy Osbourne, Led Zeppelin, and the Rolling Stones have incorporated satanic imagery into their music and personas, often as a symbol of defiance against authority and societal norms. In modern literature, the devil is often portrayed as a morally ambiguous character. In Friedrich Nietzsche's writings, Satan becomes a symbol of individualism and a rejection of traditional morality. In works like Mikhail Bulgakov's The Master and Margarita, the devil, in the form of woodland, is depicted as both a source of chaos and a force that reveals society's hypocrisies and corruption. The devil's depiction throughout history has undergone significant transformations, moving from ancient adversarial figures to the fully formed supernatural being in Christian theology, and then into a more complex and sometimes even sympathetic character in modern times. The devil remains a powerful symbol in literature, art, religion, and popular culture, embodying themes of rebellion, temptation, evil, freedom, and human nature. Whether depicted as a monster or a tragic hero, the devil continues to serve as a mirror for human fears, desires, and moral struggles. The concept of God has been central to human culture and religion for millennia, but its understanding and representation vary significantly across different cultures and belief systems. Here's an overview of the idea of God in various traditions and cultures, as well as a historical perspective on how these ideas have evolved. Ancient and prehistoric concepts of God. Before organized religions, early human societies often viewed deities as spirits or supernatural forces associated with nature, fertility, or the cosmos. These early gods often depicted natural phenomena such as the sun, moon, storms, rivers, and animals, reflecting a deep connection between human life and the environment. Animism is one of the earliest forms of religious belief, found in various hunter-gatherer or indigenous societies. In this worldview, all things, animals, trees, rocks, even rivers, were thought to have a spirit or essence. The idea of gods in animism was often not centralized in a singular supreme being, but involved many spirits or deities. Polytheism. Early civilizations like those of Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greece, Rome, and India often practiced polytheism, worshipping many gods. Each god had a specific domain, for example, war, fertility, harvest, the sea. This was true for ancient societies such as Mesopotamia. The Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians had pantheons with gods like Enlil, god of air, Marduk, god of creation, and Ishtar, goddess of love. In ancient Egypt, the gods included Ra, sun god, Osiris, god of the afterlife, and Isis, goddess of magic. In regards to the Greek and Roman, the Olympian gods such as Zeus, chief of God, Athena, wisdom, and Apollo, music and prophecy, were prominent. Monotheism and the evolution of a single god. The concept of a single, all-powerful God emerged more fully in several major religious traditions and became a defining feature of many latter religions. Zoroastrianism, one of the first monotheistic religions founded by the prophet Zoroaster or Zarathustra in ancient Persia. Zoroastrians believed in Ahura Mazda, the supreme god who embodies wisdom, goodness, and light, opposing the evil spirit Angra Mainyu. Judaism is one of the oldest monotheistic religions, centered on worshiping Yahweh or Jehovah, the one God who is transcendent, omniscient, and omnipotent. The concept of God in Judaism evolved from early polytheistic beliefs to the belief in one true God. This shift is reflected in the Hebrew Bible, where figures like Moses and the prophets emphasize the oneness of God. Christianity inherited the Jewish monotheism, but introduced a more complex understanding of God with the doctrine of Trinity, the belief that God exists as three persons, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Christianity emphasizes God's immanence, God's presence in the world through Christ and the Holy Spirit, and transcendence. And Islam teaches that God, known as Allah, is the only incomparable and indivisible deity. Islam is a strictly monotheistic faith with an emphasis on the oneness of God. Allah is considered both transcendent and immanent and is believed to be involved in human affairs as revealed through the Prophet Muhammad and the Quran. As philosophical and mystical traditions developed, they offered more nuanced interpretations of the divine. Platonism and later Neoplatonism posited that the divine reality is an abstract, transcendent one from which all existence emanates. Plato's concept of good was later developed into the idea of the one, a singular source of all being and knowledge. Aristotle introduced the idea of the unmoved mover, a divine entity that causes all motion in the universe but is itself not moved or affected. Mystical traditions and various religions have focused on a personal, direct experience of the divine. For instance, Christian mysticism emphasizes an intimate union with God through contemplation and prayer. Sufism, the mystical branch of Islam, teaches that God is both transcendent and immanent, and that, through spiritual practices, one can experience God's closeness. In Hinduism, mystics and yogis seek to experience union with the divine reality known as Brahman. Kabbalah, a mystical form of Jewish thought, explores the inner meanings of the Hebrew Bible and the nature of God. Eastern religions and the concept of divinity. Buddhism. Buddhism does not focus on a creator God, but recognizes powerful beings such as bodhisattvas, enlightened beings who delay nirvana to help others, and devas, godlike beings. However, Buddhism teaches that ultimately reality is nirvana, the cessation of suffering, and is beyond personal deity worship. Taoism. Taoism is centered around the concept of the Tao, the way, the fundamental principle that underlies the flows through all life. While Taoism is not strictly theistic, it involves reverence for the Tao as a cosmic principle that governs all existence. Confucianism. Confucianism is primarily an ethical philosophy, but incorporates reverence for the heavenly, Tian, which represents the moral order of the universe. The emphasis is on harmony and virtue rather than worshiping a personal god. Indigenous and animistic views on the divine. Indigenous religions worldwide have diverse beliefs, but many share an animistic worldview, where spiritual power is believed to inhabit the natural world, including plants, animals, and natural forces. African traditional religions are often polytheistic and animistic, with gods associated with specific natural elements and ancestors. Indigenous North American religions. These religions often involve gods and spirits who are often connected to nature, ancestors, and the cosmos. They emphasize harmony with the earth. Aboriginal Australian spirituality. Ancestral beings and spirits inhabit the land, with the dream time being the foundational reality where these beings shape the world. The concept of God, or the divine, has evolved from animistic to polytheistic understandings to more complex monotheistic and philosophical systems. Different cultures and religions have their unique perspectives. Still, many share common themes such as the desire for connection to the divine, the search for meaning in life, and an understanding of the nature of good and evil. The diversity of these concepts reflects the human's quest to understand the universe. The diversity of these concepts reflects the human quest to understand the universe and our place within it. That concludes this lore. If you like what you heard, please like, comment, and subscribe, and stay tuned for the next lore. Bye. From North America's dense forest to the Himalayas' isolated highlands, stories of strange creatures that lurk just beyond the veil of our understanding have been passed down through generations. These cryptids, based between the realms of myth and reality, are a tapestry woven from the fears, folklore, and whispers of our cultures worldwide. Are these beasts mere legends born of superstition, or do they hide in the dark corners of our world, waiting for the moment they are finally revealed? The hunt for answers begins. But remember, some things are better left undisturbed. Welcome to Myth and Lores, a journey into the dark and divine. Without further ado, let's jump into another lore. The New Jersey Devil is a legendary creature rooted in the folklore of the Pine Barrens, a vast forested area that spans over 1 million acres in southern New Jersey. Its origin story, depiction, and cultural significance have evolved over the centuries, making it one of the most famous cryptids in American folklore. Here's a detailed look at its lore, history, and common depictions. Origins of the legend. The most popular origin story of the New Jersey Devil is tied to a woman named Mother Leeds, a figure from the early 18th century. According to this tale, in 1735, Mother Leeds, a woman from the Pine Barrens, was reportedly pregnant with her 13th child. Desperate and frustrated by the burden of another pregnancy, she cursed her unborn child, saying something along the lines of, "Let this one be the devil." When the child was born, it allegedly transformed into a horrific creature with wings, hooves, and a monstrous appearance. It immediately flew out of the house and into the Pine Barrens, where it is said to have roamed ever since. Over time, the tale evolved, with various versions of the story circulating throughout New Jersey. Some accounts suggest that Mother Leeds had been a witch or had made a pact with the devil, while others claim that the child's birth was a result of a supernatural curse. The Leeds family lived in the Pine Barrens and was often connected to these legends. In some variations of the tale, the creature was described as the 13th child of the Leeds family, and this child was cursed or transformed into a monstrous entity. The association with the number 13, widely regarded as unlucky, is often emphasized in telling this legend, adding an extra layer of mystique. The New Jersey Devil is typically described as a terrifying, grotesque creature with the following features. The creature's head is often depicted as a horse-like or goat-like face, sometimes with glowing eyes or a sharp, devilish grin. Its body is usually described as kangaroo-like or bat-like with a thin, elongated frame. Some versions depict it with the body of a large winged humanoid, while others emphasize a more beastly appearance. The creature is said to have bat wings that allows it to fly at high speeds. Its legs are often described as horse-like or goat-like, ending in hooves, adding to its demonic aesthetic. The New Jersey Devil is sometimes said to have a long, spiny, or serpentine tail. The New Jersey Devil is often depicted as a predatory creature capable of terrorizing humans, livestock, and other animals. Some stories say it will raid farms, killing animals or causing general chaos. Other versions described it as elusive, only appearing at night or under certain conditions, such as during storms. While the origin of the New Jersey Devil is traditionally traced back to the 18th century, sightings and reports of strange occurrences in the Pine Barrens continue for many years, keeping the legend alive. One of the earliest recorded sightings of the New Jersey Devil occurred in 1909 when a wave of reports came from various parts of southern New Jersey. During this time, newspapers across the region were filled with stories of mysterious animal attacks, strange footprints, and sightings of a bizarre creature. Witnesses described hearing blood-curdling screeches, seeing the creature's glowing eyes, and discovering tracks that seemed to belong to a non-existent animal. In January 1909, a widespread panic occurred, with reports of the creature being seen by thousands of people, from railroad workers to hunters. Newspapers ran sensational stories about the beast, fueling the fire and heightening public fear. In some reports, the creature was said to be seen flying through the sky, while others described it as lurking on the ground, prowling in the woods. Over time, the New Jersey Devil became a symbol of local folklore in New Jersey, especially within the Pine Barrens. It was a creature that was both feared and revered, and it played a role in the regional identity. The devil's legend was often shared as a cautionary tale, warning people to stay away from the eerie and dangerous parts of Pine Barrens. The devil's legend was often shared as a cautionary tale, warning people to stay away from the eerie and dangerous parts of the Pine Barrens. Some versions of the legend suggest that the Lee's family was cursed, with many family members allegedly experiencing mysterious and tragic events throughout their lives. In some stories, it is suggested that the devil's presence was not confined to one generation of the Lee's family, but passed down through successive generations. In the modern era, the New Jersey Devil has taken on a life of its own, becoming a symbol of the mysterious and unexplained. It has been depicted in various ways in popular culture, from comic books and TV shows to video games and movies. Despite the variations in its portrayal, it generally retains its core attributes of being a winged nocturnal and terrifying entity. The New Jersey Devil has appeared in several TV shows, including X-Files, Supernatural, and The Ghost Whisperer. It also appeared in comic books and other media, where it's often depicted as a menacing force of nature. The Jersey Devil is one of the most famous cryptids, creatures whose existence is unproven by science. Cryptozoologists have long been fascinated by the creature, and some believe that it may be an undiscovered species of bat, bird, or large predator. However, skeptics dismiss the creature as a product of folklore, hoaxes, and misidentifications of known animals. The Pine Barrens remains a place where many claim to have had strange encounters or supernatural experiences. The eerie, isolated terrain of the Barrens, combined with the legend of the Jersey Devil, make it a popular spot for ghost hunters and paranormal enthusiasts. Today, the New Jersey Devil remains an important part of New Jersey cultural identity. The creature has become a local mascot of sorts, featured in everything from sports teams' logos to tourist attractions. The New Jersey Devils, the NHL hockey team, has even adopted the creature as its official mascot, further cementing its place in regional lore. The forested area of the Pine Barrens continues to be associated with the legend. Visitors can find signs and landmarks dedicated to the Jersey Devil, and the region remains a hub for paranormal tourism. While sightings of the Jersey Devil have decreased significantly in modern times, the occasional report still surfaces, with individuals claiming to have seen a strange winged creature or heard unearthly noises in the woods. In conclusion, the New Jersey Devil is a classic example of American folklore, blending elements of superstition, regional history, and mystery into a compelling narrative. Whether as a fearsome creature, a symbol of local pride, or a subject of modern-day cryptozoological interest, the Jersey Devil continues to captivate people's imagination across New Jersey and beyond. The legend may have started as a single tale of a cursed child, but over time, it has become an enduring part of American myth and popular culture. In a horror context, the New Jersey Devil is a particularly rich and menacing figure, embodying the dark, primal forces of nature and the unknown. Drawing from its folklore origins, the creature's horror potential lies in its combination of supernatural powers, mysterious origins, and relentless predation. The eerie setting of the Pine Barrens, a vast, isolated and wild forest in southern New Jersey, provides a perfect backdrop for chilling encounters with the creature. In a horror story, the New Jersey Devil can be envisioned as a predatory supernatural entity that stalks the Pine Barrens or even extends into suburban New Jersey, targeting the weak, the lost, or the vulnerable. Its malevolence is not limited to physical harm. Its presence alone could cause psychological terror, isolation, and the fear of the unknown. The vast desolate Pine Barrens, with its endless forest and desolate swamps, offers a perfect setting for horror. In a more urbanized environment, the New Jersey Devil can be seen as an invading force, making its way into rural communities, evoking a fear of being hunted by a creature with no mercy. Given its ambiguous origins, whether it's the result of a curse, a twisted supernatural entity, or an ancient creature of myth, the Jersey Devil could function as a kind of eldritch horror where its true form and intentions remain a mystery. It might twist reality around it, causing hallucinations and illusions and altering the environment to make its victims more vulnerable. The New Jersey Devil could be tied directly to revenge or a curse. For example, the legend of Mother Leeds could be expanded into a dark tale of vengeance and familiar doom, where the devil is a manifestation of an ancient wrong that refuses to die. A cursed lineage could be the key to the horror. Those who carry the blood of the Leeds family might be hunted by the Jersey Devil, a vengeful spirit looking to continue its bloodlust, or perhaps its physical manifestation of the curse that haunts the family. In such a scenario, every descendant of the Leeds family may be doomed to encounter the Jersey Devil at some point in their lives, perhaps in the form of a ritualistic terror, being stalked, hunted, or haunted by the creature. The curse can play on the theme of family trauma and the inescapability of ancestral sins. The New Jersey Devil offers an endless well of terrifying possibilities. Whether it is a supernatural beast that preys on the weak, a vengeful force tied to a family curse, or a shape-shifting entity that manipulates reality itself, the Jersey Devil embodies the fear of the unknown, the primal, and the otherworldly. Its deeply rooted place in regional folklore and nightmarish qualities make it an ideal figure for stories of creeping terror and dread. The Chupacabra, a creature deeply woven into modern folklore, has a sinister and mysterious legacy that stretches far beyond the typical cryptid story. Its name, meaning goatsucker in Spanish, hints at its terrifying method of attack. The creature is said to drain the blood of livestock, particularly goats, and occasionally other animals like chickens, dogs, and even larger mammals. The legend of the Chupacabra first emerged in Puerto Rico in 1995. The earliest reports described it as a reptilian creature with spines along its back, alien-like eyes, and an insatiable thirst for blood. The first notable sightings were of livestock being found with 2 or 3 punctured wounds on their necks, drained of blood. These incidents were often attributed to some creature. Still, the Chupacabra myth quickly expanded beyond Puerto Rico with reports in Latin America, the United States, and even parts of Asia. Over time, the appearance of the Chupacabra has evolved in popular imagination. Early accounts depicted it as reptilian, scaly skin, sharp spines, and glowing eyes, but many subsequent reports described a more canine-like creature. These modern variations were often hairless with gaunt, skeletal bodies, sharp teeth, and a hunched posture. This shift in appearance might result from the misidentification of known animals, such as coyotes, suffering from mange, which explains some of the hairless sightings. Some reports describe a creature with alien-like characteristics, such as large black eyes and an aura of malevolent energy. These sightings, often in rural or isolated areas, lend themselves to the more supernatural interpretations of the Chupacabra, positioning it as a demonic or otherworldly force rather than just a cryptid. The Chupacabra's mythos is rooted not just in its appearance, but also in the fear and uncertainty it creates. Several dark theories regarding its origins exist, often straddling the line between myth and science fiction. One more popular but chilling theory is that the Chupacabra results from secret government experiments. Some speculate that the creature could be a bioengineered organism created either by the military or other shadowy organizations, possibly as part of a failed biological warfare program. This would tie into broader fears of government outreach, particularly around the concept of black projects, classified experimental endeavors that have gone awry. Another theory suggests that the chupacabra is extraterrestrial. Some describe it as a creature that arrived on Earth via a UFO, perhaps even having a connection with other alien phenomena like crop circles or mysterious cattle mutilations. This theory draws from the same well of fear and fascination that fuels the stories of Roswell and other UFO-related conspiracies. In a more supernatural vein, the chupacabra is sometimes considered a demonic entity, a manifestation of evil, or a curse placed upon certain areas. This darker law often ties the chupacabra to rituals and ancient practices, suggesting it might result from some malevolent force summoned through occult or black magic ceremonies. In these stories, the creature is said to have a ravenous, insatiable hunger for blood, driven by a need to punish those who have disturbed sacred grounds. The chupacabra's blood-sucking nature may also tie into ancient myths of vampires and other creatures that drain life energy. Some claim it is an incarnation of the night-sucking spirits that have appeared in cultures worldwide. These include the aswang in the Philippines, the layak in Bali, and other bloodthirsty creatures that appear in local folklore and legends. The chupacabra is a modern manifestation of much older fears. The chupacabra holds a special place in the collective psyche of many communities, particularly in Latin America, where fear of the creature can sometimes paralyze entire regions. In some rural areas, people report seeing livestock mysteriously slaughtered with no clear explanation, leading to widespread panic. The emotional toll this takes on the affected communities is immense, as people grow afraid to let their animals outside at night or even to venture into specific areas. The chupacabra becomes a symbol of the unknown, the unexplainable, something that cannot be controlled or understood, which is often more terrifying than any tangible enemy. As the legend grew, the chupacabra began appearing in various media forms, from movies to television series, often with a more exaggerated and fantastical twist. It has appeared in science fiction TV shows like X-Files, video games, and horror films. These portrayals often emphasize the creature's sinister, malevolent nature, feeding into the aura of mystery and terror surrounding it. However, despite its place in pop culture, the chupacabra has never been conclusively proven to exist. Scientific investigations of alleged chupacabra attacks typically reveal mundane explanations. Predators such as dogs, coyotes, or other scavengers, often with mange, are responsible for the livestock deaths. The puncture wounds found on the animals are usually attributed to the feeding habits of these animals, though no definitive proof has ever emerged to disprove the creature's existence entirely. The chupacabra remains one of the most chilling figures in modern cryptozoology, blending elements of ancient myth, contemporary fears, or a thirst for the unknown. Its story is as much about the things that bump in the night as it is about how fear can shape folklore. Whether you view it as a real creature, a product of mass hysteria, or a profoundly symbolic representation of fear and the unknowable, the chupacabra's dark lore has captured the imagination and hearts of millions and will likely continue to do so for generations to come. The Wendigo is one of the most haunting and terrifying figures in North American folklore, particularly among indigenous peoples of the northern forests such as the Algonquin, Ojibwe, Cree, and Innu nations. It is often described as a malevolent, cannibalistic spirit or creature associated with extreme greed, starvation, and a loss of humanity. The lore surrounding the Wendigo is deeply symbolic, tied to isolation, survival, and moral corruption themes. The origins of the Wendigo myth vary slightly between cultures. Still, it is generally seen as an evil spirit or a transformed human driven by an insatiable hunger for human flesh. The name Wendigo is derived from the Algonquin word Wendigo, which means evil spirit or the spirit of hunger. This term describes both the creature and the state of mind it embodies. The Wendigo is believed to be a spirit that preys on the weak and isolated. It is often described as a gaunt, skeletal being with glowing eyes, long claws, and a mouth filled with sharp, jagged teeth. Its body is emaciated, yet it is cursed with endless hunger for human flesh. The creature is said to grow in size the more it eats, but its hunger never abates. No matter how much it consumes, it is forever starving. This represents the insidious nature of greed, as the Wendigo's insatiable appetite is a metaphor for unchecked gluttony and desire. The most disturbing aspect of the Wendigo myth is the belief that a person could become a Wendigo. This transformation is typically associated with the extreme conditions of starvation during harsh winters, when survival in remote northern forests could become a brutal life or death struggle. According to the legend, someone who resorts to cannibalism to survive may become possessed by the Wendigo spirit, turning into a horrific monster. The person loses their humanity, consumed by an unrelenting need to feast on others. This transformation is often linked to greed and selfishness. Once the Wendigo spirit possesses a person, they are said to be driven to hunt down other humans to feed their insatiable hunger, regardless of the moral cost. The Wendigo myth also carries a deep psychological element, warning against the dangers of losing one's humanity in the face of extreme circumstances. It's said that the Wendigo spirit represents the primal urge to devour others for personal gain. This fear of the Wendigo can be seen as a way of reinforcing social norms, warning against selfishness and greed, which, if allowed to grow unchecked, can turn one into something monstrous. The Wendigo's hunger symbolizes not only physical but also emotional and moral starvation. This idea is mirrored in certain modern interpretations, where the Wendigo is viewed as a manifestation of unbridled capitalism, consumerism, or environmental destruction, forces that consume without end, leaving ruin in their wake. The Wendigo's myth has made its way into popular culture over the years, becoming a staple of horror literature, films, and video games. It often appears as a terrifying monster, sometimes with supernatural powers capable of inducing madness, extreme cold, or even the ability to mimic voices to lure victims into the forest. This has only deepened the mystique and terror surrounding the creature. However, there are more subtle psychological interpretations in modern times. The Wendigo has been depicted in various stories as a metaphor for addiction, insatiable greed, and the horror of becoming consumed by one's worst impulses. The Wendigo has been depicted in various stories as a metaphor for addiction, insatiable greed, and the horror of becoming consumed by one's worst impulses. In some cases, individuals who fall prey to the Wendigo are described as losing their humanity to addiction or obsessive desires, becoming twisted and monstrous as they give in to their obsessions. One of the most intriguing aspects of Wendigo folklore is the concept of Wendigo psychosis, a term coined by early European settlers in North America. It refers to a condition in which individuals, often suffering from extreme hunger or isolation, develop an uncontrollable desire to consume human flesh. There were documented cases, particularly during long winters or famines, where people in isolated communities began to believe they had become possessed by the Wendigo spirit. In their desperation, they were driven to commit acts of cannibalism. Wendigo psychosis is considered a form of cultural belief rather than a recognized medical condition. Still, it is often used to explain cases of cannibalism that occur during times of extreme scarcity. The idea is that individuals in a state of profound hunger, particularly in areas with harsh winters, might be psychologically overwhelmed and driven to this extreme behavior while also experiencing a spiritual or psychological breakdown that made them feel as though they were becoming Wendigos themselves. The Wendigo is not just a mindless predator. It is said to carry a curse. Those who fall victim to the Wendigo's hunger or become Wendigos themselves are doomed to wander the earth forever, trapped in their monstrous form, never able to satisfy their endless hunger. The curse of the Wendigo is inescapable and eternal, reflecting the idea that moral corruption, whether through greed, cannibalism, or unchecked desire, leads to spiritual damnation. In contemporary culture, the Wendigo is sometimes used as a metaphor for humanity's darkest impulses. It appears in various media, from Stephen King's Pet Sematary to video games like Until Dawn and films like The Ritual and Antlers. These portrayals often keep the core idea of the Wendigo as a terrifying, insatiable creature while also exploring the psychological and symbolic aspects of the myth. It remains a chilling reminder of how survival, greed, and the abuse of power can transform people into something monstrous and unrecognizable. In some Native American cultures, the Wendigo myth is still told today, often emphasizing teaching young people about the dangers of selfishness, greed, and the loss of one's humanity. It serves as a moral lesson, warning against the dehumanizing effects of unchecked desires, particularly when survival becomes a primary focus. The Wendigo is a creature born from fear of isolation, hunger, and losing control. It represents the fragility of human soul when faced with the harshest elements of nature and the worst aspects of human nature itself. Whether viewed as a physical monster or psychological terror, the Wendigo remains one of the world's most compelling and terrifying cryptids, an embodiment of the darkness that lies just beneath the surface of human civilization. The Wendigo has become a profoundly unsettling figure in modern horror, evolving from a regional myth into a global symbol of fear, greed, and monstrous transformation. Its depiction in horror media varies widely, but it typically retains core elements of the original lore: an insatiable hunger, the loss of humanity, and an overwhelmingly malevolence. Over time, the Wendigo has come to represent not just a supernatural threat, but a reflection of humanity's darkest impulses. We will explore how the Wendigo is portrayed in horror, focusing on traditional and modern interpretations. Classic horror elements and Wendigo depictions. 1. Insatiable hunger and cannibalism. The most iconic trait of the Wendigo is this endless, all-consuming hunger, which is often portrayed as a grotesque drive to consume human flesh. In horror depictions, this hunger is not just physical. It is a metaphor for addiction, obsession, or greed. The Wendigo can never be satisfied. This eternal craving drives it to hunt and kill. This portrayal taps into primal fears of starvation, the violation of the body, and moral corruption. 2. Supernatural transformation. In some horror stories, the Wendigo is a former human corrupted by greed and cannibalism, turning into a supernatural creature. This transformation is usually portrayed as horrific, with the human's body becoming gaunt, emaciated, and monstrous. The Wendigo may exhibit animalistic features such as antlers, claws, or a terrifying elongated form, sometimes covered in frost or ice to signify its cold, hunger-driven existence. The idea that a human can lose their humanity and become a monstrous entity plays into horror's fascination with identity, corruption, and the fragility of the human soul. 3. Isolation as psychological horror. The Wendigo is often associated with remote, isolated environments such as deep forests or frozen wilderness, amplifying the horror of being stranded with an entity that embodies both physical and psychological terror. The central theme is the fear of being hunted, stalked, and consumed by an unseen force in the wild. Horror stories featuring the Wendigo frequently emphasize the madness that isolation can induce, with characters experiencing paranoia, delusion, and despair as they confront the creature or their dark tendencies. 4. Paranoia and the fear of becoming one. The fear of transformation into a Wendigo is a recurrent theme in horror. The idea that a person could be driven to cannibalism by extreme hunger and in doing so lose their humanity plays into existential fears. What if the thing we fear most, becoming a monster, was already inside of us? This fear is often portrayed in stories where characters stranded in the wilderness or suffering from starvation begin to doubt their sanity and moral compass. Could they be the next Wendigo? Could they succumb to the same fate? In contemporary horror, the Wendigo has evolved into a symbol of broader societal anxieties, often reflecting themes of greed, environmental destruction, and the collapse of civilization. Here are a few key ways in which the Wendigo is portrayed in modern horror. Psychological horror and allegory. Many modern depictions of the Wendigo lean heavily into psychological horror, with the creature often representing addiction, mental illness, or the consequences of unchecked desires. For example, the Wendigo can symbolize the destructive effects of greed, showing how it gnaws away at a person's humanity until they are nothing more than a ravenous beast. In these stories, the Wendigo isn't just a monster. It is a mirror for the darker side of human nature, showing how something as simple as survival or desire can spiral into horrific extremes. For example, in The Ritual in 2017, a group of friends venture into a remote Scandinavian forest and are stalked by an ancient, malevolent entity. The film subtly suggests that the Wendigo-like creature manifests human greed as the characters are tested by their past decisions, which involve betrayal and selfishness. The forest is a place of physical and psychological isolation, and the creature is an extension of the character's inner demons. The Wendigo as a monster. In many horror movies, the Wendigo is depicted as a terrifying, physical entity, often with supernatural powers. The creature may appear as an enormous, twisted figure with glowing eyes, antlers, sharp claws, and the ability to freeze its victims in fear or even mimic human voices. The Wendigo in these depictions is often a physical force of nature, stalking its prey with relentless hunger and predatory cunning. Its supernatural qualities may include superhuman strength, control of their environment, such as summoning snowstorms or creating freezing temperatures, or possessing and controlling people. In the movie Antlers in 2021, the Wendigo is portrayed as a grotesque, horned creature that embodies both physical horror and psychological torment. The film explores the idea of human corruption and the consequences of trauma, with the Wendigo manifesting both the literal and metaphorical hunger that plagues the characters. As the story unfolds, the Wendigo's horrific transformation reflects how consuming trauma and abuse can turn a person into something monstrous. Another modern interpretation of the Wendigo focuses on environmental horror. In these depictions, the Wendigo symbolizes nature's wrath and the destructive consequences of humanity's exploitation of the earth. The Wendigo becomes a vengeful spirit of the wild, punishing those encroaching on its domain. It also represents the darkness that festers in the places we have abandoned or forgotten, the wilderness, reclaiming its power over those who venture too far. In reference to another example, the horror video game Until Dawn 2015 features a Wendigo-like creature that results from a dark ritual gone wrong in the mountains. The creature hunts and possesses humans, turning them into mindless killers. The game draws on themes of isolation, sin, and the corrupting influence of greed as the characters uncover the bloody history behind the Wendigo's existence in the remote mountains. In some contemporary horror stories, the Wendigo's true horror is psychological rather than physical. The creature may not be seen directly, but its presence is felt through the character's growing paranoia, fear, and madness. This interpretation plays with the idea that the Wendigo exists as a manifestation of mental breakdown, driving people to commit acts of violence or cannibalism, often through visions, hallucinations, or whispers. In The Last Winter, 2006, the Wendigo is hinted at as a supernatural force tied to the land, influencing the characters' minds and perceptions of reality. The tension and fear come not just from a physical monster, but from the character's slow psychological unraveling as they are affected by the harsh conditions and their growing sense of isolation in the remote Arctic landscape. The legacy and enduring power of the Wendigo in horror. The Wendigo has proven to be an adaptable figure in horror, transcending its cultural origins to become a versatile symbol of various fears. Whether it's the fear of isolation, the consequences of greed, or the primal terror of losing one's humanity, the Wendigo taps into universal themes that remain compelling in modern horror. Its grotesque hunger, supernatural power, and ability to transform people into monstrous beings make it one of the most enduring cryptid figures in the genre. In horror films, books, and games, the Wendigo often challenges the character's moral integrity, sense of survival, and ultimately, very identities. It's a creature that blurs the lines between human and monster, a relentless force that makes us question how thin that line really is. Sasquatch, also known as Bigfoot, has long been a figure of intrigue and mystery in North American folklore, with stories of a large, ape-like creature living in the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest and beyond. While many perceive Sasquatch as a cryptid, a creature whose existence is debated and unproven, its presence in indigenous stories and contemporary culture paints a picture of a being much deeper and more complex than the simple myth of an elusive monster. Over time, the lore of Sasquatch has evolved from the ancient tribal beliefs to modern-day legends, often tinged with darkness and supernatural elements. The origins of Sasquatch lie in the oral traditions of indigenous people across North America, particularly those in the Pacific Northwest. The creature is often viewed as a spiritual being or a guardian of the wilderness connected to the land and its natural forces. The exact nature of Sasquatch varies from tribe to tribe, but many cultures believe that the creature is part of a hidden world that exists parallel to our own. The Salish people of the Pacific Northwest refer to Sasquatch as squash or Sasquatch, and some stories portray the creature as a powerful, almost divine being who watches over the forest. In these tales, Sasquatch protects the natural world, punishing those who mistreat the land and wildlife. The Chinook people describe the creature as a giant, hair-covered man who was a spiritual guide and protector. The creature is said to live in remote areas to ensure the balance of nature remains intact. The Algonquin and other eastern tribes have different variations of the stone giant or great spirit, which may be a distant ancestor to modern Sasquatch myth. For these groups, the creature was sometimes seen as an intermediary between humans and the spiritual world, with the ability to communicate through signs or omens. These ancient depictions often present Sasquatch not as a terrifying monster, but as a creature of wisdom and power, sometimes involved in moral lessons or guiding those who venture too far into the wilderness. In this context, Sasquatch was not just a physical entity, but a symbol of the balance between man and nature and a reminder of the dangers of overstepping one's boundaries in a natural world. The evolution into a dark figure. With the arrival of European settlers and the expansion of American frontiers, Sasquatch's image began to shift. As indigenous cultures and the myths were systematically suppressed, Sasquatch's portrayal in popular culture began to transform that of a sacred or spiritual being into a more fearful and even monstrous figure. European settlers and explorers began reporting sightings of a large, human-like creatures in the woods. These accounts were often vague, blending the legend of Sasquatch with other mythological creatures like wild men or forest giants. In many cases, these stories were colored by a European belief in monstrous beings lurking on the fringes of civilization. The wild man of the woods. By the 19th century, Sasquatch was often associated with the figure of the wild man, a feral, uncivilized creature that was both feared and fascinated. These wild men were usually depicted as violent or dangerous, attacking travelers and settlers. The stories of wild men were a popular genre in European folklore, and as settlers encountered new, unfamiliar landscapes, they projected these fears onto the wilderness of the New World. The 20th century saw the transformation of Sasquatch into a modern cryptid, an unverified and often malevolent creature. The 1950s and 1960s, with the rise of UFO and paranormal interest in American culture, marked a shift in Sasquatch's lore. The beast became associated with the strange and the unexplained, with some claiming that Sasquatch was an extraterrestrial being or interdimensional entity. As Sasquatch transitioned into a more feared figure, darker elements began to surface in its mythology. Abductions and attacks. Many modern Sasquatch stories revolve around encounters where the creature is seen as aggressive or predatory. There are reports of Sasquatch allegedly attacking people or abducting them, often to take them deep into the forest, never to be seen again. These stories invoke a fear of the unknown wilderness and a deep distrust of the natural world. The Missing 411 phenomenon. The Missing 411 series, a collection of real-life disappearances of people in national parks and forests, have contributed to the darkest side of the Sasquatch lore. Some have speculated that Sasquatch may be responsible for some of these vanishings through attacks or abductions. While no definitive evidence supports this claim, it taps into the primal fear of being hunted by something far more substantial and cunning than humans. The woody and screaming Sasquatch encounters. In some parts of North America, there are stories of Sasquatch emitting terrifying screams or howls that paralyze listeners with fear. These sounds are often described as otherworldly, echoing through the forest and filling the air with foreboding. In some versions of the lore, these cries are not just the call of a creature, but a signal of something far darker, such as a harbinger of death or an omen of impending doom. The cannibalistic Sasquatch. Another layer of darkness added to the Sasquatch mythos is the idea that the creature is cannibalistic or predatory. Stories of Sasquatch raiding campsites, stealing food or supplies, or even attacking and consuming animals or humans have emerged. While the idea of a cannibalistic Sasquatch is relatively modern, it plays into the primal fear of a monstrous being lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike when least expected. Sasquatch as an ancient malevolent force. In specific interpretations, Sasquatch is seen as an ancient force of nature that predates humanity, a remnant of a forgotten time when giants roamed the earth. In these stories, the creature may represent a wrathful natural spirit that punishes humans for their trespasses. It becomes less of a protector and more of an avenger, punishing the encroachment of modernity on sacred and untouched lands. Sasquatch has found a significant place in popular culture, from cryptozoology documentaries to horror films and TV shows. In these depictions, the creature is often portrayed as a terrifying, unknowable entity that thrives in the darkest corners of the forest. TV shows like Finding Bigfoot and Destination Truth have both embraced and sensationalized Sasquatch sightings, framing them as part of a broader search for mysterious, unknown creatures. These shows have influenced how people view Sasquatch not as a simple cryptid, but as part of a larger mythos of supernatural entities. The dark lore of Sasquatch is a blend of ancient spiritual beliefs, settler fears, and modern-day cryptozoological speculation. Its history has transformed from a figure of respect and awe to suspicion and fear, a creature that bridges the line between myth and reality. Sasquatch continues to captivate imaginations, symbolizing not only the wild and untamed nature of the forest, but also the darker, hidden forces of the natural world that remain beyond human understanding. Whether as a protector, a spirit, or a malevolent force, Sasquatch remains a creature shrouded in mystery, forever elusive and frightening. The Loch Ness Monster, often referred to as Nessie, is one of the world's most enduring and enigmatic cryptids. Its dark lore has fascinated and terrified people for centuries, with its origins steeped in myth, superstition, and mysterious sightings. Here's a look at the darkest side of the Loch Ness Monster and where its origins might lie. The Loch Ness Monster's story stretches back far before the famous sightings of the 20th century. The legend's origin likely intertwined with the ancient Celtic myths and the region's pre-Christian beliefs. One of the earliest references to a creature resembling the Loch Ness Monster comes from Celtic folklore, particularly the myth of the Kelpie or the water horse, a shape-shifting creature that lived in lochs and rivers. Kelpies were said to appear as horses but could change into terrifying sea serpents, luring people to their watery doom. The concept of a serpent-like creature living in Loch Ness likely arose from these ancient stories, with the Kelpie myth adding an element of malevolence and danger. The Picts, an ancient people who inhabited Scotland before the arrival of the Scots, also had an affinity for water-based mythologies. Carvings and stones found in Scotland show images of serpent-like creatures, which some suggest could be early representations of what would later become Nessie. Being a seafaring and warrior culture, the Picts could have passed down stories of terrifying creatures lurking beneath the surface of lochs and rivers. One of the earliest recorded stories involving a creature in Loch Ness comes from the 6th century and involves Saint Columba, the Irish missionary who traveled to Scotland to spread Christianity. According to the life of Saint Columba, written by Adoniman of Iona, the saint and his followers traveled along the River Ness and encountered a water beast that attacked a man swimming in the river. Columba is said to have ordered the creature to go back in the name of God, and it immediately retreated. This story intertwines the Loch Ness Monster with both local superstition and the arrival of Christianity, representing the triumph of faith over dark, pagan forces. In the following centuries, tales of strange creatures in Loch Ness continued to evolve, though they were often dismissed as mere superstition or exaggerated folklore. It wasn't until the early 20th century that Nessie would become a global phenomenon. The modern legend of Loch Ness Monster began in 1933, when a new road was built along Loch Ness, allowing more people to visit the area. Soon after, sightings of a large creature in the loch flooded the press. The most famous was a surgeon's photograph in 1934, which purportedly showed a long-necked creature in the waters. Despite being widely debunked as a hoax, this photo cemented Nessie's place in popular culture. Nessie's image evolved from a harmless curiosity to something more sinister. Some stories claim that the Loch Ness Monster is a guardian of ancient, hidden treasures, perhaps remnants of pre-Christian civilization or artifacts from a forgotten age. Others describe Nessie as a vengeful spirit that attacks those who venture too close to his domain, especially those who disturb the waters or disrespect the ancient land. Theories about the Loch Ness Monster's origin are also varied and mysterious as the creature itself. Some suggest that Nessie is a prehistoric survivor, a remnant of the dinosaur age, while others see her as something darker and more supernatural. One of the most popular theories is that the Nessie is a surviving plesiosaur, a marine reptile that lived millions of years ago. The idea is that the loch, an ancient body of water, could have sheltered these creatures long after the age of the dinosaurs. However, no definitive evidence has ever been found to support this theory. In darker and more mystical interpretations, Nessie is seen not as a mere animal, but as a guardian spirit or elemental force tied to the loch. According to some occult beliefs, the Loch Ness Monster could be a manifestation of an ancient water deity or relentless spirit cursed to haunt the waters for eternity. These theories often suggest that Nessie may have been summoned through ancient rituals or perhaps represents the vengeful soul of a person or civilization wronged in a distant past. Some French theories suggest that the Loch Ness Monster is not a creature from Earth, but an entity from another dimension, appearing and disappearing as it crosses between worlds. This story aligns with the idea that cryptids are interdimensional travelers existing in a space outside our understanding of reality. With its deep waters and mysterious atmosphere, Loch Ness is seen as a portal through which the creature can slip in and out. A more modern theory posits that Nessie is a creation of extraterrestrial forces, either a bioengineered species or an alien creature left behind on Earth to observe or protect something. This theory has been bolstered by occasional reports of UFO sightings in Loch Ness area, with some believing that the creature is part of an alien experiment or surveillance program. The Loch Ness Monster is not only a cryptid, but also a symbol of something deeper and darker. With its vast, murky waters and the surrounding mist-covered hills, Loch Ness is a place of eerie mystery. The idea of a creature lurking in its depths taps into primal fears, the fear of the unknown and the fear of what may be hidden beneath the surface, and the fear of nature's uncontrollable power. Nessie represents the shadowy forces of the natural world, entities that are not fully understood or easily controlled. The creature's elusiveness, combined with its occasional burst of violence or malevolence in folklore, symbolizes humanity's vulnerability and our inability to tame nature entirely. In this light, Nessie is not merely a creature of mystery, but a reminder of the darker forces at work in the world, forces that are often beyond human comprehension and control. The dark lore of the Loch Ness Monster blends ancient myth, Celtic folklore, and modern mystery to create a figure that is haunting as it is fascinating. Whether as a prehistoric survivor, a supernatural guardian, or an alien interloper, Nessie remains a symbol of the unknown, a creature that haunts the deep waters of Loch Ness and our collective imagination. The darkness surrounding the Loch Ness Monster is not just in the creature itself, but in what it represents. The boundaries of the known world, the terror of the unexplained, and the eternal allure of what lies beneath the surface. The concept of Skinwalkers is deeply rooted in folklore and mythology of the Navajo people. However, similar shape-shifting legends appear in various other Native American traditions and even in other cultures worldwide. The Skinwalker, known as Yinaldushi in the Navajo language, translates roughly to using it, he goes on all fours. They are thought to be witches or sorcerers capable of transforming into animals, most commonly wolves, coyotes, foxes, or other creatures associated with the wild. Still, they may also adopt human forms or the traits of any animal they desire. The origins of the Skinwalker myth can be traced to Navajo spirituality and their beliefs about witches. These witches, sometimes called Anahi, evil witches, use their knowledge of the spiritual and material worlds for malicious purposes. In the Navajo culture, the practice of witchcraft is considered taboo, and the most dangerous witches are those who can take on the form of animals. According to the myth, a skinwalker is typically someone who has chosen to walk the path of evil and uses dark powers to control and manipulate others. Becoming a skinwalker involves a terrible act. A person must kill a close family member, often a sibling or parent, to gain the power to shapeshift. This horrendous act is considered the ultimate taboo, a vile violation of natural and spiritual order, and one that irrevocably condemns the individual to a life of dark magic. The Skinwalker's primary ability is shapeshifting, though their powers go far beyond mere transformation. A Skinwalker can take the form of any animal, but they often prefer wolves, coyotes, and other creatures tied to their culture's mythology. The transformation may be complete, with the Skinwalker assuming the animal's physical traits, or it may involve a more partial or ghostly change. Skinwalkers are said to have the ability to mimic the voices of loved ones or others, drawing unsuspecting people into dangerous situations. This ability is often used to trick people into approaching them or venturing into the wilderness. In their animal forms, Skinwalkers are said to possess extraordinary strength, speed, and endurance. They are often described as nearly unstoppable, even able to outrun vehicles or leap great distances. Skinwalkers are often believed to possess the power to curse individuals with sickness or bad luck. They can cast harmful spells, causing death or misfortune in the lives of those they target. Skinwalkers are reputed to be immune to bullets or other forms of physical harm in their animal form. The legend says they can only be killed by a specific ritual or by someone who knows how to deal with them. The role of the Skinwalker in Navajo culture. In Navajo tradition, the Skinwalker is not just a boogeyman or an evil figure. They symbolize moral corruption and the consequences of violating sacred taboos. For the Navajo, the idea of a Skinwalker represents the ultimate abuse of power, using knowledge of the spiritual world for malicious purposes. It's a belief deeply intertwined with the Navajo Code of Ethics, where maintaining harmony with nature and respecting the balance of life are of utmost importance. Skinwalkers are also associated with death, illness, and misfortune. Their presence is thought to bring bad omens, and their actions are often believed to cause unexplained deaths or catastrophic events. To the Navajo, talking about Skinwalkers or acknowledging their existence is considered dangerous and may invite bad luck or even attract the attention of Skinwalkers themselves. The fear and the taboo. Skinwalker lore is not just a myth, but a deeply ingrained taboo within Navajo society. There's a profound fear of these creatures, and many Navajo individuals will go out of their way to avoid speaking about them or discussing them openly. The very act of saying the word Skinwalker aloud is considered to invite danger. It's said that those who seek to confront or expose Skinwalkers are often cursed or harmed in some way. Because of this fear, many Navajo refuse to engage with outsiders on the subject, believing that speaking about the Skinwalkers may draw their attention and result in retaliation. Skinwalker stories are often shared only in hushed tones, late at night, or in isolated settings. Skinwalkers in modern folklore. Over time, the Skinwalker legend has evolved and spread beyond Navajo culture, becoming a fixture of broader American paranormal folklore. The myth has gained significant traction in popular culture, especially within the realm of horror films, books, and TV shows. For instance, the Skinwalker Ranch in Utah has become famous for purported paranormal activity, including claims of Skinwalker encounters, adding to the mythos surrounding the creatures. In contemporary stories, Skinwalkers are often depicted as shape-shifting, malevolent beings that prey on unsuspecting individuals. They are associated with cryptic encounters, unexplained phenomena, and ghostly apparitions, lending themselves to the modern horror genre. However, it's important to recognize that in Navajo culture, these beings are not just creatures to be feared. They represent a much deeper spiritual and ethical lesson. To the Navajo, the Skinwalker myth warns against the dangers of misuse of power, the consequences of losing one's moral compass, and the spiritual dangers of violating sacred traditions. In many ways, the Skinwalker myth is a cautionary tale about the dangers of losing touch with one's humanity and spiritual values. It highlights that when individuals engage in unethical or taboo behavior, particularly when they seek to wield powers they do not fully understand, they risk becoming monstrous. The Skinwalker is not just a physical transformation, but a spiritual one, representing the corruption of the soul. The Navajo people believe that Skinwalkers can be defeated, but it's often a complicated and dangerous task. Traditional methods to protect oneself from Skinwalkers include using rituals, prayers, or talismans, and seeking the guidance of a Navajo medicine man. However, this remains a deeply personal and culturally specific practice. The Skinwalker's dark lore reflects the Navajo people's deep respect for the natural and spiritual worlds and their profound understanding of the consequence of moral corruption. The Skinwalker symbolizes evil and a dire warning about the dangers of abusing one's power. While the myth has been adapted and commercialized in popular culture, Its roots remain deeply tied to the Navajo worldview and the importance of maintaining harmony with the world around us. Whether regarded as folklore, mythology, or living cultural belief, the Skinwalker is a creature that evokes both fear and respect, a reminder of the shadows that dwell within the human soul. The reptilian shapeshifter conspiracy theory is one of the more outlandish and enduring myths in modern conspiracy lore. This theory claims that a race of reptilian extraterrestrials, or reptoids, secretly controls humanity by disguising themselves as humans, sometimes as prominent political leaders, business magnates, or other influential figures. These shape-shifting creatures are often portrayed as manipulating global events for their sinister purposes, often connected to power, wealth, and the subjugation of humankind. The modern iteration of the reptilian conspiracy theory is most famously associated with British conspiracy theorist David Icke. In the early 1990s, Icke, once a professional footballer and a BBC presenter, began to promote the idea that the world's political and financial elites were reptilian aliens or hybrids. According to Icke, these reptilian beings have controlled human civilization for millennia. He first outlined his theory in his 1999 book, The Biggest Secret, which popularized the concept of shape-shifting reptilian overlords. Icke asserts that these reptilians come from the Alpha Draconis star system and have been manipulating human society through bloodlines, particularly royal or political families. They allegedly use their shape-shifting abilities to assume human forms, hiding their true reptilian nature behind a veneer of human appearance. The concept of reptilian beings is not new and can be traced back to ancient myths and folklore. Many cultures feature serpent or reptile-like gods, such as the serpent in the Garden of Eden, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god of the Aztecs and Mayans, the Nagas, semi-divine beings in Hindu and Buddhist mythology, often depicted as serpentine. Icke and others argue that these myths are symbolic and represent the presence of reptilian entities interacting with humanity in ancient times. They believe these ancient interactions laid the groundwork for the supposed reptilian agenda that persists to this day. One key aspect of the reptilian conspiracy theory is the belief that these reptilian beings possess the ability to shapeshift into human forms. These abilities allow them to infiltrate and assume positions of power within human society without detection. According to the theory, many of the world's prominent families, including the British royal family and the Rothschilds and other elite dynasties, are allegedly either direct descendants of reptilian aliens or hybridized humans with reptilian DNA. This is sometimes referred to as the Illuminati bloodlines. These reptilian elites are said to control global politics, finance, media, and other sectors of society to maintain their grip on power. They allegedly use various forms of social manipulation, such as wars, economic crises, and media control to advance their agenda. A core tenet of the reptilian conspiracy theory is that these entities seek to control every aspect of human society, from politics to media to finance. The idea is that they manipulate global events to keep the masses ignorant and subjugated, often through mind control or mass deception. Some proponents of the theory intertwine the reptilian narrative with darker, more religiously oriented conspiracies. They believe that these reptilian beings are malevolent, even demonic in nature, and are aligned with Satan and other dark forces. This is sometimes linked to other conspiracy theories, such as those surrounding ritualistic abuse, the Illuminati, or the New World Order. Another key element of the reptilian conspiracy theory involves the idea that humans and reptilian aliens have interbred for centuries, creating hybrid beings who possess both human and reptilian traits. These hybrids are said to be more adept at maintaining power, as they can bridge the gap between human and the reptilian worlds. The New World Order. The reptilian conspiracy is often closely tied to the concept of the New World Order. a supposed secret global elite seeking to establish a totalitarian one-world government. According to these theories, reptilian shapeshifters are at the heart of the NWO, working to implement an international control system through the manipulation of politics, finance, and religion. Some variations of the reptilian conspiracy involve advanced technologies used by the reptilian race to control human minds. These technologies could range from satellites and electromagnetic weapons to mind control implants, or even more mystical technologies like telepathy. Most scholars, skeptics, and critical thinkers dismiss the reptilian conspiracy theory as pure fantasy. Several reasons for this skepticism include: there is no credible scientific or historical evidence to support the existence of reptilian shapeshifters or extraterrestrial intervention in human affairs. Some psychologists suggest that beliefs in reptilian conspiracies stem from a combination of paranoia, distrust of authority, and the human tendency to look for hidden patterns in complex systems. A more straightforward explanation for global control and manipulation, some argue, is that powerful human elites, rather than reptilian aliens, are the ones behind much of the world's injustice, exploitation, and inequality. Despite being widely criticized and debunked, the reptilian conspiracy theory has maintained a strong presence in popular culture and online communities. The idea of shapeshifting reptilian overlords has been featured in various TV shows, movies, and books, such as The X-Files, V, the 1983 miniseries and its 2009 reboot, and even in video games. David Icke's books, public speaking tours, and internet presence have helped to spread the reptilian theory to a large, often devoted following. Online forums and social media platforms continue to be fertile ground for the exchange of ideas, theories, and evidence related to the existence of reptilian shapeshifters. Like many conspiracy theories, the reptilian shapeshifter narrative taps into deep-seated fears about power, control, and the unknown. The idea that alien forces secretly govern humanity appeals to those who feel disenfranchised, suspicious of the establishment, or frustrated by the complexity of world events. For some, it provides a simple explanation for why the world is the way it is, pointing to shadowy, malevolent forces controlling everything from behind the scenes. In short, while the theory is grounded in an elaborate mythology of reptilian overlords and their cosmic manipulation of humanity, it remains firmly within speculative fiction and pseudoscience. The reptilian conspiracy continues to thrive as a part of a larger, ever-evolving tapestry of alternative and counterculture beliefs about power and control in the modern world. The Yeti, often depicted as a large ape-like creature that roams the snowy mountains of the Himalayas, has long been a subject of mystery and intrigue. While the Yeti is mostly regarded as a figure of folklore and cryptozoology, its dark mythological origins stretch deep into the traditions of the region's indigenous people. Here's a look at the darker side of the Yeti myth. Origins and shamanic beliefs. The Yeti is deeply rooted in the spiritual and mystical traditions of the Himalayan people. In many Tibetan and Sherpa cultures, the Yeti is not just a physical but spiritual one. Some believe that the Yeti is an ancient, decisive spirit that serves as a guardian of the mountains. The creature is often associated with the high altitude, dangerous environment of the Himalayas, a place where life and death are in a delicate balance. In this sense, the Yeti can be seen as a spirit or god that punishes those who venture too far into the sacred realms of the mountains, enforcing the natural order. Shamans in these regions are said to have exceptional knowledge of the Yeti, claiming that the creature can either help or harm humans based on their respect for nature. Disrespecting the mountain or desecrating its sacred spaces could invoke the wrath of the Yeti. There are even stories of shamans who have communicated with the Yeti, learning secrets of the world beyond the physical realm. In some versions of the Yeti mythology, the creature is said to have a much darker, more monstrous side. The Yeti is sometimes depicted as an aggressive predator or cannibalistic entity. While many stories focus on its elusive nature, other accounts suggest that the Yeti might engage in violent acts against humans. In certain villages, whispered legends of the Yeti capture and consume the bodies of lost travelers or unwary pilgrims who have ventured too close to his domain. This kind of myth plays into the fear of the unknown that looms over the mountains. In some versions of the tale, the Yeti is even described as a semi-human creature that occasionally mates with humans, resulting in twisted offspring. If they exist, these offspring are often described as cursed or outcasts, neither fully human nor entirely creature, trapped between two worlds. The Yeti as a demon. In Tibetan Buddhist mythology, there are stories that cast the Yeti as a demonic entity. Some texts refer to the Menge, a wild and terrifying creature that dwells in the mountains, preying on the souls of the living. The Yeti, in this context, may be a manifestation of demonic spirit that haunts the high peaks, luring travelers to their doom or consuming their very life force. These legends often depict the creature as having supernatural abilities, including the ability to disappear at will, hypnotize, or confuse its prey, and leave behind no trace of its presence. The Yeti's connection to death and the afterlife is essential to the darker lore. In some cultures, it is believed that if a Yeti kills a person, their soul is lost forever, unable to pass on to the next realm. This may explain the superstition surrounding the creature in these regions. If you cross paths with the Yeti, you may lose your life and your soul. The abominable snowman and its corruption. The name abominable snowman itself evokes a sense of dread. This term was coined by British explorer Henry Newman in the 1920s based on an alleged encounter with the creature. While the Yeti has various regional names, including Mete, Megoi, and Julme, the term abominable adds a sinister twist, hinting at the corruption of the creature's true nature. In some myth variations, the Yeti's appearance is altered to become more terrifying, its humanoid features exaggerated to make it even more monstrous. With glowing red eyes, razor-sharp claws, and an insatiable hunger, the Yeti becomes less of a cryptid and more of a supernatural force, a warning against venturing too deep into the icy wastes of the Himalayas. Another dark aspect of the Yeti mythology ties the creature to forbidden knowledge. Some stories claim that the Yeti keeps ancient secrets, perhaps even remnants of lost civilizations that once inhabited the region. This knowledge is said to be dangerous, too much power to be handled by mortal minds. The Yeti, in these versions, might actively prevent explorers and seekers from uncovering these secrets with violent consequences for those who attempt to breach the mountain's forbidden gates. The legend of the Yeti guarding ancient artifacts or sacred places is not just about a physical guardian, but also a metaphysical one. Those who seek the Yeti are not merely after the creature itself, but the knowledge it holds. The fear is that anyone who discovers these ancient truths risks being driven mad or cursed, as they are unprepared to face the darkness that the creature protects. The Yeti is often depicted as a giant ape-like being. Still, in some darker renditions, the Yeti is described as having more human characteristics, standing upright like a man with long matted hair and an eerie intelligence in its eyes. This hybrid nature of the Yeti, straddling the line between man and beast, is often used in folklore to explore the duality of human nature. The Yeti represents the untamed, primal side of humanity that exists beyond the reach of civilization, lurking in the wilderness beyond the laws of society. Some cultures describe the Yeti as a fallen figure, a being that was once human but was transformed into a monster due to some terrible sin or punishment. In these versions, the Yeti becomes a cautionary tale, a reminder of the darkness within all people and the consequences of giving in to it. The Yeti is often a symbol of isolation and extremity of the Himalayas themselves. These mountains are seen as inhospitable, remote, and deadly, and yet, the Yeti embodies this terrifying environment. In this interpretation, the Yeti is not just a creature to fear in the physical sense, but also represents the psychological horror of solitude of being lost in a landscape that is both awe-inspiring and lethal. It is a creature that exists in the margins between the living world and the afterlife, a spectral figure that haunts those who venture too far from the safety of civilization. In many ways, the Yeti embodies the mountain's oppressive, inescapable force, a reminder that nature reigns. In many ways, the Yeti embodies the mountain's oppressive, inescapable force, a reminder that nature reigns supreme in these vast, uncharted places, and humans are merely fleeting visitors. The dark lore surrounding the Yeti is as layered and mysterious as the snow-covered mountains it is said to inhabit. Whether as a guardian spirit, a demonic entity, or a symbol of untamed wilderness, the Yeti represents the unknown, the primal, and the terrifying aspects of human condition. The stories of the Yeti have evolved over centuries, shaped by the cultures of the Himalayas and the legends that have been passed down through generations. Ultimately, the Yeti is not just a creature to fear. It is a complex myth that speaks to humanity's deepest fears about death, isolation, and the natural world. The Barghest is a creature from English folklore, particularly associated with the northern counties such as Yorkshire and Lancashire. It is often described as a terrifying, spectral black dog that appears in various forms, each more chilling than the last. The creature has dark ties to death, misfortune, and the supernatural, making it one of the more haunting figures in British mythology. The Barghest is typically described as a gigantic black dog with glowing red or yellow eyes that pierce the darkness. Its size and form can change. Some legends describe it as a hound of enormous proportions, while others depict it as a more sinister, shadowy figure that materializes from the mist or the night. The word Barghest itself is sometimes thought to be derived from Bearghest or Barghest, meaning a ghost or spirit of a bear, further suggesting the creature's ominous nature. In some myths, the Barghest is said to have no tail or is shown as a headless creature. Other accounts portray it as a demonic or otherworldly being with a blood-curdling howl that portends death or disaster. The Hound of Death. The Barghest is often regarded as an omen of death. Its appearance is said to herald a person's passing, usually one who has been marked for death. When it appears near a town or village, it signals impending doom, or its howl or growl foreshadows an imminent tragedy or death in the community. In some legends, the Barghest is seen as a ghostly or revenant creature, an apparition of a dead person who returns as a canine. This connection ties the Barghest to necromancy and the restless souls of the deceased. People have reported sightings of the Barghest near burial grounds, crossroads, or desolate moors, places where the dead might rise or where spirits might linger. The Shapeshifter. The Barghest is not always a dog. In some tales, it can shapeshift into other terrifying forms, such as a wolf or even a man, though the latter appearance usually retains an unsettling canine aspect. The creature's shifting form lends it an air of unpredictability and terror, making it a versatile and dangerous figure in folklore. The Hound of Hell. In some traditions, the Barghest is connected to demonic forces or infernal realms. Some say it serves as a messenger of hell or as an emissary of the devil. The Barghest's relationship to the supernatural and malevolent entities in these stories is often associated with the punishment of sinners or the gathering of souls. The Barghest in the Wild Hunt. Like the Wild Hunt, In Germanic and Celtic mythology, the Bargus is sometimes linked to a ghostly pack of hunting dogs that chase the souls of the dead or those marked for death. The hounds of the wild hunt are often depicted as hunting down the souls of the damned, and the Bargus is occasionally seen as one of their lead hounds. While the Bargus is primarily malevolent, in some versions of the myth, it serves as a guardian of a particular place, such as a sacred ground, a forest, or a lonely hilltop. These guardians are usually hostile to intruders, and those who encounter them are often met with a deadly fate if they don't show proper respect. Throughout northern England, there are many stories and legends about encounters with the Bargus. Some tell of travelers who wander too far from the beaten path only to encounter the creature and meet a grim end. Others describe the Bargus as a creature that stalks the living, particularly in remote or desolate areas where its presence is even more terrifying. The Bargus is also sometimes associated with the Puck or Puka, mischievous or malevolent supernatural beings from Celtic folklore. Like these creatures, the Bargus is a trickster who appears when least expected and often leads people astray, either into the wilderness or into the hands of death. The Bargus represents several deep-seated fears and themes in folklore: death, the supernatural, the unknown, and the boundary between the living and the dead. It embodies the dread of night, wandering too far, losing one's way, and being marked for an untimely death. Its mythos have persisted through centuries, often appearing in stories to this day. The Bargus is also a part of a broader tradition of black dog mythology in various cultures, often representing bad omens, ghosts, or underworld guardians. In conclusion, the Bargus is a creature steeped in fear, death, and the supernatural. Whether it's the harbinger of doom or a shape-shifting terror from the abyss, the Bargus haunts the dark corners of English folklore. Its tale reminds us of the shadowy world beyond the visible, where death and the supernatural lurk, waiting for those who wander too far into the night. The Jirogumo, also known as the Binding Bride or Spider Woman, is a figure from Japanese folklore that embodies a potent blend of seduction, deception, and monster transformation. Its mythology is steeped in dark, eerie tales with themes of danger lurking beneath beauty and the predatory nature of the creature. Here's a look at the darker lore surrounding the Jirogumo. The Jirogumo is typically depicted as a female spider, but it is also said to be a shapeshifter capable of transforming into a beautiful woman. Often, she is portrayed as an alluring and seductive figure who entices men only to ensnare them in her deadly webs. In its spider form, the Jirogumo can grow to enormous sizes, and in some stories, her webs are said to be so strong they can bind even a full-grown human. Her ability to lure and trap victims in her webs or homes is often associated with places like secluded inns or desolate temples, where her beauty and charm can deceive weary travelers or lonely men. The seductive web weaver. The most common myth revolves around the Jirogumo's ability to spin powerful, nearly invisible webs that seem to lure men into her grasp. The Spider Woman is said to appear as a beautiful woman, often dressed in traditional kimono, walking by the riversides or near the edge of the forest. Once she catches the eye of a man, she seduces him and leads him to her lair, where she reveals her true form as a monstrous spider. Once captured, the man is typically killed, and a Jirogumo consumes his body. In some versions, she tortures her victims by slowly draining their life force, and in others, she is said to devour them whole. In these tales, the Jirogumo is depicted as a symbol of the dangers that lurk beneath the surface of beauty, whether that be the deceptive nature of people or the unforeseen risk of seemingly harmless encounters. The woman who traps with her webs. One of the most famous legends is the story of a young man entranced by a beautiful Jirogumo. He is lured to a mountain retreat where he spends time with her, believing she is a kind-hearted woman. Over time, he notices strange occurrences. A lack of food or servants, a sense of foreboding that only grows as the days pass. One evening, the woman reveals herself as a giant spider and her true, monstrous nature is bare. Her webs bind him, and in a horrifying display, she devours him slowly. This myth speaks to the idea of predation disguised as affection, and it is often a cautionary tale about the consequences of falling for something that appears to be too good to be true. The monk and the Spider Woman. In some versions of the myth, the Jirogumo's backstory is tied to her transformation. One tale tells of a monk who encounters a beautiful woman, only to find out she is a woman turned spider cursed by a previous sin. The monk must use his knowledge of Buddhist rituals to trap or exorcise the Jirogumo, cleansing her of the curse. However, the woman spider's transformation is not always depicted as reversible, and sometimes her lust for human flesh is insatiable, meaning she cannot be redeemed. In these stories, there's often a tension between the concepts of sin and punishment, with the Spider Woman's monstrous form manifesting her guilt or resulting in karmic retribution. The grudge of the Jirogumo. The Jirogumo is tied to tragic love stories or vengeful spirits in certain dark tales. Some say that if a woman dies in despair or in agonizing manner, her soul may transform into a Jirogumo seeking to avenge herself in the living. This myth ties the Jirogumo to themes of unrequited love, vengeance, and the lingering presence of the dead. In these stories, the Jirogumo's victim might be someone who wronged her, perhaps a lover who betrayed her or a man who took advantage of her. The symbolism and themes of the Jirogumo. Deceptive beauty. The Jirogumo represents the peril of being deceived by appearances. The image of a beautiful woman luring men into deadly traps is a recurring motive in many cultures, and the Jirogumo exemplifies the concept of external beauty hiding a predatory nature. Nature's predation. As a spider, the Jirogumo symbolizes predation and natural violence. The silk thread, so delicate and strong, becomes a metaphor for fate or destiny, the invisible threads that bind people to certain paths, some leading to their doom. Duality of womanhood. The Jirogumo often reflects the dual nature of women in folklore, nurturing and beautiful on the surface, but with a dark, deadly power beneath. In some interpretations, the myth could be seen as a warning about the dangers of objectifying women or underestimating their power. Punishment and revenge. Some versions of the tale suggest that the Jirogumo's actions are motivated by a desire for revenge or to atone for past sins. This association links her to themes of karmic punishment or the wrath of a spirit wronged in life. Inescapable fate. The Jirogumo's webs are often portrayed as inescapable, mirroring fate or entrapment. Her ability to manipulate men and ensnare them in her webs can be seen as a symbol of inescapable nature of destiny, particularly for those who fall victim to their desires or weaknesses. In conclusion, the Jirogumo is one of Japan's most chilling and captivating mythological figures. With her mix of beauty, danger, and predatory instincts, she embodies themes of temptation, deception, and the fine line between the human and the monstrous. Through her stories, she serves as both a literal and metaphorical warning about the dangers of succumbing to illusion and the high price of underestimating the darkness that can lie within. The Mothman is one of the most fascinating and chilling cryptids in modern folklore. Its myth steeped in darkness and mystery. First reported in the 1960s, this creature is often described as a towering, humanoid figure with massive, bat-like wings and glowing red eyes. The eerie sightings and strange occurrences tied to the Mothman have fueled its association with doom, disaster, and forewarning. Origins of the Mothman myth. The first encounter with the Mothman occurred in November 1966 near Point Pleasant, West Virginia. The young couples were driving through the area when they saw a large, winged creature with glowing red eyes standing by an abandoned TNT plant. They described it as a man-sized bird or creature which had enormous wings that stretched out as it flew by their car, keeping pace with them at high speeds. Over the next year, more reports poured in from the local community describing a similar creature seen around the same area. These sightings quickly caught the attention of the public and media. But it wasn't just a creature that caused panic. Strange phenomena and mysterious events seemed to coincide with the Mothman sightings, building the narrative of an ominous, supernatural presence. The bridge collapse of 1967. Perhaps the most notorious aspect of Mothman lore is a purported connection to the tragic collapse of the Silver Bridge in Point Pleasant on December 15, 1967. Just a year after the first Mothman sightings, the bridge, which spanned the Ohio River, suddenly gave way during rush hour traffic, plunging 46 people to their deaths. Many locals believed the Mothman has somehow been a harbinger of this disaster. Witnesses claim to have seen a creature in the area leading up to the collapse. Some even reported seeing the Mothman perched on the bridge before it fell. The timing of the sightings and the catastrophe led to widespread speculation that the creature's presence was not coincidental. In local folklore, the Mothman became tied to death, destruction, and impending doom. His glowing red eyes seemed to promise that something terrible would happen. Another dark chapter in the Mothman myth involves the so-called Men in Black, mysterious, government-like figures who allegedly appeared in Point Pleasant shortly after the Mothman sightings began. These men were described as wearing black suits and acting in strange and unsettling ways, often intimidating witnesses into silence about their experiences. Their sudden appearance fueled conspiracy theories, with some suggesting that the Men in Black were part of a cover-up trying to suppress information about the creature and any potential paranormal phenomena associated with it. Many Mothman witnesses also reported seeing unusual lights in the sky, leading to a connection between the creature and unidentified flying objects. The idea that the Mothman may have been an extraterrestrial being or the result of some otherworldly experiment gained traction. Some suggested that the Mothman was some sort of alien scout, an omen sent to observe humanity before a more significant, more cataclysmic event, or even that the creature was a manifestation of the UFO phenomenon. In this interpretation, the Mothman was not merely a harbinger of doom, but a part of a more extensive cosmic web of mysteries and unsettling events. Some theorists have even posited that the Mothman may have been a time-traveling entity or a being from a parallel dimension, crossing over to our world and warning us of an impending catastrophe. The Curse of Point Pleasant. Over the years, Point Pleasant has become synonymous with the Mothman. Once a quiet, rural community, the town became a hub of paranormal activity, attracting cryptid enthusiasts, researchers, and thrill seekers. The Mothman sightings waned after the Silver Bridge collapse, but the creature's presence left an indelible mark on the town's identity. Many locals still believe that the Mothman has some supernatural connection to the town's fate, with some going as far as to claim that the creature continues to linger, watching from the shadows. In 2002, a monument to the Mothman was erected in Point Pleasant, cementing the creature's place in the town's dark history. Despite this, a sense of unease still permeates the area, and locals have often expressed a fear that the Mothman may one day return, heralding another disaster. The Mothman is a terrifying cryptid and a rich symbol in modern myth. In many ways, the creature embodies humanity's fear of the unknown and the relentless march of fate. The Mothman is often interpreted as a manifestation of impending disaster and otherworldly messenger warning us of our collective doom. His unsettling appearance, the cryptic nature of his warnings, and the inexplicable presence makes him an enduring symbol of the dark unknown. Moreover, the Mothman myth taps into the human fear of being watched, of having our lives controlled by some unseen forces. The glowing red eyes that stare into the soul have come to represent the idea that there is something far greater and more malevolent than we can comprehend, always lurking in the periphery. While many view the Mothman as a supernatural or extraterrestrial entity, others offer more grounded explanations. Some believe that the creature is a previously undiscovered species, perhaps a large owl or crane misidentified in the heat of fear. However, this does little to explain the eerie circumstances and the strange occurrences tied to the sightings. Others speculate that the Mothman can manifest a collective psychological phenomenon, a sort of mass hysteria triggered by the fear of the unknown, especially in the wake of the Silver Bridge disaster. Still, the most persistent theory surrounding the Mothman is that of the Harbinger. Whether alien, supernatural, or something else entirely, the creature is thought to be a warning, a sign of impending doom or catastrophic event. The myth's persistent grip on popular culture is fueled by its mystery, its association with tragic events, and the lingering question of what the Mothman truly represents. The Mothman is more than just a cryptid. It is a harbinger, a symbol of fear and a mystery that continues to haunt the folklore of Point Pleasant and beyond. Its eerie presence, glowing red eyes, and ominous association with tragedy have made it an enduring figure in paranormal lore. Whether one believes in the supernatural aspects of the creature or sees it as a dark legend born from real-world events, the Mothman remains one of the most chilling cryptids in modern mythology, forever a specter of impending doom. Unicorns are often seen as a symbol of purity, grace, and beauty in most Western cultures, but they have a deeper, darker side in mythology and folklore. The unicorn's history is filled with contradictions, blending themes of innocence with violence, healing with danger, and light with darkness. While much of the modern conception of the unicorn has been sanitized into a gentle, magical creature, earlier myths and legends painted a more complex, sometimes unsettling picture. The unicorn's blood. In some ancient texts, particularly in medieval Europe, it was believed that the blood of a unicorn had miraculous healing properties. However, this blood was also considered extremely dangerous. A potion made from the blood could cure any disease, but it also had the potential to drive people insane or kill them if not prepared correctly. The idea that something so pure could also hold such power and danger plays into the duality of the unicorn and darker mythologies. The dark unicorn, wild and uncontrollable. Some early accounts describe unicorns as not peaceful but untamable and violent creatures. In ancient Persian and Indian mythology, unicorns were seen as powerful, wild beasts, creatures of chaos that could be revered and feared. In Persian art, the unicorn often appears alongside lions, symbolizing strength and aggression. These creatures were so powerful that they could wreak havoc on entire cities or forces of invaders, signaling a more dangerous aspect of their nature. In the Middle Ages, unicorns were often depicted as ferocious beings that a virgin could only tame. The idea of a virgin, usually symbolizing purity and innocence, was said to act as a mediator between man and the wild forces of the unicorn, which could otherwise destroy anyone who tried to approach it. However, not all virgin taming stories were about the triumph of goodness. The notion of a virginal sacrifice, often portrayed as the unicorn's violent death, was part of a troubling motif that suggests that the price of purity might be destruction or sacrifice. The unicorn and death. The concept of unicorns being linked to death can be found in several darker mythological traditions. The Celtic folklore, unicorns were believed to be omens of death. A unicorn's sudden appearance in the woods or near a village was often seen as a prelude to a disaster or death. In some stories, a unicorn would appear just before the death of a great leader or warrior, and his presence would mark the end of an era. This connection between a unicorn and death also appears in Christian symbolism. Early medieval bestiaries, illustrated books about animals, often depicted a unicorn as a Christ-like figure symbolizing purity and innocence. However, these bestiaries also suggested that the unicorn was bound to be sacrificed in the end, as it was always captured and killed by hunters. This idea echoes the death of Christ, innocence being sacrificed to save humanity. A unicorn's horn, a dangerous weapon. The horn of the unicorn, a central feature in this mythos, was revered and feared. In earlier European tales, the horn was not just a symbol of purity, but also a powerful weapon. The unicorn's horn, known as the alicorn, was believed to be able to neutralize poisons and act as a protective talisman. Still, it was also associated with a violent and unpredictable force. It could pierce the hearts of attackers or bring down entire armies if wielded as a weapon. In many tales, the unicorn's horn is coveted by kings and warriors who see it as the ultimate prize. However, the hunters of unicorns were often depicted as tragic figures. They would pursue these rare creatures not only for the horns, but also to possess their power, which would, in turn, often lead to their demise. The alicorn's power could not be taken lightly or controlled, and attempting to harness it often led to dark consequences. The unicorn and the wild hunt. In some European traditions, the unicorn was associated with the wild hunt, a mythic procession of spectral riders often led by a god or a deathbringer figure. The wild hunt was a supernatural event where the dead or souls of the restless were hunted through the night skies, often bringing chaos and doom. The unicorn, a creature of the forest and wild places, was said to be hunted by these ghostly riders, further tying the unicorn to death, destruction, and the uncontrollable forces of nature. In some versions of the wild hunt, the unicorn is not just a passive victim, but an active participant, a creature transformed or corrupted by the chaos surrounding it. This version reflects a more tragic, darker view of the unicorn, once a symbol of purity, now caught in a cycle of violence and death. The unicorn in Dark Ages and Renaissance. During the Renaissance, the unicorn was still viewed as a creature of mystery and power, but its symbolism began to change. It was no longer just a creature to be hunted for its horn or its blood. It became a symbol of untamed wilderness and a struggle between civilization and nature. However, even during this period, the unicorn retained a connection to the darker elements of the human psyche. In the 16th century, the unicorn became a popular emblem of the Virgin Mary in Christian art, but it was often depicted as a creature that was both pure and doomed. The iconic image of the unicorn impaled by a hunter's spear, representing Christ's sacrifice, appears in religious and secular works of art, where the unicorn's tragic death is a constant theme. The unicorn as a harbinger of the apocalypse. In some apocalyptic traditions, the unicorn appears as a harbinger of the end of times. This was particularly prominent in 16th century European eschatology, where the unicorn was thought to be a creature that would appear in the final days of the world. In these stories, the unicorn's death will mark the onset of a cosmic upheaval where the boundaries between life and death, good and evil, would be shattered. The unicorn symbolism in these apocalyptic tales often suggested the triumph of the forces of chaos and destruction rather than salvation. In these darker stories and interpretations, the unicorn becomes more than just a beautiful, elusive creature. It symbolizes dangerous power, untamable nature, and the fragility of purity in a world fraught with violence and death. The unicorn's mythos reflects the human fascination with beauty, innocence, and the darker forces that seek to destroy them. That concludes this lore. If you like what you heard, please like, comment, and subscribe, and stay tuned for the next lore. Bye. Throughout history, cultures around the world have told tales of terrifying and awe-inspiring creatures, monsters that lurk in the shadows, guard sacred places, or challenge the bravest of heroes. From the fire-breathing dragons of Europe to the shape-shifting Yokai of Japan, these mythical beasts embody the fears, beliefs, and imaginations of their people. This series will explore some of the most legendary monsters of mythology, uncovering their origins, powers, and the stories that keep them alive to this day. Welcome to Myth and Lores, a journey into the dark and divine. Without further ado, let's jump into another lore. The Minotaur, a creature from Greek mythology, is one of the most iconic and dark figures in mythological lore. Its story is steeped in tragedy, divine wrath, and human folly. This is a deep dive into the myth and the darker elements surrounding this terrifying creature. The Curse of Pasiphae. The Minotaur's tale begins with the union of King Minos of Crete and the god Poseidon. Minos, hoping to secure the favor of Poseidon and gain legitimacy of his reign, promised to sacrifice a magnificent bull that had emerged from the sea. However, Minos, taken by the bull's beauty, kept it for himself, thinking it was too majestic to sacrifice. In retribution, Poseidon cursed Minos' wife, Pasiphae. The curse causes Pasiphae to fall in love with the bull, and she seeks the help of Daedalus, the master craftsman. Daedalus constructed a wooden cow, a hollow, lifelike contraption where Pasiphae could hide. Through this grotesque device, she mated with the bull and became pregnant, giving birth to the Minotaur, half human, half bull. Thus, the Minotaur's existence is rooted in divine punishment and perverse desires, marking the creature as a tragic product of a king's broken vow and the god's vengeful wrath. The Labyrinth, a prison for the beast. To contain the Minotaur and prevent it from terrorizing the people of Crete, King Minos ordered the construction of an elaborate labyrinth, a maze so intricate that even its creator, Daedalus, could barely escape its twisting passages. The labyrinth became a prison for the creature and a dark symbol of Minos' power and fear. The Minotaur lived in the heart of the labyrinth, devouring those who were sent as sacrifices. Each year, Athens, which Minos had subjugated, was forced to send 7 young men and 7 young women to Crete as part of a blood tribute, and these poor souls were sent into the labyrinth to face certain death. The Minotaur's hunger was unrelenting, and its lair became a grisly place of death and despair. The labyrinth itself symbolized an inescapable fate, a place of suffering and death that no one could hope to escape from, much like the inevitable cycles of punishment and sin that the gods often imposed on mortals. Theseus and the slaying of the Minotaur. The Athenian hero, Theseus, eventually ended the Minotaur's reign of terror. Theseus, the son of Aegeus, king of Athens, volunteered to be one of the sacrificial victims to end the cycle of bloodshed. His goal was not only to slay the Minotaur, but also to end a constant tribute and free Athens from the tyranny of Minos. Upon arriving in Crete, Theseus caught the eye of Ariadne, Minos' daughter, who sympathized with his plight. She gave him a ball of thread, the famous Ariadne's thread, to help him navigate the labyrinth. Theseus tied one end of the thread to the labyrinth's entrance and, armed with a sword, ventured deep into the winding passages. There, in the heart of the labyrinth, he confronted the Minotaur. The creature was described as a monstrous, snarling beast with the body of a man and the head of a bull. Theseus fought the Minotaur with great bravery, and after a violent struggle, he ultimately killed the beast by strangling it and slaying it with his sword. Afterward, Theseus retraced his steps using the thread and escaped the labyrinth, freeing the other prisoners and ending the cruel tradition of human sacrifice. Ariadne, who helped him, was later abandoned by Theseus on the island of Naxos, where she was found by the god Dionysus. The darker themes of the Minotaur's myth: punishment and divine wrath. The Minotaur's very existence embodies divine vengeance. Poseidon's curse on Pasiphae demonstrates the god's power to shape the lives of mortals in cruel and unexpected ways. The Minotaur, born from this curse, represents the darker side of divine interference, a creature born from an unnatural, taboo union, condemned to live in darkness and violence. The labyrinth as a metaphor. The labyrinth itself is a powerful symbol in Greek mythology, representing not just the physical maze, but also the inner psychological and emotional turmoil of his victims. It stands for the inescapable nature of fate and the tragic futility of trying to outrun divine or cosmic justice. Those who enter the labyrinth are like those trapped in their fate or sins, unable to escape the consequences of their actions. Human and animal nature. The Minotaur is a grotesque hybrid whose very form questions the boundaries between human and beast, rationality and savagery. This is a reoccurring theme in Greek mythology, where monsters often embody the darker aspects of humanity: lust, rage, and violence. The Minotaur is both man and bull, symbolizing the duality of human nature, the rational mind trapped in an animal body or the animal instincts trapped in a human form. Sacrifice and violence. Minos' demand for tribute, sending young men and women to the labyrinth to be devoured, starkly portrays the brutality of ancient rituals and a cyclical, such a fucking dumbass word. Minos' demand for tribute, sending young men and women to the labyrinth to be devoured, starkly portrays the brutality of ancient rituals and the cyclical nature of violence. The Minotaur, in a twisted sense, becomes both the agent and the victim of this sacrifice. The bloodshed is endless, with the Minotaur only perpetrating the cycle of death that his own existence was born out of. Abandonment and betrayal. Ariadne's role in the myth introduces love, betrayal, and abandonment themes. She helps Theseus escape the labyrinth, only for him to later abandon her. Thus, the Minotaur is not only a symbol of brutal violence, but also the backdrop for human suffering and betrayal. This reflects the constant interplay between love, sacrifice, and often cruel turns of fate in Greek mythology. Aftermath. The fate of the Minotaur Slayer. Though Theseus slays the Minotaur, and returns to Athens victorious, his story does not end happily. Theseus' return journey is marred by tragedy. Due to a misunderstanding, his father Aegeus believes Theseus had perished. In despair, Aegeus throws himself into the sea known as the Aegean Sea. Many other adventures mark Theseus' later reign, but the shadow of the Minotaur, his bloody legacy, remains a constant part of his story. The Minotaur's myth, though seemingly concluded with the hero's victory, reflects the inescapability of fate. Theseus' triumph over the beast symbolizes the brief victory of human agency against a universe ruled by cruel and capricious gods. Still, it also highlights that even heroes cannot escape the tragic consequences of their actions or the dark forces at work. The Minotaur's myth is one of the darkest in Greek mythology, filled with divine punishment, human tragedy, and the complexity of nature and fate. The creature's existence is a direct consequence of divine anger and a symbol of the uncontrollable, destructive forces lurking in human nature. It reminds us that even the mightiest heroes can be entangled in cycles of violence and sorrow, and that in the labyrinth of life, there may be no true escape from the consequences of the past. The Gorgons and Medusa have long been subjects of dark and eerie mythological tales. In Greek mythology, Gorgons are typically depicted as terrifying creatures with snakes for hair whose gaze could turn people to stone. While many myths surround them, Medusa, the most famous of the three Gorgon sisters, holds the darkest and most tragic place in mythology. The Gorgons, the sisters and their curse. There are three Gorgon sisters in Greek mythology, all daughters of the ancient sea gods Phorcys and Ceto. Their names are Cthino, the eldest, known for her incredible strength and cruelty. Uriel, the middle sister's voice, was described as a terrifying scream. She also had an immortal nature. Medusa, the youngest and most famous of the sisters. Medusa's story is the most tragic and complex. The Gorgons were fearsome creatures, typically depicted with their hair made of living, writhing snakes. Their eyes were said to be able to turn anyone who gazed upon them directly into stone. They were often portrayed as monstrous women with sharp fangs, tusks, and scales covering their bodies. Their role in mythology is one of terror, and they were often feared by gods and mortals alike. Medusa, the mortal tragedy. Medusa's story is one of transformation, punishment, and vengeance. While her sisters were immortal, Medusa was once a beautiful mortal woman. She was renowned for her stunning beauty, and in some versions of the myth, she was a priestess of Athena who swore an oath of chastity. However, Medusa's beauty will become both her blessing and her curse. The violation of Medusa. The most famous version of Medusa's myth involves the god Poseidon. According to the myth, Poseidon, overcome by desire, assaulted Medusa in Athena's temple. Some versions suggest that Medusa was not only violated but also defiled in the sacred space, which enraged the goddess Athena. Athena, rather than punishing Poseidon, turned her wrath upon Medusa. In an act of cruel punishment, she transformed a beautiful young woman into a Gorgon. Medusa's hair became a mass of writhing, venomous snakes, and her once lovely face became so hideous that anyone looking at her would immediately be turned to stone. This transformation was not just physical, but also symbolic. Medusa was punished for something that was mainly out of her control, and in her monstrous form, she became both a victim and a terror. The curse of Medusa's gaze. After her transformation, Medusa was exiled to a remote island far from the world of mortals. The curse of her gaze was both her power and her torment. She could no longer interact with others without turning them into stone. Over time, Medusa had become a symbol of rage and loneliness, her existence a prison of her own making. However, despite her monstrous nature, Medusa is also a tragic figure. Some versions of the myth suggest, in her solitude, she became a victim of isolation and her own tragic fate. Her transformation from a beautiful woman to a hideous creature symbolizes how the gods could turn mortal beauty into something dangerous and destructive. Perseus and the slaying of Medusa. Medusa's story reaches its tragic climax when the hero Perseus is sent on a seemingly impossible quest to kill her. Perseus, who is aided by gods such as Athena and Hermes, must navigate the dangers of the Gorgon's lair and find a way to kill Medusa without looking at her directly. Athena gives Perseus a reflective bronze shield, which allows him to view Medusa's reflection and avoid turning to stone. He sneaks up on her while she sleeps and decapitates her, holding her head aloft. Medusa's severed head still retains its power, and Perseus uses it in later adventures, including rescuing Andromeda from a sea monster. The dark legacy of Medusa's head. After Medusa's death, her head continued to have terrifying powers. Her head was said to retain the ability to turn anyone to stone, and various figures in mythology often used it for protection or as a weapon. For instance, Athena took Medusa's head and placed it on her shield, the Aegis, a symbol of divine power and protection. The head of Medusa thus became a symbol of both terror and power, embodying both the destructive potential of vengeance and the protective force of the gods. Medusa's head also became a motif in later art and culture, symbolizing danger, transformation, punishment, and the consequences of divine wrath. Her image is often used to ward off evil, turning her curse into a form of protection for others. The myth of Medusa, especially in her transformation, has been interpreted in many ways. Some view Medusa as a symbol of female rage, a representation of how women who defy social norms or who suffer from trauma can be demonized and punished. Medusa's transformation from beauty into monstrosity reflects the idea that the gods and society can take something pure and turn it into something dangerous when they seek to control or punish. Others see Medusa as a symbol of power of the marginalized or silenced, her terrifying gaze representing a way for the oppressed to fight back against their abusers. In modern interpretations, she is sometimes seen as a feminist icon, a symbol of reclaiming power after suffering abuse. The Gorgon myth evolves and changes with each telling. Some cultures view the Gorgons not as solely negative beings, but as representations of ancient, primal forces. In many cases, the myth of the Gorgons and Medusa has been adopted and reinterpreted over time, transforming from a warning about the dangers of beauty and vengeance into a more complex tale about victimhood, revenge, and the consequences of divine injustice. In art and literature, Medusa is frequently depicted as a monster and a tragic figure, a woman who was transformed into a beast due to forces beyond her control. She has become a figure who symbolizes both the destructive power of anger and the tragic consequences of being punished for something that was not her fault. In conclusion, the dark lore and myths surrounding the Gorgons, and particularly Medusa, revolve around themes of transformation, punishment, power, and victimization. Medusa's myth has resonated throughout the ages, continuing to evolve and inspire a range of interpretations, from horror to feminist reclaiming of power. Harpies, in their most ancient form, are creatures rooted in the dark corners of mythology. Their names synonymous with fear, vengeance, and destruction. Though often depicted as winged women with the lower body of a bird, their mythological lore spans cultures and centuries, evolving from divine ages of punishment to malevolent forces in their own right. Harpies' origins and symbolic meanings are deeply tied to the ancient themes of fate, wrath, and the supernatural. Here's a deep dive into the darker aspects of their mythos. Greek mythology. The harpies' earliest and most famous depictions appear in ancient Greek myth. Their name, derived from the Greek word harpizane, to snatch, reflects their nature as soul snatchers and tormentors. In early myth, harpies were often described as female storm spirits who would swoop down and steal people, food, or treasures, leaving only desolation behind them. Venus, a prophet, had been cursed by the gods to suffer hunger and thirst, as the harpies would swoop down and steal his food before he can eat it, leaving him in a perpetual state of suffering. When Jason and the Argonauts came across him, they helped him by driving away the harpies and chasing them into the sea. Harpies, in this context, represent the wrath of the gods, often as agents of divine retribution. They are relentless, and their actions are often seen as expressions of uncontrollable divine fury or punishment. They can also symbolize the unpredictability and danger of nature itself. In early depictions, harpies were sometimes shown as beautiful women with the body of birds, with sharp talons and feathers that could tear through flesh. Over time, though, the image became more grotesque. By the later Greek period, they were depicted as less human and more monstrous, wild, ravenous, and fearsome. These harpies had shrieking voices that could drive people mad, and their terrifying appearance enhanced their role as symbols of anguish and torment. Punishers of the wicked. In some versions of the myth, harpies are seen as forces of divine punishment sent to punish those who have committed wrongs. In a world where gods controlled fate, the harpies were justice tools, punishing individuals for their sins. They were often associated with the underworld and retribution, acting as intermediaries between the divine and the mortal worlds. As the lore evolved, the harpies became more strongly tied to the concept of death and the afterlife. In some traditions, they were thought to serve Hades, the god of the underworld, carrying the souls of the dead to their final resting places or tormenting the souls of the damned. This connection to death only deepened their sinister reputation, as harpies were seen as creatures that could snatch life away in an instant, tearing away the soul or person from the mortal world. In some later traditions, especially in Roman times, the harpies took on a more malevolent character. They were no longer merely punishing wrongdoers, but were seen as instruments of destruction, dangerous, unpredictable forces of nature that could bring plague, famine, and ruin. They were creatures of vengeance, often associated with the darker aspects of human experience, hopelessness, suffering, and death. Harpies are also interpreted as figures of maternal or feminine fury. Their winged bird-like nature links them to an ancient, primal force of womanhood that could be both nurturing and terrifying. This notion is echoed in modern readings, which sometimes cast harpies as manifestations of the wrath of scorned or wronged women, driven to madness by betrayal or injustice. Harpies in the underworld, myth, punishment, and the afterlife. One of the most chilling connections of harpies in Greek myth is their role in the punishment of King Tantalus, who was condemned to an eternity of starvation and thirst in the underworld. According to some versions of his story, harpies would defecate on the food and drink that he was eternally trying to grasp, intensifying his torment and reinforcing the idea that these creatures were agents of divine vengeance. The harpies' association with the underworld also extends to their role as agents of Hades, governing the flow of souls. In this light, harpies are sometimes considered dark angels of the afterlife, ensuring that the dead reach their final destination, a place of torment or eternal peace. But their presence is not one of comfort, for they symbolize the harsh inevitability of death, the fear of punishment, and the rage of the gods. Though much of the myth of the harpy has been softened or romanticized in modern depictions, sometimes portrayed as tragic or misunderstood figures, the dark side of their nature still lingers in popular culture. The harpy remains a symbol of primal vengeance, wrath, and the fury of the gods, and her myth reflects ancient fears of retribution, suffering, and the unknown. In modern fantasy literature, video games, In movies, harpies are often portrayed as monstrous women or bird-like creatures embodying chaos and destruction. They are frequently used as symbols of nature's destructive power or as a supernatural force that meddle in human affairs. The harpies of ancient myth were never merely creatures of flight or hunger. They were born from the darkest recesses of defying punishment and natural fury. Whether acting as agents of justice or embodiments of vengeance, they wielded destruction as a reflection of the uncontrollable forces of fate and wrath. Their myth serves as a haunting reminder of the consequences of anger, greed, and cruelty, and their dark legacy endures as a symbol of the supernatural forces that lurk at the edges of human understanding. The lore and myths surrounding sirens are dark and mysterious, filled with tragic beauty, seduction, and death. Though the concept of sirens has evolved, the earliest tales often paint them as malevolent beings who prey on sailors and wanderers, leading them to their doom. The earliest references to sirens come from the Greek mythology. Though they weren't always the half-bird, half-woman creatures we think of today, initially, sirens were often depicted as beautiful, dangerous women with bird-like features, sometimes as full birds or with the upper bodies of women and the lower bodies of birds. Homer's Odyssey is one of the most famous texts featuring sirens. In this epic, Odysseus and his men encounter the sirens while journeying home after the Trojan War. The sirens sing haunting, seductive songs that lure sailors towards the rocks where their ships are wrecked and they are drowned. To avoid this fate, Odysseus orders his men to plug their ears with beeswax and has himself tied to the mast of his ship so he cannot act on his desires to follow their voices. The sirens' song are so compelling that they push Odysseus to madness, but he cannot escape their pull. The Orgonautica by Apollonius of Rhodes presents a slightly different version. The Argonauts escape the sirens by hearing Orpheus play his lyre, which drowns out their song. In both cases, the sirens' songs are depicted as irresistible, capable of ensnaring even the most determined minds. Their beauty, mixed with danger, encapsulates the duality of allure and depth that defines their mythology. At their core, sirens are harbingers of death. Their songs are not just tempting, they are lethal. The idea that they lure sailors to their deaths symbolizes the fatal attraction of dangerous beauty and unavoidable pull toward destruction that can never be resisted. This association with death is tied to the themes of fate and the predestination in Greek mythology, where forces beyond their control often doom mortals. Sirens also embody the dark side of feminine power, sexuality, and seduction. Their beauty is their weapon, and they use it to manipulate and to destroy. This is an ancient metaphor for the fear of female sexuality, often portrayed in myth as something both seductive and dangerous. The idea of a woman who is simultaneously nurturing and deadly is a recurrent theme in many mythologies, and the siren is one of its most haunting incarnations. Over time, the depiction of sirens evolved, with them sometimes being transformed into mermaids or aquatic creatures. In these later versions, they lose their bird-like features, but the sense of tragedy and the promise of death remains. There are theories that this transformation mirrors the loss of more primal, savage aspect of the siren, as stories of sailors' peril on the seas evolved into more romanticized, human-like depictions of mermaids. The siren songs are often described as promising knowledge, fulfillment, or realizing a sailor's deepest desires. For Odysseus, their song is a promise of lost wisdom, of hearing the secrets of the world, but it's an illusion. Their song is a mask for their true purpose, to destroy anyone who falls prey to them. The idea of desire leading to death is central to many mythological traditions, as it reflects humanity's complex relationship with longing and morality. As the myth of the siren spread through Western culture, their image began to blend with other figures of myth, such as mermaids, witches, and even vampires. In medieval and Renaissance art, sirens were often depicted as beautiful but tragic figures, sometimes showing them weeping as they caused sailors' deaths. This image highlights their role as victims and villains, cursed to sing their songs of death even as they yearn for something they can never possess. In literature, sirens began to symbolize the dangers of forbidden knowledge and temptation. In later works, like those of romantic poets or Victorian literature, sirens may represent unattainable or repressed desires with tragic outcomes. Today, the siren myth captivates artists, writers, and filmmakers. In modern interpretations, sirens are often used to explore themes of forbidden allure and the consequences of desire. Films, novels, and music videos frequently depict sirens as femme fatales, beautiful but deadly women who entrap men or lead them to destruction. Yet, there's also a growing trend of reimagining the siren as a more sympathetic figure, sometimes exploring her as a victim of circumstances or the embodiment of unfulfilled longing. In some postmodern interpretations, sirens are presented as tragic, misunderstood creatures, both prey and predator. The beauty and allure of the siren, once solely linked to death, is now seen as a complex and multifaceted, perhaps even as an expression of empowerment or an analogy for the dangers of unrestrained desire. The dark lore of sirens weaves together themes of death, seduction, transformation, and power. These mythological creatures remain a compelling symbol of the irresistible force of temptation and the destruction of consequences of yielding to desires that cannot be fulfilled. In a sense, the sirens are both a warning and a reflection of the dangers within human nature itself, tempting, tragic, and ultimately doomed to bring those who listen too close to their end. The Cyclops, often depicted as fearsome one-eyed giants, have a rich and dark mythology stretching across Greek and Roman myths with later influences from other ancient cultures. While they are most commonly associated with Homer's Odyssey, their lore expands into various grim and ominous Greek and broader Mediterranean mythology narratives. Here's an exploration of their darker aspects. In ancient Greek tradition, Cyclops were not a homogeneous race, but could be divided into different types, each with its ominous characteristics. The primitive Cyclops, one-eyed giants. These Cyclops were among the first children of Uranus and Gaia. They were often portrayed as wild, uncivilized beings. Their most famous appearance is in Homer's Odyssey, where the hero Odysseus encounters Polyphemus, a Cyclops living on an isolated island. Their primitive nature and lack of civilization make them inherently unpredictable and violent. They are not just physical threats, but also symbolic of a chaotic, untamed force of nature existing outside the order of the gods. The skilled Cyclops, godly artisans. In contrast, the second type of Cyclops were skilled blacksmiths and craftsmen who worked under the rule of the gods, especially Zeus. These Cyclops forged the thunderbolts of Zeus, Poseidon's trident, and Hades' helmet of invisibility. They were unknown for their immense strength and craftsmanship, yet their work as both awe-inspiring and terrifying in its power. They were known for their immense strength and craftsmanship, yet their work was both awe-inspiring and terrifying in its power. While these Cyclops served the gods, their creations like Zeus's thunderbolt were tools of destruction and vengeance. The Cyclops were often associated with the darker aspects of divine power, representing the terrifying, uncontrollable forces of nature harnessed by the gods. Perhaps the most famous and dark myth involving a Cyclops is the story of Polyphemus, the son of Poseidon and Medusa, a sea nymph. The story appears in Homer's Odyssey, where Odysseus and his crew are stranded on the island of Cyclops. When Odysseus and his men enter Polyphemus' cave seeking food and shelter, Polyphemus traps them inside. The Cyclops is a terrifying figure, gigantic, savage, and with a single monstrous eye in the center of his forehead. He is shown to be both brutal and unreasonably violent, killing and devouring some of Odysseus' crew members. In both cunning and dark desperation, Odysseus devises a plan to blind the Cyclops using a sharpened wooden stake. The other Cyclops cannot help Polyphemus because of his cryptic shout. When he cries for help, he tells them that nobody is hurting him. Polyphemus' pride and arrogance prevent him from realizing the cleverness of Odysseus' plan, leading to his downfall. Polyphemus' actions embody the savagery of the Cyclops. His cannibalism and brutality reflect a dark, primal aspect of existence that humans fear. The themes of trickery, revenge, and suffering at the hands of these giants are central to their darker mythological representation. The curse of Poseidon and the Cyclops. In some versions of the myth, Polyphemus' suffering at the hands of Odysseus brings down the wrath of Poseidon, who curses Odysseus and his men. This curse leads to further torment and death for the Greek hero's crew, highlighting how the Cyclops are linked to divine retribution and vengeance. Poseidon, enraged by his son's humiliation, ensures that Odysseus will face a prolonged and torturous journey home, with several misfortunes directly linked to his encounter with Polyphemus. Through their direct ties to the gods, the Cyclops bring forth the wrath of the divine world. While seemingly isolated, their actions result in more immense cosmic consequences that reflect the dangerous and capricious nature of the gods themselves. The role of Cyclops in creation myths. Some ancient sources link the Cyclops to the creation of the world. According to Hesiod's Theogony, the Cyclops were born of a primordial union of Uranus and Gaia. After their birth, Uranus, their father, imprisoned them in Tartarus because he feared their strength. They were later freed by the Titan Kronos and aided in overthrowing Uranus, contributing to the violent and bloody nature of the world's creation. The Cyclops' existence is tied to violence and rebellion. Their release from Tartarus marks a shift in the divine power structure, bringing more chaos and destruction. They symbolize the chaotic forces of nature that resist control, often only becoming instruments of destruction when manipulated by higher powers. In some traditions, Cyclops are linked with the underworld. They are sometimes considered to inhabit the dark, shadowy realms beneath the earth. This association with the underworld further deepens the ominous character of the Cyclops, as they are often seen as guardians or creatures tied to death and the afterlife. The underworld connection emphasizes the Cyclops' association with death, darkness, and subconscious fears of the unknown. Their presence in the realms signifies a force that can create and destroy, reinforcing their dual nature as creators and agents of devastation. The symbolism of the Cyclops' eye. The singular eye of the Cyclops has deep symbolic meaning in mythology. It represents a vision that is both limited and all-seeing. The Cyclops sees the world through a lens of raw, untempered force that is blind to nuance or subtleties. The Cyclops' eye represents a terrifying concentration of power. It suggests a single-minded creature driven by base instincts with no capacity for empathy or understanding. In the myth of Polyphemus, this single eye becomes a symbol of vulnerability yet also of impenetrable strength. Blinding Polyphemus is not just physical, it is a symbolic of overcoming a monstrous, all-consuming force of nature. In later European folklore and stories, Cyclops are often depicted as part of a broader category of giant or monster myths. Their role as solitary, dangerous figures resonates in the stories of isolated, evil creatures who are physically robust and spiritually corrupt. In some traditions, their one eye and their monstrous nature are linked with the idea of demonic or supernatural power that preys on humanity. In myth, the Cyclops are more than just giant, one-eyed beings. They are embodiments of chaos, violence, and the untamed forces of the world. Whether as barbaric, cannibalistic monsters like Polyphemus or as skilled but dangerous blacksmiths of the gods, their stories are filled with themes of primal fear, divine wrath, and the unpredictable nature of existence. Their dark lore reminds us of the terror that lies beyond human control and the cost of defying or manipulating such forces. Cerberus, the three-headed dog of Greek mythology, is an imposing figure that guards the gates of the underworld. His role as the keeper of Hades' realm casts him in a dark light as he stands as a literal and symbolic boundary between the living and the dead. While his primary role is to prevent the souls of the dead from escaping the underworld and to keep the living from entering without permission, the mythology surrounding him is steeped in mystery, fear, and dark omens. Cerberus is typically described as having 3 heads, a serpent-like tail, and snakes protruding from his back, which adds a grotesque and ominous quality to his appearance. The name Cerberus itself might derive from the ancient Greek kaberos, which may be linked to the word for pest or bringer of destruction. He is the offspring of the terrifying monsters Echidna, a half-woman, half-snake creature, and Typhon, a primordial serpentine giant, one of the most fearsome figures in Greek mythology. This lineage ties Cerberus to the world of primal chaos and destruction, making him an embodiment of the chaotic and terrifying forces that lurk beneath the surface of the known world. In the realm of the underworld, Cerberus serves as a singular function, guarding the gates of Hades to ensure that souls of the dead cannot return to the living world. He is a creature of profound darkness as he stands between life and death, guarding the boundary of the afterlife. He is one of the many minions of Hades, the god of the dead, who rules the underworld. Cerberus is most famously encountered in Greek mythology during Hercules' 12 labors. The 12th and final labor requires Hercules to descend into the underworld and capture Cerberus alive. This is not an easy feat, as Cerberus is often depicted as a fierce and untamable beast. Hercules, with the help of Hermes, the god of travelers, boundaries, and thieves, and Athena, goddess of wisdom, is able to subdue Cerberus, though not without considerable effort. He manages to chain the beast and return with him to King Eurystheus, who is horrified by the creature's monstrous presence. In the Aeneid, by the Roman poet Virgil, Cerberus is described as a multi-headed dog fiercely guarding the gates of hell. Virgil adds another layer of dark symbolism by portraying the beast as a literal and metaphorical barrier between the dead and the living. The poet's depiction of Cerberus enhances the dark and terrifying nature of the underworld, and he is not just a creature of mythology, but a representation of the impassable separation between the living and the dead. In Orphic mythology, Cerberus was sometimes depicted as a symbol of the soul's torment after death. His many heads represented different aspects of the soul's journey through the afterlife, as each head could be seen as a distinct form of suffering or challenge that the soul must endure before it finds its final resting place. In the Homeric hymns, Cerberus is described as a fearsome creature who can be appeased or subdued only by the gods, further emphasizing his terrifying power and status as a creature of cosmic fear. Cerberus is a powerful symbol of death's inescapable nature. His role as the guardian of the underworld implies that death cannot be avoided or escaped, no matter how hard one tries. In this way, Cerberus serves as a reminder of mortality, and his image often evokes feelings of dread as he marks the final boundary that the living cannot cross. Cerberus is not only a protector of the realm of the dead, but also a symbol of a threshold that the living cannot cross. In this sense, his presence emphasizes the ultimate finality of death. Once one has entered the underworld, there is no going back, and Cerberus is there to reinforce this role. This boundary between life and death makes him an apt figure in various symbolic representations, including art, literature, and philosophy. The image of Cerberus has endured in Western culture, appearing in literature, films, and games. He is often used as a symbol of fear or power, or as a metaphor for overwhelming challenges. His 3 heads have been interpreted in many ways, from representing the past, present, and future to signifying the complexity and multiplicity of the human soul or consciousness. While often seen as a menacing figure, Cerberus could also be interpreted as a protector, albeit with a dark and violent nature. In some versions of the myth, he is said only to attack those who try to escape the underworld or trespass unlawfully, suggesting that his duty is not to bring suffering, but to maintain the natural order of life and death. This duality, both protector and destroyer, adds a layer of complexity to his character. Cerberus's fear is tied to the concept of the unknown. In Greek mythology, the underworld is not just a place for the dead, but a realm of mystery and uncertainty. Cerberus, as the guardian of this realm, becomes a figure of terror not just because of his fierce appearance, but because he represents the ultimate barrier of human understanding, what lies beyond death, where no mortal can venture. Cerberus's chaotic and terrifying appearance, snakes, multiple heads, and a fierce demeanor ties him to the primal forces of the universe. He is a descendant of Typhon, the embodiment of destruction and chaos, further cementing his role as a force of nature that stands outside the control of mortal beings. In the darkest corners of Greek mythology, Cerberus remains a reminder that death is not an event to be feared alone, but an unchanging part of the natural order, an eternal, uncontrollable force. The Chimera, a creature from Greek mythology, is one of the most fearsome and iconic monsters. It embodies a terrifying fusion of multiple animals, each symbolizing different aspects of chaos, destruction, and unnatural power. The creature itself is often depicted with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and a serpent for a tail, though the exact description varies across sources. It symbolizes unnatural hybridity, something born from breaking the natural order, an omen of disaster. The Chimera's origins are dark and intertwined with the gods and their desire to create and destroy. In Greek myth, the Chimera was born from the union of the monster Typhon and the serpent-like Echidna, both of whom were embodiments of primal chaos. Typhon, often considered the most fearsome of the ancient Greek monsters, was a creature so massive and terrible that the gods themselves feared him. Echidna, a half-woman, half-snake monster, was his mate, and together, they birthed numerous other horrors of the ancient world, including an Nemean lion, the Lernaean Hydra, and the Chimera. The Chimera was no mere beast of terror. It was an affront to nature itself. Its form, composed of parts of different animals, lion, goat, and serpent, was unnatural and could never exist in the normal world. Its form, composed of parts of different animals, lion, goat, and serpent, was unnatural and could never exist in the normal world. The creature represents the perversion of life, the crossing of boundaries, and the violation of the natural order. It was a reminder of what could happen when chaos reigns and the primordial forces of destruction are allowed to shape the world. The Chimera's presence in myth reflects not just his physical terror, but also the broader themes of war, divine wrath, and the fragility of civilization. As a monster, it embodied an overwhelming force that could not easily be contained or defeated. It terrorized the land of Lycia, spewing fire from its lion's mouth, furthering its role as a symbol of uncontrollable devastation. The fact that the Chimera could breathe fire only added to its terrifying power, signaling that it was a force of nature that transcended human ability to reason or resist. The beast was said to be immortal, a characteristic often attributed to divine and infernal creatures in mythology. This immortality made it nearly impossible to defeat, and its rampage through Lycia was a source of great suffering for the people. The Chimera's role as a harbinger of doom was cemented in his relentless attack on civilization and nature. The Chimera's mystic life is intertwined with the hero Bellerophon, a prince tasked with slaying the monster. The encounter with the Chimera is one of the defining moments of Bellerophon's story, showcasing his courage and the divine aid he received. According to the myth, Bellerophon was aided by the winged horse Pegasus, which he tamed with the help of the goddess Athena. With Pegasus' ability to fly, Bellerophon could confront the Chimera from the air, evading the creature's fiery breath and deadly attacks. Using a spear or sword, Bellerophon struck the chimera precisely, often said to have killed it by thrusting a lead weapon into its mouth. The lead would melt in the chimera's fiery breath, poisoning the monster from the inside out. In some versions, the chimera dies, but in others, it is wounded or forced into retreat. Regardless of the outcome, the defeat of the chimera by Bellerophon is seen as triumph of order over chaos, but it also sets in motion a tragic downfall of Bellerophon himself. Despite the victory, Bellerophon's life ultimately takes a dark turn. His hubris, having killed such a powerful creature, led him to attempt to fly to Mount Olympus on Pegasus. The gods, angered by his pride, caused him to fall from the sky, and he lived the rest of his days in misery and exile. The chimera, therefore, not only represents physical danger, but also serves as a reminder of the fate that befalls those who overstep their bounds. The chimera's hybrid nature, its parts taken from different creatures, symbolizes both unnatural creation and the collapse of natural boundaries. It is a mythic creature that speaks to the dangers of interference with the natural order, whether by gods or mortals. In some interpretations, the chimera embodies psychological or cultural fears, representing the monstrous things that emerge when the boundaries between categories, human and animal, natural and unnatural, are blurred. The chimera is often seen as a symbol of dangers of unchecked desire and power. The creature's fire-breathing mouth suggests both rage and consumption, and its ability to destroy cities and entire landscapes points to the uncontrollable forces of chaos, whether they be divine wrath, human war, or nature's destructive capacity. Its existence suggests that the world is full of things beyond human understanding and control. The chimera has continued to captivate imaginations through modern retellings and interpretations. It appears in literature, film, and video games as a symbol of monstrosity and an opponent that requires physical and intellectual might to overcome. The creature also serves as a metaphor for the dangers of hybridization, experimentation, and the consequences of creating something that defies nature. In modern scientific discourse, the term chimera has even taken on a more literal meaning, referring to organisms created by combining the genetic material of different species, such as in genetic engineering or cloning. In this sense, the myth of the chimera continues to resonate as a cautionary tale about humanity's attempts to control or manipulate life itself, a dark reflection of contemporary fears about science, technology, and the ethics of genetic manipulation. Thus, the chimera's lore is a tale that spans centuries, representing the eternal struggle between order and chaos, life and death, and humanity's role in the vast, uncontrollable forces of the universe. Ogres have long been shrouded in dark folklore and myth, their origins rooted in the ancient fear of the unknown and the monstrous. These creatures are typically depicted as brutish, large, and cannibalistic beings, often with features that evoke revulsion, such as twisted limbs, gnarled faces, or grotesque deformities. While the details of the ogre lore can vary widely depending on region and culture, they share common themes of malevolence, hunger, and primal connection to the dark, uncivilized forces of the world. Origins of ogre and myths. The earliest known references to ogres appear in European folklore, but similar figures can be found in other cultures. In Norse mythology, for example, the Jotun, the giants, can be seen as distant relatives of the ogre, beings who are often in opposition to the gods and humans. In other parts of the world, such as the Middle East and Asia, stories of large, menacing creatures seem to parallel the ogre archetype. The word ogre itself likely comes from the French, popularized in Charles Perrault's fairy tales in the late 17th century. However, the concept of gigantic human-eating monsters predates these stories, with the ancient Greeks having the tales of Gigantes and Cyclops and the infamous Polyphemus who famously devoured Odysseus' men. In medieval Europe, ogres became prominent figures in myth and fairy tales. They often served as antagonists who would kidnap children or travelers and feast on them. These ogres were often depicted as unreasoning and savage, though some were cunning enough to trap their prey. Ogres are often portrayed as voracious consumers driven by a boundless appetite. They are hungry, not just for food, but for destruction and chaos. They would kidnap women, children, and entire villages, devouring them in their lairs. In some stories, ogres have been known to possess magical abilities that help them capture their victims and conceal their hideouts. Ogres are often described as living in remote, isolated places, deep forests, caves, or mountain ranges far from reach of civilization. This isolation reinforces their role as outcasts, beings who are disconnected from human society and its moral norms. These lairs often carry an air of malevolence and decay, mirroring the ogre's twisted natures. Cannibalism is a recurrent theme in ogre folklore. They are not just predators, but creatures that consume their kind or humans without remorse. This grotesque trait ties the ogre to the most primal force of violence, the act of devouring other beings to survive or for pleasure. In specific stories, ogres are organized into tribes or kingdoms led by a king or chieftain. These figures are often more intelligent and strategic, using their strength and cunning to dominate lesser beings. These ogre kings can be seen as embodiments of anarchy and tyranny, ruling over their people with brutal authority. Despite their power, ogres are not invincible. Many European tales, such as Jack and the Beanstalk, involve a hero overcoming an ogre through wit, bravery, or magic. The ogre often represents a challenge or a test of the hero's moral and physical strength, and their defeat symbolizes triumph over darkness and savagery. Ogres in other cultures. The Japanese Oni. In Japan, the Oni are similar to ogres. Oni are frequently depicted as evil spirits that prey on humans, especially children. They are said to live in the mountains or on remote islands where they feast on flesh and cause disasters. While not always depicted as cannibals, Oni share many traits with great ogres of the Western lore, including their monstrous appearance and insatiable hunger. In ancient Persian mythology, ogres appear as divs, malevolent beings that oppose the gods and humanity. These creatures were believed to be dark spirits that resided in desolate and dangerous places, often associated with chaos and corruption. Some stories describe them as monstrous figures who would consume human flesh or spirits, reinforcing the concept of the ogre as a creature that defies the natural order. African and Caribbean folklore. In many African cultures, stories of large, monstrous beings exist similar to ogres. In Caribbean folklore, the Jumbi is a malevolent spirit or creature that shares the ogre's tendency to prey on humans, particularly children. These creatures are often seen as remnants of ancient, pre-colonial beliefs about the wild and the supernatural. Ogres are deeply symbolic, representing the darker, more primal aspects of human nature and the world. They embody the chaos of nature, the fear of the wilderness, and the corruption of innocence. They often symbolize fear of the other. The ogre is an outsider, an inhuman creature whose very existence threatens the moral and social order of the world. In a way, the ogre represents the unknown, the other, that is monstrous and dangerous simply because it is foreign to human norms. Greed and consumption. Ogres are often depicted as being driven by an insatiable physical or metaphorical hunger. They can represent the destructive nature of greed, the desire to consume without limit, and the destruction that results from unchecked desire. Corruption of innocence. Many fairy tales involving ogres revolve around the kidnapping or corruption of children. The ogre in these tales is often a force that disrupts the purity or safetyhood of children, turning innocence into prey. These stories can symbolize the loss of innocence, as children are forced to confront the world's dangers through their encounter with the ogre. In modern media, ogres have been reinterpreted in various ways. They are sometimes depicted as misunderstood creatures, such as in the Shrek franchise, where the ogre is a sympathetic character, a lovable outcast. However, even in these interpretations, the ogre retains some of the primal, darker qualities of the original myth: the fear of being alone, the desire to protect one's home, and an ongoing struggle with an unfriendly world. More traditional representations of ogres can still be found in horror films, fantasy novels, and video games, where they remain embodiments of fear, hunger, and violence. Whether solitary creatures lurking in the dark or monstrous hordes threatening entire kingdoms, ogres continue to haunt our collective imagination as beings representing the untamed and terrifying aspects of existence. Ogres remain a potent symbol of our darkest fears: the fear of being consumed, encountering the monstrous, and confronting the primal aspects of the human psyche. Their mythos have persisted through the ages, shifting in form but never losing its essence, that of beings who exist beyond the boundaries of civilization, driven by hunger, violence, and a twisted sense of dominance. Whether in ancient myths or modern adaptations, the ogre continues to embody the eternal struggle between humanity and the forces of chaos. Centaurs, creatures with a human's upper body and a horse's lower body, have been a part of mythology for millennia. While they are often depicted as noble or tragic figures in various mythologies, particularly in Greek myth, there is a darker, more mysterious side to their lore, especially in earlier, pre-classical accounts and certain regional traditions. Here are some of the more ominous and eerie aspects of centaur mythology. Violence in wilderness. Centaurs are frequently portrayed as embodying the untamed forces of nature. In many ancient myths, they are seen as wild, unruly, and prone to fits of rage, embodying the animalistic instincts of the horse combined with the intellect of humanity. This duality often leads to violence, particularly when their primal side overtakes their reason. The Battle of the Lapiths and Centaurs. One of the most famous violent episodes involving centaurs comes from the Greek myth of the Battle of Lapiths and Centaurs. At the wedding of Perithous and Hippodamia, the centaurs, who were guests, became drunk and attempted to abduct the bride and other women. This savagery sparked a bloody battle between the centaurs and the Lapiths, a tribe of warriors. The centaurs' uncontrollable nature led to a devastating fight where they were ultimately defeated. This story reflects the dark side of the centaur myth, where their wild, untamed nature leads them to terrible violence, and they are ultimately shown as a threat to civilization and order. The centaur, Chiron, a tragic figure. Though not inherently evil, Chiron, the most famous and noble of the centaurs, stands apart in his character, and his story is filled with profound tragedy. Unlike other centaurs, Chiron was known for his wisdom, kindness, and healing abilities. However, this tale is not without dark elements. Chiron was accidentally wounded by an arrow poisoned with the blood of a Hydra, which caused him immense and unending pain. He could not die as an immortal, but was cursed to suffer eternally. Unable to end his life, he sought a way to end his suffering, but his immortality prevented it. Ultimately, he traded his immortality with Prometheus, who Zeus had punished, and Chiron died, passing into legend as a symbol of sacrifice, wisdom, and the inevitability of suffering. The idea of an immortal being trapped in endless torment, unable to escape his fate, adds a somber and tragic layer to centaur mythology. The centaur as a symbol of disorder. In many mythological traditions, centaurs symbolize chaos and a rejection of civilization. Their existence, half human, half animal, makes them a liminal, unstable figure not fully belonging to either world. This often reflects fears of the untamed wilderness and the dangers beyond the boundaries of an ordered society. In this sense, centaurs were seen as metaphors for the forces of anarchy and barbarism that could potentially overwhelm civilization. For example, in later interpretations of mythology, centaurs were sometimes viewed as representing the darker, more violent instincts within human nature itself, while the human part of their body could reason. The horse-like part represented raw, unbridled aggression. The resulting tension could lead to tragic outcomes, where these creatures could either threaten society or be driven into isolation. Some ancient texts and myths associate centaurs with the underworld and the darker aspects of nature. In some versions of the myth, they are said to dwell on the fringes of civilization or in areas considered cursed like the wild, dark forest or caves that exist outside the bounds of human settlement. Their violent tendencies and semi-bestial nature gave them an association with the forces of death and destruction. In certain traditions, centaurs were said to be the offspring of Ixion, a mortal king who attempted to seduce Hera, the queen of the gods. Zeus punished Ixion and cast him into the underworld, and his children, the centaurs, were often portrayed as outcast. The idea that they were born from a punishment tied to the realms of the dead further links them to darker aspects of the world, reinforcing their symbolic ties to disorder and destruction. Centaurs also took on a darker, more malevolent role in later European folklore. In some medieval and Renaissance tales, centaurs are transformed into wild, monstrous creatures that preyed upon travelers or lived in desolate, dangerous regions. These tales were often influenced by the increasingly Christian worldview, where centaurs were seen as a hybrid creature, imperfect, monstrous, caught between heaven and earth, embodying the idea of sin and corruption. In addition to their association with violence and chaos, centaurs were also sometimes linked with the darker forces of the natural world. As half-horse beings, they represented untamed landscapes, forests, mountains, and wilderness areas that could be both beautiful and perilous. In these areas, travelers could quickly lose their way, and mythological figures like the centaur embodied the idea that the wilds were not to be trusted. They could be seen as protectors of these wild spaces, but they were also capable of exacting terrifying retribution on those who dared to enter or defile them. The darker lore of centaurs is rich and complex, reflecting the tensions between civilization and the untamed forces of nature. While some centaurs, like Chiron, embody wisdom and nobility, the more common portrayal is of wild, violent beings at the edges of society, symbolizing the dangers of excess, barbarism, and chaos. In myth, they often warn that the boundary between order and disorder is thin, and those who stray too far into the wilds, literally or metaphorically, can quickly find themselves caught in a maelstrom of destructive force. The Hydra, one of the most fearsome creatures in Greek mythology, is steeped in dark lore and symbolism. Its myth has fascinated people for centuries. Here's a look into its eerie history, origins, and the deeper meanings behind the legend. The Hydra is often depicted as a monstrous, multi-headed serpent or dragon that dwells in the swamps of Lerna, a region in ancient Greece. The creature is described as having anywhere from 9 to hundreds of heads, depending on the version of the myth, with one of those heads being immortal. Its breath was poisonous, and its blood could cause death or destruction. The Hydra's heads were not just a physical menace. They also had a regenerative power, meaning that for every head severed, 2 or more would grow back in its place. This regenerative ability made the Hydra nearly impossible to defeat by conventional means, and its venomous breath made it even more dangerous. Its existence was a constant reminder of the struggle between human heroes and the forces of chaos. The Hydra and Hercules. The most famous myth involving the Hydra is the second labor of Hercules. As part of his 12 labors, Hercules was tasked with slaying the Hydra. When he arrived at the swamp where the Hydra lived, he faced a daunting challenge. Whenever he cut off one of the creature's heads, 2 or more would grow in his place. The monster was nearly invincible, but Hercules was clever. He realized that he needed to stop the regeneration. With the help of his nephew Aeolus, who used a torch to cauterize the stumps of the severed heads, Hercules was able to prevent the Hydra from growing new heads. After a long and bloody battle, he defeated the creature by severing its immortal head, which he buried under a rock to ensure it couldn't return. He then dipped his arrows in the Hydra's toxic blood, giving them lethal power. The Hydra represents several themes that resonate deeply with the darker aspects of human experience. The unstoppable nature of chaos. The Hydra's ability to regenerate and multiply when wounded symbolizes chaos or evil as an ever-present and uncontainable force. No matter how much you try to fight it, the monster keeps coming back, often stronger or more numerous than before. This reflects the difficulty of overcoming deeply ingrained evil or disorder. The eternal struggle. The Hydra is often seen as a representation of the eternal struggle between man and the forces of darkness. Even after Hercules succeeds, the Hydra's blood and venom, when used on his arrows, remain a constant reminder that victory over evil is never permanent and the fight for peace and stability is ongoing. Immortality and unconquerable. The immortal head of the Hydra represents the concept of invincibility or an enemy that cannot be fully defeated. The aspect of death cannot be controlled or fully overcome. Hercules had to confront this head directly, sealing it under a rock, a metaphor for attempting to suppress what is immortal or beyond human power. The poison of the world. The Hydra's venomous breath and blood also signify corruption, disease, and the idea of poison spreading uncontrollably. In ancient times, poisons and venom were often associated with the unseen, unexplainable dangers of the world, things that were often hidden and mysterious, but capable of causing widespread destruction. Transformation and duality. In some versions of the myth, the Hydra's defeat comes not through brute force, but through cunning and collaboration. This duality, where both Hercules' strength and Iolaus' fire are needed to defeat the beast, suggests that complex challenges often require both force and intellect, light and darkness, to overcome. The Hydra in literature and art. Over time, the Hydra has appeared in various works of literature, philosophy, and art, often taking on new layers of meaning. It's a symbol that transcends its original myth, representing societal fears, internal struggles, and even the nature of war or conflict. In medieval texts, the Hydra might be equated with the devil or demonic forces that cause endless strife. In modern interpretations, it can symbolize a seemingly inescapable evil or a problem that only grows worse the more it is confronted. The Hydra in the cosmos. In some interpretations, the Hydra is also seen as a cosmic monster, representing the dark forces that existed before the creation of order in the universe. The battle between Hercules and the Hydra is not just one of a hero and a beast, but a symbolic representation of the fight between order and chaos, good and evil, life and death. Its dark presence in the mythology highlights the ancient understanding that the world is filled with forces both seen and unseen, good and bad. The Hydra's enduring nature suggests that evil or disorder is not easily vanquished and will always return in new forms, forcing mortal and divine heroes to confront them repeatedly. The Hydra in modern culture. The Hydra has become a powerful and recognizable symbol in modern media, often used to represent overwhelming challenges, villainous organizations, or forces of corruption that are difficult to overcome. In films, video games, and literature, the creature often appears as a literal or metaphorical embodiment of a problem that multiplies and grows stronger the more it is fought. For example, Marvel's Hydra organization is a criminal and fascist group that always seems to have a new leader, growing back like the many heads of the mythological beast. The Hydra remains a potent figure in mythology and storytelling, embodying the darkness of regeneration, chaos, and the struggle for control over uncontrollable forces. It symbolizes the complexities of overcoming seemingly insurmountable evil, and this myth continues to echo through the ages, a testament to the terrifying resilience of chaos in the face of human perseverance. In all its dark grandeur, the Hydra is a reminder that some monsters, no matter how hard you fight, will always return. The Kraken. It's one of the most enduring and terrifying mythological creatures steeped in darkness and mystery. Though its origins and interpretations have evolved, its presence in maritime folklore has always been synonymous with the peril of the deep sea. Here's a dive into the dark lore and myth of the Kraken. Origins of the Kraken. The Kraken is most famously associated with Scandinavian and Norse folklore, though it has appeared in many seafaring cultures throughout history. The Kraken comes from the Norwegian word krake, meaning a twisted or crooked old tree, likely referring to the creature's tentacle-like appendages which resembled gnarled branches. In its earliest forms, the Kraken was believed to be a giant sea monster lurking off the coast of Norway and Greenland. Its first mention in written form was in the 1700s when a Danish-Norwegian bishop and scientist Erik Pontoppidan described the creature in his work, The Natural History of Norway. Pontoppidan described the Kraken as a massive sea creature roughly the size of an island, capable of dragging ships and their crews to their doom. However, long before that, tales of giant sea creatures in the sea existed among sailors, particularly those who encountered the vast and mysterious waters of the North Atlantic. The Kraken's physical description varies, but it is typically depicted as a colossal cephalopod, resembling a giant squid or octopus with massive tentacles. Its size is often described as enormous, with tentacles large enough to encircle and sink entire ships. In some versions of the myth, the Kraken is said to resemble a giant, floating island rising from the depths only to reveal its monstrous form when provoked or hungry. The creature's enormous tentacles are stuff of legend, capable of pulling entire vessels underwater. It's often imagined to attack with unrelenting fury, dragging sailors down into the depths where they are either drowned or eaten alive by the Kraken's terrifying maw. The Kraken and sailor folklore. Sailors were, of course, the primary purveyors of Kraken tales. For centuries, sailors would tell stories of mysterious disappearances at sea, ships that vanished without a trace, entire crews swallowed whole by the ocean. With its immense power and terrifying unpredictability, the Kraken became an all-encompassing explanation for these disappearances. One common story goes that the Kraken rises from the ocean depths and creates massive whirlpools, pulling ships into its grasp. Once the ship is sunk, the Kraken either consumes the sailors or drags them down into the abyss. In some versions of the myth, the creature simply capsizes the ship and leaves the wreckage with no bodies found and no explanation other than the Kraken itself. Another aspect of Kraken lore involves its ability to disguise itself. The creature is said to often float motionless on the water's surface, resembling an island. This will lure unsuspecting sailors to approach, only for the Kraken to reveal its true nature once they were too close to escape. The dark role of the Kraken in Norse mythology. While the Kraken is not directly a figure in ancient Norse mythology, it draws strong ties to the larger pantheon of sea creatures in these myths. The Norse world was full of monstrous beings, many of which were tied to the forces of chaos and destruction. In this sense, the Kraken is often seen as a manifestation of the forces of nature that could not be tamed. The Kraken's massive form may also symbolize the ancient Norse belief in the primal power of the ocean. The sea was both a life-giving force and a place of great danger. The Kraken embodies the destructive aspects of the sea, representing the terror that will come from venturing into the unknown where the veil between the mortal world and the supernatural is thin. Over time, the Kraken evolved from a simple sea monster into a symbol of fear, isolation, and the unknowable dangers of the deep. The dark lore surrounding the Kraken reflects humanity's ancient fear of the vast, uncharted ocean and the terrifying creatures that might lurk beneath its surface. The Kraken also been interpreted as a metaphor for overwhelming forces, whether natural, social, or psychological, that are beyond human control. Just as the Kraken rises from the depths with terrifying power, these forces can suddenly emerge, wreaking havoc on individuals or societies. In modern times, popular culture has embraced the Kraken, often appearing in films, books, and video games. One of his most famous appearances was in the 2003 film Pirates of the Caribbean: Dead Man's Chest, where the Kraken was portrayed as a massive, tentacled behemoth that served as a monstrous servant of the sea god Davy Jones. Despite the more romanticized versions of the Kraken in popular culture, its deeper and darker origins still influence its representation in many stories. In modern horror and fantasy, the Kraken remains a symbol of unknowable terror, representing the primal, uncontrollable forces of nature that lie beyond human understanding. The Kraken fits within the long tradition of maritime legends, such as the Leviathan from the Bible or the Luxa from Caribbean folklore. These creatures represent the primal terror of the deep sea, where even the most skilled sailors are at the mercy of forces they cannot understand or control. Historically, the Kraken may have been inspired by real sea creatures, such as the giant squid, which can grow up to 40 feet long. Sailors who encountered these creatures in the open sea may have exaggerated their size and power, blending reality with myth. Many sailors have reported sightings of massive tentacled creatures, leading some to believe that encounters inspired the Kraken with giant squid or octopuses. However, the true essence of the Kraken is found not in any specific creature, but in its role as a mythic symbol of danger, mystery, and destruction. The dark lore of the Kraken is a tale woven from ancient fears of the sea's depths and the unknowable horrors that might lurk beneath. It is a creature born from the imagination of sailors, a reflection of their deep-seated anxieties about the dangers of the ocean and the possibility of forces far beyond their understanding. Whether as a terrifying sea monster, a metaphor for overwhelming power, or an enduring symbol of nature's chaos, the Kraken inspires awe and fear, remaining one of the most influential figures in maritime mythology. The myth of Pegasus, the majestic winged horse, has long been a symbol of inspiration, freedom, and the divine in Greek mythology. However, beneath its popular, radiant image lies a darker, more complex lore surrounding the origins and fate of this celestial creature. The birth of Pegasus, chaos and bloodshed. Pegasus' story begins with a violent and tragic event. According to some versions of the myth, Pegasus was born from the blood of Medusa, the Gorgon, whose gaze could turn anyone to stone. Medusa was once a beautiful maiden, but after being cursed by Athena for being violated by Poseidon in the goddess's temple, she was transformed into a monster with snakes for hair. The hero, Perseus, was tasked with slaying Medusa, and in the process when he beheaded her, Pegasus sprang forth from her severed neck along with another creature, Chrysaor, a giant or sometimes a winged boar. Pegasus' birth, then, is marked by violence and bloodshed, a beast emerging from the death of a tragic and tortured being. Pegasus and Bellerophon, a bond of glory and tragedy. After his birth, Pegasus' next significant myth involves the hero Bellerophon, who tamed the wild-winged horse. In this myth, Bellerophon seeks to defeat the terrifying creature Chimera, a fire-breathing monster with the head of a lion, a goat's body, and a snake's tail. Bellerophon, who the gods favored, was given Pegasus to aid him in his quest. Using the horse's speed and ability to fly, Bellerophon was able to slay the Chimera from the sky, thus earning eternal glory. However, the myth takes a darker turn. Bellerophon, filled with pride and ambition, attempted to fly Pegasus to Mount Olympus, the home of the gods, in an effort to join their ranks. This act of hubris angered Zeus, who saw this as challenging his authority. In some versions, Zeus sent the godfly to sting Pegasus, causing him to buck Bellerophon off and send him tumbling back to Earth. The fall left Bellerophon injured and disgraced, living out his days in misery, blind and alone. On the other hand, Pegasus was taken to Olympus, where he was made the bearer of thunderbolts for Zeus, a position of divine service. While Pegasus is often portrayed as a symbol of nobility, grace, and inspiration, sometimes associated with the muses or the creation of fountains, there are darker, more complex elements to his myth. In many versions of his myth, Pegasus is portrayed as a being out of control, wild, and unpredictable. He is not a creature who can fully be tamed or harnessed, and this unpredictability often leads to the fall of those who try to dominate him, like Bellerophon. Pegasus thus represents forces beyond mortal understanding, fate, destiny, and the power of the gods, which cannot be controlled no matter how heroic one may be. Pegasus and the gods. Despite his nobility, Pegasus' ultimate role is a servant to the gods, specifically Zeus. His role as the bearer of the thunderbolts ties him to the harsh and unpredictable nature of divine power. His majestic flight and symbolic association with the heavens do not elevate him above the will of the gods, instead, reinforcing the idea that no creature, no matter how powerful or beautiful, can escape the influence of divine forces. The Curse of Pegasus, from the heavens to the earth. After his ascension to Mount Olympus, Pegasus' story somewhat fades from the mortal realm. Yet, his connection to the constellation of Pegasus brings him back to the heavens, where he is immortalized as a group of stars. But in many ways, this eternal placement in the sky can be seen as a kind of cosmic exile. Just as Bellerophon's fall was one of disgrace, Pegasus' position among the stars serves as a reminder of his untamable nature, forever removed from the mortal world, but still connected to it in a distant and cold way. In this sense, Pegasus' curse can be interpreted as his isolation from both the human and divine realms, a reminder that freedom, beauty, and power often come at the cost of being eternally apart from those who seek to control or ride him. Thus, the darker side of Pegasus' myth is one of violence, pride, punishment, and isolation, reminding us that even the most beautiful creatures and heroic acts are often entangled in sorrow, punishment, and the eternal balance of fate. That concludes this lore. If you like what you heard, please like, comment, and subscribe, and stay tuned for the next lore. Bye. Throughout history, cultures around the world have told tales of terrifying and awe-inspiring creatures, monsters that lurk in the shadows, guard sacred places, or challenge the bravest of heroes. From the fire-breathing dragons of Europe to the shape-shifting Yokai of Japan, these mythical beasts embody the fears, beliefs, and imaginations of their people. This series will explore some of the most legendary monsters of mythology, uncovering their origins, powers, and the stories that keep them alive to this day. Welcome to Myth and Lores, a journey into the dark and divine. Without further ado, let's jump into another lore. Yokai are fascinating creatures from Japanese folklore, and many of them have dark and eerie stories attached to them. These supernatural beings often reflect the fears and beliefs of the people in different periods of Japanese history, and many have morphed over time, taking on even more sinister forms. Here are a few of the darker and more mysterious yokai myths. Onryo. The Onryo is one of the most terrifying types of yokai. These are vengeful spirits, often of women who die with unfinished business or deep anger. The myth of Onryo has influenced countless horror stories, films, and plays. It's believed that if the Onryo is wronged or murdered, they return from the afterlife to seek revenge, often causing death and misfortune to the person who wronged them. A famous example is Oiwa, the ghost from the kabuki play Yotsuya Kaiden, who is murdered by her husband and returns as a horrific ghost seeking revenge. Jirogumo, the Binding Bride. The Jirogumo is a terrifying spider yokai that can transform into a beautiful woman. She lures victims to her lair, usually in remote locations, by using her charm or pretending to be a helpless woman in need of rescue. Once the victim is close enough, she reveals her true nature and ensnares them in her web. The Jirogumo often feeds on the blood or flesh of her victims. In some versions of the myth, she can control other spiders, making her the queen of arachnids. Kuchisake-Onna, the slit-mouthed woman. This urban legend began in the 1970s and continues to haunt Japanese cities. The Kuchisake-Onna is a woman who wears a mask and approaches her victims, often asking if they think she's beautiful. If they answer yes, she removes her mask to reveal a grotesque slit mouth that stretches from ear to ear. If they say no, she kills them. If they say yes, she then asks the victim again, and no matter how they respond, they meet a grisly fate. Some versions say that she might let someone go if they answer in a specific way, like telling her she's average. Tengu, the Birdman. The Tengu are mountain spirits depicted as humanoid creatures with bird-like features. They are often shown with red faces, long noses, and the ability to fly. While not always malicious, some Tengu are known for their trickery and violent nature, especially toward those who dare to venture into their territories. They are particularly linked with martial arts. As some myths suggest, they taught human beings advanced combat techniques. However, they also have a more malevolent side, where they can lead people astray, causing them to get lost or become violent towards others. Rokurokubi, the stretching neck. The Rokurokubi are yokai with the disturbing ability to stretch their necks to incredible lengths. By day, they appear as ordinary humans, but at night, they transform, often becoming monstrous or unsettling. They might terrorize people by extending their necks to spy on them or to eat their food. In some tales, they might be able to detach their heads entirely. These spirits are sometimes depicted as women, and some versions of the myth describe them as cursed for their past misdeeds or having a particular kind of insatiable hunger. Yurei, the ghost. The Yurei are spirits of the dead that have not found peace. The Japanese equivalent of the Western ghosts, they are typically depicted as pale, robed figures with long, disheveled hair and are often associated with tragic deaths such as murder or betrayal. Yurei are often bound to the living world because of unresolved emotional pain or unfinished business. They can bring curses or misfortune to the living, and it is said that performing rituals or making offerings can help appease them and send them to the afterlife. Ikiro, the living spirit. The Ikiro is a dangerous supernatural entity created when a person's intense emotions, especially hatred or jealousy, cause their spirit to leave their body. The spirit can then go on to harm others, either by possessing them or causing them physical or mental distress. The Ikiro is particularly feared because it is not a separate entity but a part of a person themselves. Some believe it could be a manifestation of extreme mental illness or simply a spirit born from a person's own unresolved emotions. Yuki-Onna, the Snow Woman. The Yuki-Onna is a ghostly, beautiful woman who appears during snowstorms. Often dressed in white, she freezes her victims with her icy breath and leads them astray in the snow, causing them to become lost and eventually die from exposure. In some stories, she appears as a figure who brings cold death, while in others, she might show moments of mercy, sparing certain individuals but haunting them forever afterward. These creatures come from a rich and complex history of folklore and superstition, and their stories continue to evolve. Some yokai are purely malevolent, while others reflect more complex ideas about vengeance, spirits, and human nature. The tale of the Kuchisake-Onna, or Slitmouth Woman, is one of the most chilling urban legends in Japan, and it has a particular eerie, modern feel to it, especially since it began circulating widely in the 1970s. Her story has several versions, all involving her distinctive, terrifying appearance and her penchant for asking her victims a deceptively simple question. Here's a deeper dive into the legend of Kuchisake-Onna. The origins of Kuchisake-Onna. The Kuchisake-Onna's origins are debated, but most stories trace her back to a long time ago, often during Japan's feudal period when her legend began to spread. In some versions of the myth, she was a beautiful woman who was either disfigured by her husband or cursed for vanity. According to the legend, she once had a normal life, but became a victim of a violent and tragic fate, leading her to become a vengeful ghost. The most popular backstory involves the woman being mutilated by her husband in a fit of rage. Some variations say that he was jealous and believed her to be unfaithful, while others claim that she was simply a beautiful woman who became too vain. In his anger, he sliced her mouth from ear to ear, creating the grotesque, permanent slit that gives her her name. After this brutal disfigurement, some stories say that the woman either died or was left to wander as a spirit, while others suggest she became a malevolent ghost doomed to walk the earth with a terrifying appearance and a hunger for vengeance. The most distinguishing feature of the Kuchisake-Onna is of course her mouth. She wears a mask or a cloth to cover her face, hiding the horrific gash that runs from ear to ear. When she reveals her true face, her wide, blood-stained smile is enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Her lips are grotesquely torn, and the slash is so severe that her mouth looks unnaturally large. In some versions, her face is covered only by her hair, which hangs loosely and covers part of her disfigured mouth. Her eyes are often described as vacant or filled with malice, and she moves with a supernatural speed when chasing her victims. This physical deformity is central to her myth, a visual manifestation of her internal anguish and rage. The most well-known part of the Kuchisake-Onna story is the encounter itself, which usually takes place at night or in a secluded area. Here's how the story typically unfolds. The initial meeting. A person, often a schoolchild or lone traveler, walks home at night when they come across a woman, usually in a public space or a quiet street. She might approach them, seemingly innocent at first, and ask a question. Am I beautiful? This question seems innocent, but it's a trap. How the person answers will determine their fate. If the victim answers no, the Kuchisake-Onna will become enraged. She will attack or kill them, often by slashing them with the same knife-like force that disfigured her own mouth. Her fury is a direct result of the rejection, as her beauty is central to her identity, and her victim's response determines whether they live or die. If the victim answers yes, she removes her mask and reveals a grotesque mouth. She then asks again, "Do you think I'm beautiful now?" If the victim answers yes again, she slashes their face in a similar way, creating an identical wide, horrifying slit in their mouth. If the victim answers no, she kills them outright. In some versions, she will follow the victim after their encounter and kill them at a later time. In others, she might give the victim a chance to escape if they answer her questions correctly, but it's never clear what the correct answer is. Escape from Kuchisake-Onna. Some variations of the story suggest ways for the victim to escape, though these methods are often complicated and uncertain. One popular method involves the victim giving a vague or non-specific answer to her question. For example, saying so-so or average in response to her initial question. This confuses her, as she is unable to respond to an ambiguous answer, giving the victim a chance to run away. Another method involves throwing something at her, such as candy or money. In some stories, this distracts the Kuchisake-Onna, allowing the person to escape. However, these escape methods don't always work, and the exact outcome of the encounter with her is often unpredictable, heightening the sense of danger and terror. The Kuchisake-Onna myth is particularly unsettling because of the psychological elements it touches upon. Fear of rejection. Her question, "Am I beautiful?" highlights a deep-seated fear of rejection, both personal and societal. Beauty is a significant theme in Japanese culture, and her mutilation can be seen as a symbol of how damaging rejection and vanity can be. The idea of beauty being both powerful and destructive makes her a particularly haunting figure in folklore. Mutilation and trauma. The physical deformity of the Kuchisake-Onna is a manifestation of the trauma she experienced, and her quest for vengeance becomes a cycle of perpetual suffering. She is both victim and perpetrator, carrying the scars of violence as she inflicts violence on others. Fear of the unknown. The mask and her sudden, terrifying appearance at night evoke the fear of the unknown. In urban legends, the Kuchisake-Onna is the personification of the unknown dangers lurking in seemingly safe places. It's also a modern variation on classic ghostly figures, a woman wronged, transformed into a spirit, seeking retribution. The Kuchisake-Onna myth gained widespread attention in the 1970s and 1980s, especially after reports of her sightings began to spread in Japanese cities. She was particularly associated with urban legends, and it was said that people who encountered her would whisper the story to others, causing a chain reaction of fear and fascination. Over the years, the legend became even more ingrained in popular culture, with various retellings in movies, TV shows, manga, and anime. One of the most notable adaptations is the 2007 film Kuchisake-Onna, which portrays her as a vengeful ghost who terrorizes a high school, emphasizing her monstrous, supernatural qualities. The figure of Kuchisake-Onna has also appeared in various modern horror contexts, cementing her as a symbol of terror in Japanese folklore. The Kuchisake-Onna legend remains potent in Japanese culture as both an urban myth and a figure of folklore. She is terrifying because she exists at the intersection of the real world and the supernatural, a ghostly figure who can appear on your way home, lurking in the shadows. Her appearance is horrifying and uninviting. Her connection to the human fears of vanity, rejection, and trauma makes her one of the more psychologically complex yokai. The story of the Rokurokubi, or stretching neck yokai, is both eerie and fascinating. These creatures are known for their unsettling ability to stretch their necks to incredible lengths, often with supernatural strength, and their presence is typically associated with mischief, horror, and the eerie strangeness of the night. Here's a more detailed look at the Rokurokubi myth. Origins of the Rokurokubi. The Rokurokubi are believed to be a type of yokai, supernatural creature or yuri, ghost, in Japanese folklore, originating in the early to medieval periods. Their name, the Rokurokubi, comes from the word rokuro, which refers to a spinning wheel or sometimes a millstone. It's a reference to the rotation or lengthening of their necks, as the wheel-like motion of their heads is a central part of their strange behavior. In traditional folklore, Rokurokubi were often women, although male versions of these creatures exist in some stories. They are generally depicted as ordinary people during the day, living normal, peaceful lives, but at night, they undergo a transformation that allows them to engage in supernatural acts, particularly involving their ability to stretch their necks and perform other oddities. During the day, Rokurokubi appear as regular humans, often living among ordinary people without suspicion. However, at night, they undergo a transformation. The necks can elongate and stretch to incredible lengths, sometimes dozens of feet, allowing them to peek into rooms, sneak up on people, or even fly through the air. This stretching ability is often depicted as both eerie and grotesque, especially when it's exaggerated to show a horrifying, unnatural stretch. The most iconic feature of the Rokurokubi is their ability to stretch their necks at will, often causing their heads to reach great distances from their bodies. In some variations, their necks elongate so far that they can travel vast areas, spy on people, or even cause trouble. In some versions of the myth, the Rokurokubi's heads can detach entirely from their bodies and float around, seeking out food, water, or sometimes causing mischief. This feature links them to the broader category of ghostly yokai that can sever or detach their body parts, like the Kawa no Kami, the river god, or the Rokurokubi's cousin, the Jirogumo, the spider woman. During the day, Rokurokubi live normal lives. They might even be respected members of the community. However, when night falls, they will often resume their supernatural activities. The change is sometimes so drastic that they may not remember their nocturnal behavior, or they may act out of a subconscious desire to cause harm or mischief. Some Rokurokubi are also depicted as having supernatural strength, speed, or the ability to shapeshift, allowing them to take on various forms. These abilities make them especially dangerous, as they can appear like normal people during the day, but their night activities reveal their true nature. The psychological and cultural significance. The Rokurokubi's behavior, the duality of being an ordinary person during the day but a supernatural entity at night, carries strong psychological and cultural implications. Here are a few themes and symbols they might represent. The fear of the unseen. The Rokurokubi's strange, nighttime activities reflect a deep-seated fear of the unknown. At night, they represent things that are hidden from the everyday, normal world, the darker aspects of human nature, supernatural threats, and the mysteries that lurk just out of sight. Their ability to stretch their necks and become monstrous in an otherwise ordinary environment taps into our fears of things that appear normal at first, only to reveal something far more sinister. The uncontrollable nature of desire. In some stories, the Rokurokubi's nightly transformation is tied to a desire that is difficult to control, often an insatiable curiosity, gluttony, or even a need for attention. They are commonly portrayed as possessed or cursed by their supernatural ability, which they cannot entirely control. This idea of uncontrolled desire or curse is a theme in many yokai stories and reflect the human fear of losing control over one's instincts or darker impulses. Human nature and transformation. The Rokurokubi often blur the line between human and supernatural, embodying a dual nature. They are normal people by day, but at night, they become something alien and foreign. This duality reflects the tension between the public self and the hidden darker self. It also speaks to the fear of transformation, the idea that anyone, even those closest to you, could be hiding something unnatural or malevolent beneath the surface. Famous tales of the Rokurokubi. The man who married a Rokurokubi. One popular tale involves a man who marries a beautiful woman who is actually a Rokurokubi. At first, he does not notice anything unusual, But after a time, he becomes suspicious of her strange behavior at night. One night, he watches her closely and witnesses her neck stretch and elongate, eventually growing so long that it reaches the ceiling. Horrified, he tries to confront her, but the Rokuro Kubi denies any wrongdoing, saying she had no control over the transformation. Despite this, the man is forced to live with the knowledge of her supernatural nature, and in some versions of the tale, he even becomes complicit in her secrecy. This story emphasizes the themes of hidden truths, marital deception, and the monstrous nature beneath the surface. The Rokuro Kubi and the Fisherman. Another tale involves a fisherman who encounters a Rokuro Kubi while on his travels. One evening, he sees a woman walking along the shore with her head turned backward, her neck unnaturally long. He is terrified and tries to avoid her, but the Rokuro Kubi stops him and asks for help. After some conversation, the fisherman realizes the woman is a yokai, and rather than helping her, he flees in fear. In some versions, the fisherman later encounters the woman again and learns that she is a cursed human who transforms into a yokai at night. This version, often used to explore themes of curse and redemption, as the Rokuro Kubi is sometimes shown as a victim of supernatural forces beyond her control. The Rokuro Kubi has appeared in numerous modern adaptations, including films, manga, anime, and video games. In these depictions, she is often portrayed as a quirky or mischievous character, but the sense of horror and unease that comes with her stretching neck remains intact. Gigigi no Kitaro, the classic anime and manga series, includes a Rokuro Kubi as one of his yokai characters. The Rokuro Kubi in this series is often depicted as a more playful than malicious, but still retains the eerie qualities of the traditional legend. Mononoke. In one episode of the anime series, the Rokuro Kubi is featured as a character with a tragic backstory. The episode explores the creature's dual nature and how she must balance her human identity with her supernatural curse. Yokai Watch. The Rokuro Kubi appears as a playable character in the popular franchise, albeit in a more lighthearted and comedic fashion, showing the creature's versatility and modern storytelling. The Rokuro Kubi is a classic yokai that taps into deep-seated fears of the unknown, transformation, and hidden darkness. Her ability to stretch her neck symbolizes the unnatural and the grotesque, while her dual existence as a normal person by day and a supernatural entity by night reflects the unsettling idea that there's always more lurking beneath the surface than we realize. Her role in folklore is complex. She can be a mischievous figure, a tragic one, or a dangerous one depending on the telling, as she continues to captivate imaginations and modern adaptations. The Rokuro Kubi is a reminder that in folklore, beauty, terror, and the supernatural are often deeply intertwined. The Sphinx is one of those ancient symbols wrapped in mystery and intrigue, and when you dig into its deeper or darker lore, it reveals some fascinating layers. It's a creature with the body of a lion and the head of a human, often tied to Egypt, but also found in other ancient cultures like Greece, where the Sphinx plays a more overtly sinister role. In Egyptian mythology, the Sphinx was considered a guardian figure, often placed at the entrances to temples or tombs. Its lion's body symbolized strength, courage, and protection, while the human head represented wisdom, intelligence, and divine insight. The Egyptians viewed it as a powerful, almost transcendent being that stood between the physical world and the divine. But there's a darker twist when you consider its symbolic role in the weighing of the heart process in the afterlife. In some interpretations, the Sphinx could be seen as a gatekeeper of sorts, deciding the fate of souls. The connection with death, judgment, and the boundary between life and the afterlife imbues the Sphinx with a sense of mystery and fear. Greek influence. In Greek mythology, the Sphinx takes on a much darker role. The most famous Sphinx is probably the one from the myth Oedipus. Here, the creature is malevolent and a symbol of riddles, destruction, and chaos. She sits at the gates of Thebes, posing a riddle to travelers and killing anyone who cannot answer it correctly. The riddle: what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening, represents the stages of human life: infancy, adulthood, old age. But it's a trap. The Sphinx symbolizes not just a physical challenge, but a psychological one: the unknowable and the inevitability of death. The Sphinx symbolizes not just a physical challenge, but a psychological one: the unknowable and the inevitability of death. The Sphinx in this context is connected to fate, hubris, and the punishment of those who fail to solve life's metaphysical riddles. In this light, the Sphinx is a force of order, yes, but it's also a force of destruction, testing humanity's limits. There are also more fringe, esoteric readings of the Sphinx, especially within conspiracy and ancient alien theories. Some speculate that the Sphinx might be much older than traditionally believed, possibly predating even the ancient Egyptian civilization. This has led to the theories that the Sphinx might be a remnant of an advanced lost civilization, with some proposing that its hidden wisdom was intended to guard knowledge that humanity is not yet ready to comprehend. This has led to theories that the Sphinx might be a remnant of an advanced lost civilization, with some proposing that its hidden wisdom was intended to guard knowledge that humanity is not yet ready to comprehend. Additionally, in some interpretations, the Sphinx's enigmatic expression, combined with his dual nature as a protector and potential destroyer, is seen as representing humanity's own struggle between the rational and irrational, the known and the unknowable. It's a symbol of that border we walk between knowledge and ignorance, between life and death. From a Jungian perspective, the Sphinx could represent the archetype of the shadow, the hidden, repressed parts of the psyche that can either protect or destroy, depending on whether we face them or ignore them. The riddle itself, as well as the Sphinx's gaze, might be interpreted as an invitation to confront our own unknowns, and failing to do so leads to ruin. The Sphinx's powers lies not just in its physical form, but in its symbolic weight, the eternal puzzle it presents to both individuals and civilizations. So, when you dive into the lore of the Sphinx, it becomes clear that it's not just a static figure. It's an ever-shifting symbol that encompasses both light and dark aspects of human existence, wisdom and danger, protection and destruction, life and death. Oni is a mythical creature or demon in Japanese folklore, widely known for their fearsome and often malevolent nature. These beings have been depicted in various forms throughout Japanese mythology, literature, and art, but their lore is complex and steeped in various darker, more mysterious aspects. Let's explore some of the most chilling elements of their mythology. The origin of Oni. The roots of the Oni myth can be traced to early Japanese folklore, where the term Oni originally referred to any supernatural creature or monster. Over time, however, Oni became synonymous with a specific kind of demon, a fearsome, grotesque being often associated with chaos, destruction, and the afterlife. In some older stories, Oni are considered to be fallen gods or rebellious spirits. Tales suggest that they were once powerful beings who defied the will of the gods, leading to their fall from grace. Others claim that Oni are spirits of evil humans, those who are particularly wicked during their lifetimes and were cast into the underworld to become monstrous entities. Oni are mostly commonly shown with horns on their heads. These horns can be long or short, twisted or straight. They symbolize their monstrous nature and otherworldly powers. Fiery skin. Oni often have red or blue skin, with some depictions showing them covered in scales or other bizarre textures. Their mouths are usually lined with sharp fangs, and their claws are enormous, giving them an even more terrifying appearance. Gigantic size. Oni are rarely depicted as small. They are often much larger than humans, able to overpower and wreak havoc on villages and entire regions. Oni are also frequently armed with massive clubs or iron staffs, which they use to cause destruction. The club, known as the kanabo, is often as big as the Oni and adds to their brutal and terrifying image. Oni are believed to possess supernatural powers, ranging from their control of fire to their ability to manipulate events. Oni are believed to possess supernatural powers, ranging from control over fire to the ability to manipulate the elements. Their powers are often tied to their malevolent nature and are known for causing chaos, terror, and destruction. Oni are sometimes associated with disease, especially in the context of historical pandemics. In some legends, they are said to spread illness as a punishment for human misdeeds. In several other tales, Oni are depicted as cannibalistic monsters who feast on human flesh, especially the flesh of children. This motif ties into the fear of Oni as predators lurking in the dark corners of the world, ready to devour the innocent. Oni are also associated with dark sorcery. Some stories say they possess the ability to manipulate shadows, summon storms, or curse entire regions with bad luck. The Oni in Japanese festivals. One of the most notable festivals associated with the Oni is Setsubun, a Japanese tradition that marks the beginning of spring. During this festival, people throw roasted soybeans at people, dressed as Oni to drive away evil spirits and ensure good luck for the year ahead. This ritual highlights the dual nature of Oni in Japanese culture. They are both feared as malevolent forces, but also used symbolically to ward off evil. The practice of symbolically driving away Oni is rooted in the belief that the Oni were once thought to be responsible for misfortune, disease, and bad harvest. By confronting them, the community could purify itself. The Oni in the underworld. In some myths, the Oni are closely linked to the Jigoku, the Japanese Buddhist hell concept. It is said that Oni are the enforcers of the afterlife, punishing the souls of the wicked. They are the tormentors in the underworld, carrying out horrific punishments on those who have committed grave sins in their earthly lives. One of the most chilling aspects of Oni in regards to the afterlife is their connection to the idea of eternal suffering. They are sometimes said to be responsible for overseeing the various hells, torturing the damned with their immense strength and dark magic. These representations tie Oni to some of the darker, more oppressive aspects of Japanese Buddhist cosmology, where they serve as instruments of karmic retribution. The dark law of the Oni is a rich and terrifying tapestry that reflects the Japanese people's supernatural and psychological fears. Oni are not merely evil creatures. They are complex symbols of chaos, punishment, and the consequences of human nature left unchecked. Whether as tormentors in the afterlife or agents of karmic retribution, Oni is a powerful reminder of the darker forces that lurk within the world and ourselves. The Bell Witch is one of the most famous and chilling ghost stories in American folklore. It is rooted in the history of Adams, Tennessee in the early 19th century. The tale centers around the Bell family's haunting, particularly their daughter Betsy Bell and a mysterious entity known as the Bell Witch. The story began in 1817 when the Bell family, led by John Bell, began experiencing strange and terrifying occurrences. At first, it was small things. Strange knocking sounds on walls, doors opening by themselves, and odd noises around their home. As the disturbances grew, they took on a more sinister tone. Young Betsy Bell was one of the first to feel the full brunt of the haunting. She reported being physically attacked by an unseen force, with her hair being pulled, her face slapped, and her body being struck with invisible hands. The entity's behavior was erratic. At times, it would speak in a raspy, malevolent voice, claiming to be a witch, while at other times, it would mimic voices, even that of the family members. The entity's behavior was erratic. At times, it would speak in a raspy, malevolent voice, claiming to be a witch, while at other times, it would mimic voices, even that of family members. The Bell family consulted a local clairvoyant, and the witch revealed that it was the spirit of a woman named Kate Batts, a neighbor from who John Bell had supposedly wronged in some way. This connection to Kate Batts remains controversial. Some say she was a real person who had been a bitter and vengeful neighbor, while others claim that her name was used more for a dramatic effect. The Bell Witch wasn't just a poltergeist, but a full-blown malevolent entity. The supernatural phenomena escalated, with objects being thrown, strange voices being heard, and the entire Bell family being tormented. It would sometimes speak in complete sentences, expressing a hatred towards John Bell, and it often seems to know intimate details about the family's lives. The witch reportedly could affect people's health. John Bell became increasingly ill, and it was believed by some that the witch's curse was slowly killing him. There were also reports of strange physical attacks, like invisible hands squeezing people's throats or pinching them. One of the most famous parts of the legend involves the witch speaking to a visiting preacher who tried to confront the entity and rid the area of its presence. The witch supposedly mocked him, claiming it could even predict the future, and one of its more unsettling prophecies was that John Bell would soon die. The Bell Witch's prophecy came true in 1820, when John Bell died under mysterious circumstances. Some say the witch poisoned him, while others believe he died of natural causes, but the haunting continued. After John Bell's death, the haunting seems to have diminished, though some reports suggest that the witch continued to visit the Bell family, especially Betsy, for a period. It eventually faded into folklore, with rumors that the witch might have been a manifestation of some form of collective paranoia or even a hoax. However, the legend endures, mainly because of its eerie blend of unexplained phenomena and the alleged personal torment suffered by the Bell family. The Bell Witch legend has endured for over 2 centuries, becoming a part of Tennessee's folklore and American ghost story culture. Over the years, numerous books, documentaries, and even movies have been made about the Bell Witch. The area surrounding the Bell Farm in Adams, Tennessee has become a destination for ghost hunters and those interested in the paranormal. The Bell Witch's influence also extends into popular culture, and it has been compared to other famous hauntings like the Amityville Horror and the events surrounding the infamous Salem witch trials. While some skeptics argue that the entire story is an elaborate hoax, others believe it may have been a poltergeist activity, psychological warfare, or a combination of both. The most enduring aspect of the Bell Witch legend is that it combines so many elements of horror, a malevolent, intelligent entity, unexplained phenomena, and a sense of fatalism that suggests the family was doomed from the start. Whether you believe in the supernatural or not, the dark myth of the Bell Witch still captures the imagination and chills the spine. Anansi the Spider is one of the most iconic figures in African folklore, particularly among the Akan people of Ghana. However, stories about him spread across many African cultures and the Caribbean. He is a trickster god, both clever and deceptive, and his tales often explore themes of wisdom, power, greed, and mischief. While Anansi is generally depicted as a mischievous character with a love for trickery, Some of the darker aspects of his lore revolve around his willingness to deceive, manipulate, and even sacrifice others for his gain. Here are some of the darker tales and aspects of Anansi's mythos. Anansi in the creation of the world. In some versions of the creation myth, Anansi plays a central role in shaping the world. In one such tale, Anansi was initially tasked with bringing wisdom to the world. He was gifted with the knowledge of taming the forces of chaos and order in the universe, but he soon became overwhelmed by his desire to control everything. Rather than sharing his wisdom with the people, he hid it all in a small gourd and tried to keep it for himself. However, his arrogance thwarted his plans. As a child, tricked him into revealing the wisdom, thus allowing the world to be appropriately shaped and balanced. This myth reflects Anansi's dark side, his selfishness and manipulation, and his inevitable downfall due to his hubris. It also emphasizes that wisdom and power are not meant to be hoarded but shared. Anansi and the Sky God. One of Anansi's most well-known stories involves his dealing with Nyame, the Sky God. In this tale, Anansi seeks to acquire the title of King of all stories and attempts to bargain with Nyame for the right to own all the stories in the world. Nyame, in turn, challenges Anansi with a series of impossible tasks, such as capturing a certain number of creatures and bringing them to him. These creatures included hornets, the python, and a giant spider. In his quest to complete the task, Anansi resorts to cunning and deceit, tricking the creatures and sometimes sacrificing others to achieve his goals. While he succeeds, the story shows Anansi as being willing to manipulate and harm others to achieve his ambitions. His victory is hollow, suggesting that the actual cost of power is often the moral corruption that comes with it. Anansi and the death of his own family. In some darker versions of Anansi's stories, his trickster behavior is shown to have tragic consequences for those around him, including his own family. One such story involves Anansi sacrificing his children to gain something for himself, whether it is wisdom, riches, or power. Anansi's carelessness and manipulations often lead to the ruin or loss of his loved ones, underscoring a key theme of many Anansi tales. While trickery may win battles, it often leads to moral and emotional destruction. Anansi is also sometimes portrayed as a figure who seeks to hoard wealth and power, often at the expense of others. In one tale, Anansi tricks a group of animals into giving him a share of their food or labor by outsmarting them, only later to betray them. This betrayal highlights Anansi's greed and moral ambiguity, suggesting that his desire for more never ends and he often exploits those who trust him. Anansi and the Devil. In some tales, Anansi interacts with malevolent figures like the devil, embodying an even darker side of his nature. One story tells of Anansi making a deal with the devil to gain great power, but in the end, Anansi uses his wit to outsmart the devil, turning the situation in his favor. These stories reflect Anansi's ability to play with dangerous forces, often at the risk of others, and even the devil himself isn't immune to Anansi's trickery. However, the devil in these stories is not always a purely evil figure. Sometimes, the trickster and the devil are two sides of the same coin, representing chaos, desire, and the darker aspects of human nature. Anansi's suffering and downfall. Some stories emphasize that Anansi's tricks and manipulation lead to his ultimate suffering. Despite his intelligence and cunning, Anansi is sometimes portrayed as a character who cannot escape fate. One story tells of Anansi's downfall when he becomes too overconfident, and a trap set by a rival or even one of his children leads to his defeat. The end of such tales often involves Anansi learning that no matter how clever one is, deceit and trickery come with consequences, and eventually, the web of lies he spins will trap him. Anansi and the rebellion of the animals. Another dark tale comes from Anansi's relationship with the other creatures of the forest. In some versions of the folklore, Anansi is shown as a tyrant, ruling over the animals with a web of lies and manipulation. Eventually, the animals rebel against his rule, realizing that his promises of freedom and prosperity are deceitful. In these stories, Anansi's downfall is brought about by his inability to control those he has wronged. His kingdom collapses, leaving him with nothing, an empty, solitary figure forever bound in his own webs. Themes in the darker Anansi tales: greed and selfishness. Anansi is often portrayed as a character whose desires overpower his ethical compass. His need for control, power, and wealth drives him to make immoral decisions. The cost of trickery. While Anansi's cunning often wins him victories, it comes at a significant cost to his relationships, his integrity, and sometimes his own well-being. Deception and betrayal. Central to many Anansi tales is the idea of deception, where Anansi manipulates others for personal gain, showing how trickery can backfire or lead to unintended harm. The flaws of wisdom. Anansi's intelligence is his great strength and weakness. His knowledge, while powerful, is often used for self-serving purposes, demonstrating that wisdom in the wrong hands can be dangerous. The darker side of Anansi the Spider shows him as more than just a playful trickster. He symbolizes the dangers of unchecked power, selfishness, and the consequences of manipulation. His tales serve as cautionary stories about the consequences of greed, hubris, and betrayal, all wrapped in the guise of wit and cunning. In many ways, Anansi is not just a trickster. He is a reflection of the complexities of human nature, capable of both great wisdom and also great darkness. Popular culture often depicts leprechauns as charming, whimsical creatures, but their origins and the deeper lore surrounding them have darker, more complex roots. In Irish mythology, leprechauns are considered a type of fairy, and like many fairies in Celtic mythology, their role is not always as innocent as modern depictions might suggest. Leprechauns are believed to come from the Tuatha De Danann, Ireland's ancient gods and goddesses. The Tuatha De Danann were said to have descended from the heavens, and after being defeated in a battle by the Milesians, the Irish's ancestors, they retreated into the underground world. Over time, these deities and their descendants became associated with fairies, and leprechauns emerged as a specific subset of these beings. While often pictured as small, bearded men wearing green coats and buckled shoes, they were originally not quite as benevolent or friendly as today's portrayals suggest. Leprechauns were seen as tricksters, often mischievous and sly. Their main role in folklore is to guard treasure, usually gold coins, and they would trick humans to keep it safe. In some tales, they are described as solitary and grumpy, preferring to avoid human interaction altogether. If a human were to try and steal their treasure, the leprechaun would use their cunning to escape, sometimes even leading people in circles for hours to prevent them from capturing them. The idea of capturing a leprechaun for their gold always has its darker undertones. If you were able to catch a leprechaun, according to the myth, they would grant you 3 wishes to secure their release, but they were known for twisting the wishes or causing unintended consequences as a form of retribution for capturing them. The role of gold. Gold plays a significant role in leprechaun lore. The leprechaun's pot of gold at the end of the rainbow has become an iconic image in Irish mythology, symbolizing fortune and deceit. The rainbow itself was often seen as a liminal space, a boundary between the mortal world and the supernatural realm, adding another layer of mystery and ambiguity to the treasure. However, The presence of gold is also linked to greed and avarice. In many stories, treasure represents the dangers of greed. The idea that the pursuit of wealth through trickery or by exploiting others often leads to ruin. Like many mythological creatures, the leprechaun represents an interplay between light and dark forces. While they might seem harmless in contemporary depictions, the original stories carry cunning, deceit, and misfortune themes. They are tricksters who, rather than offering assistance, often lead people astray, either by misleading them or by causing them to waste time and energy in pursuit of something that is never truly theirs to begin with. Some interpretations also link leprechauns to more ancient, sinister figures, such as the puka, another type of fairy, which could shapeshift and often lead humans into dangerous situations. In this sense, the leprechaun may have been seen as a symbol of the unpredictable and capricious nature of the supernatural world, where no good deed goes unpunished and no wish comes without consequences. The leprechaun's cleverness and ability to escape capture could symbolize the elusiveness of true wealth and happiness. No matter how much one seeks after treasure or success, it remains out of reach, and those who become obsessed with it may lose sight of what's truly important. From a psychological perspective, the leprechaun might also represent the trickster archetype, embodying both the chaotic and creative aspects of the human mind. It challenges societal norms and questions authority, but often at the expense of others. It's a figure that embodies both the allure and danger of temptation, especially when it comes to greed or personal gain. In short, the dark lore of leprechauns is wrapped in its dual nature. Simultaneously charming and deceptive, a symbol of hidden wealth and the consequences of chasing after it without considering the repercussions. It's a creature that reminds us that things are not as always as they seem, and that even the most seemingly harmless entities may have a darker side. The Leviathan is a powerful multi-layered symbol, especially in literature, philosophy, and religion. Its connotations vary depending on context, but it often represents a formidable and chaotic force beyond human control or comprehension. Here are some key analysis of Leviathan across various disciplines. Biblical and religious origins. In religious texts, especially in the Hebrew Bible, the Leviathan is depicted as a primordial sea creature of enormous size and power. The most notable references to Leviathan are in the books of Job, Psalms, and Isaiah. In Job 41, Leviathan is described as a terrifying creature that no man could tame, with scales, teeth, and the ability to breathe fire. It is often viewed as a symbol of chaos, a force of nature that defies human understanding or control. Leviathan often symbolizes the untamable forces of nature. In the creation stories, Leviathan is sometimes seen as a creature of chaos that God must subdue in order to bring justice to the universe. As some theological interpretations, Leviathan is seen as a representation of evil, sin, or Satan attempting to disrupt the divine order. Thomas Hobbes, Leviathan, 1651. In his seminal work Leviathan, Tom Hobbes uses the name of the creature to symbolize the power of the state. Hobbes' Leviathan is a metaphor for sovereign authority, a collective power created by individuals coming together to form a social contract. In this sense, Leviathan represents the absolute power of the government that imposes order and control. The state of nature, in regards to Hobbes, argues that without the Leviathan, the sovereign state, humanity would be in a constant state of war, as people would act purely out of self-interest and compete for limited resources. In this state, there would be no arts, no letters, no society, and life would be solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Hobbes' Leviathan is a metaphor for a powerful, centralized authority created through a social contract where individuals give up certain freedoms in exchange for security and order. Hobbes believed the Leviathan must have absolute power to avoid anarchy. This meant a monarchy or a sovereign that cannot be overthrown. Leviathan appears in various literary works and has been subject to deep philosophical and psychological analysis. In these contexts, it often reflects the darker, more chaotic aspects of the human experience or the external forces of power that threaten individual freedom. Examples in literature: Moby Dick by Herman Melville. The great white whale, Moby Dick, is often interpreted as a form of Leviathan. The whale is both a physical and symbolic force that transcends human understanding. Captain Ahab's obsession with hunting it represents humanity's struggle against a greater, uncontrollable force. In this case, the Leviathan embodies nature's overwhelming power and humanity's fatal obsession with mastering it. Leviathan can be compared to the cosmic horrors in Lovecraft's work. These monstrous, incomprehensible entities represent the terror of the unknown and humanity's insignificance in the face of the vast, indifferent forces of the universe. In a psychological context, Leviathan could represent the collective unconscious, forces of the minds that we cannot fully control or understand. This could be seen as a metaphor for the darker aspects of the psyche, the repressed instincts, desires, and fears that lurk beneath the surface of our conscious minds. In modern interpretations, Leviathan often represents the clash between the individual and the collective, or between humanity and the unyielding forces of nature or power. For example, some view Leviathan as a metaphor for the modern state, particularly the totalitarian regimes that exhibit absolute power over their citizens, or for the unstoppable march of technological advancement that reshapes society beyond human control. The Leviathan can also symbolize the destructive power of nature or environmental forces, especially in the context of climate change. The ocean itself, often associated with the Leviathan, represents an uncontrollable force that humanity is unable to tame. It is both life-giving and potentially destructive. Leviathan may also represent the overwhelming power of corporations, governments, or algorithms that manipulate the digital age, stripping away individual autonomy in the favor of a more extensive and personal system. Leviathan as a metaphor for the unknowable. As a monstrous and unknowable entity, Leviathan can be interpreted as a symbol of existential dread, the idea that there are forces beyond human comprehension or control. This notion ties into the absurdity and horror seen in works of existentialists within philosophy and literature, where the universe seems indifferent to human life. The Leviathan remains one of the most potent symbols in religious and philosophical discourse. Whether it represents an uncontrollable natural force, a metaphor for the overwhelming power of the state, or a dark force of the psyche, it reminds us of the limits of human understanding and the power of forces that lie beyond our control. It's a symbol of both awe and terror, embodying the chaotic and the majestic, the untamed and the destructive. Druids have long been wrapped in mystery and legend, and much of their lore, especially the darker aspects, come from ancient myths and later interpretations by outsiders. While they were primarily known as spiritual leaders, healers, and wise keepers of nature, darker myths surrounding the Druids have emerged over the centuries, often blending fundamental practices with folklore. Let's break down some of the more intriguing elements of their mythos. Sacrificial practices. One of the most persistent dark legends about Druids involves human sacrifice. Ancient Roman and Greek writers such as Julius Caesar claimed that Druids would offer human sacrifices to the gods, particularly during war or in great need. The Druids allegedly used sacred groves and stone altars for these rituals, believing that offering life could ensure prosperity or victory. Though modern scholars have widely debated this idea, many argue that these claims were exaggerated or politically motivated to demonize the Druids. It remains a part of the mythology surrounding them. In particular, some sources say the Druids performed their rituals at night in secret, deep within the forest, enhancing the sense of mystery and darkness. Shape-shifting and transformation. Druids were often associated with magical abilities, particularly shape-shifting. This lore ties in with their deep connection to nature and its creatures. In some myths, Druids could transform into animals, birds, or trees. The idea that Druids could assume animal forms, like that of wolves or ravens, symbolized their intimate knowledge of nature's hidden forces. In darker interpretations, this shapeshifting was linked to the Druid tapping into the wild, primal forces of the earth, sometimes implying control over darker, untamed aspects of nature. The otherworld, or the fairies. Many Druidic practices are linked with the concept of the otherworld, a mystical realm inhabited by gods, spirits, and fairies. In some Celtic myths, Druids acted as intermediaries between the human world and the otherworld, often invoking spirits or foretelling the future. Some accounts suggest that Druids could even open gateways to this other world, which was seen as a place of profound knowledge and dark danger. Druids were believed to be able to communicate with these entities, sometimes forging pacts with fairies or the spirits of the deceased. These interactions could go awry in some of these stories, leading to dangerous consequences. The Fae, especially, was seen as unpredictable and capricious, making dealings with them risky, and sometimes Druidic magic was seen as a way to manipulate or control these forces. The Dark Forest, groves, and natural sanctuaries were central to Druidic beliefs. In particular, sacred groves were seen as a place of powerful magic where the boundary between the mortal realm and the other world was thin. Some stories suggest that Druids performed dark rituals in these hidden places, drawing upon the raw energy of the trees, the earth, and the unseen forces of the natural world. In these sacred spaces, Druids would sometimes perform rites meant to call forth spirits or summon powers that could be dangerous or forbidden. The deeper and more isolated the forest, the darker and more mysterious the lore surrounding it. Curses and hexes. Druids were also rumored to possess the ability to curse or hex individuals, drawing upon their knowledge of herbalism, poison, and the unseen world. While many Druids were believed to heal with plants and potions, some also used the same knowledge to create poisons or to place powerful curses. In Celtic myths, Druids could curse an individual by using ancient words of power or by performing complex rituals. The idea of Druidic vengeance was a terrifying one, where a single misstep or insult could lead to misfortune, disease, or even death. The Druidic order and its secrets. The Druids were seen as keepers of great secrets. They were part of an exclusive and close order, and the knowledge they possessed was said to be ancient, mysterious, and powerful. This knowledge was passed down orally, and the people who initiated the Druidic tradition had to prove themselves worthy of receiving it. Because of their secrecy, the Druids were often depicted as enigmatic and possibly even dangerous figures, hoarding knowledge that could manipulate or control the forces of nature and fate. The death of the Druidic order. With the rise of Christianity and the Romans' eventual conquest of the Celtic lands, the Druid tradition was all but wiped out. But this destruction didn't stop the darker legends from continuing. In some legends, The Druids were not just philosophers or priests, but were warriors in a cosmic battle against the forces of chaos. When the Druids were exterminated, they were said to have left behind hidden knowledge, sometimes thought to be a dark power that will one day be rediscovered. The dark side of the Druid lore often blends the supernatural with the natural world, emphasizing the Druid's role as both a healer and a potential harbinger of doom. While much of this mythology is based on a mixture of fact, fiction, and culture bias, the mystique of the Druids continues to captivate. The combination of sacred groves, ancient rituals, connection with nature, and powerful magic created an image of the Druids as revered and feared figures, standing on the edge of the known world and the unknown realms. Fortune tellers, seers, and oracles have long played significant roles in myth, folklore, and religious traditions, often embodying a dark or ominous symbolism. These figures are typically associated with knowledge of the future. However, in many tales and myths, their abilities come at a cost or exist in a morally ambiguous space between fate and free will. The darkness surrounding them often ties into themes of fate, manipulation, prophecy, and the fear of the unknown. The Oracle of Delphi, also known as Pythia, was one of the most famous oracles in ancient Greece. People travel all corners of the Greek world to consult the oracle for advice on matters of war, politics, and personal life. But Pythia's prophecies were often cryptic and ambiguous, meaning they could be interpreted in multiple ways, leading to unintended consequences. For example, King Croesus of Lydia misinterpreted the oracle's warning and led his kingdom into ruin. The oracle's cryptic answers symbolize the ambiguity and danger of knowing too much about the future and the way prophecy can be manipulated or misunderstood. The process by which the oracle entered a trance could represent a loss of personal control, emphasizing the tension between the human agency and the inevitable forces of fate. In Greek mythology, the Fates, Moirai, are three sisters who control human destiny. Clotho, the spinner, Laxus, the allater, Atropos, the cutter. They determine a person's lifespan, the trials they face, and the way they die. Even the gods could not escape their influence. The Fates represent a cosmic inevitability. In many stories, their interventions are seen as inexorable, a reminder that no one can escape their destiny. The cutting of the thread of life by Atropos in particular symbolizes death, finality, and the inescapable nature of mortality. The Sibyls, ancient Rome and Greek mythology. The Sibyls were prophetic women who were often depicted as wise but tragic figures. They were believed to possess the gift of prophecy and could offer glimpses into the future. However, these prophecies were not always beneficial. One of the most famous Sibyls, the Chiolmian Sibyl, offers the hero Aeneas a glimpse into the future, but the events she predicts are often grim and fated. The Sibyls symbolize the dual nature of knowledge. It offers power, but also burdens. Their knowledge often brings pain and misfortune rather than comfort or salvation. In the case of the Chiolmian Sibyl, her ambiguous relationship with fate and the underworld connects prophecy to death and the afterlife. The Witches of Macbeth. In Shakespeare's Macbeth, the three witches are central to the tragedy. They prophesize Macbeth's rise to power and his eventual downfall. But the way they word their predictions leads him to take actions that fulfill the prophecy in unattended ways. The witches embody the danger of seeking knowledge of the future. Their manipulation of Macbeth represents how prophecy can be used to seduce, control, and doom those who seek it. Their cryptic language reflects the theme that knowledge of the future does not necessarily grant control over it, and human desires can distort or twist fate. The grim fate of prophets in folklore. Fortune tellers and seers often have tragic or cursed lives in many cultures. A common motif is that the teller of fortunes, while able to predict the future of others, is often powerless to avoid their demise or misfortune. This is often depicted as a cosmic irony. For instance, in some folk tales, a fortune teller predicts an individual's death but cannot avoid their tragic end. This reflects the idea that knowledge of the future does not grant freedom from it. The seer is often trapped in a paradox, where they know the future but cannot change it, emphasizing the theme of fate's inescapability. The curse of knowledge highlights the darker side of prophecy. Once a person knows their fate, they may become fixated or obsessive, leading to their destruction. The tarot and divination in Western esotericism. In Western esotericism, divination methods like tarot readings, astrology, and palmistry are seen as ways to gain insight into the future. However, many stories involving fortune-telling and mystical traditions carry ominous undertones. The tarot, for instance, includes cards like the Tower, the Death card, and the Devil, which often suggest upheaval, destruction, and danger. The tarot, with its mix of life and death imagery, can symbolize the fine line between fate and free will. Often misunderstood, the Death card typically represents transformation rather than literal death, but it still carries a dark resonance of inevitable change. The Tower card, depicting a structure struck by lightning, represents the collapse of the known world, an unexpected and violent upheaval. This is often linked to themes of fate, destruction, and the consequences of human ambition. The blind seer. The blind seer is a familiar archetype in many myths, representing that true sight goes beyond the physical. A blind seer is often depicted as someone who can see what others cannot, but this power is often coupled with tragic insight or burdened existence. In Norse mythology, the blind seer, Volva, represents the power of prophecy, but at the cost of seeing the world's inevitable destruction during Ragnarok. Blindness in these figures often symbolizes that seeing the future or the truth comes at a cost. The seer might know things others do not, but they are burdened with the painful awareness of fate's cruelty. The blind seer's lack of physical sight represents the idea that proper vision is eternal, spiritual, or supernatural, and this knowledge often brings more suffering than enlightenment. The witch's curse. In folklore, fortune tellers, witches, and oracles are often depicted as cursing those who wronged them. This motif is especially prevalent in tales where a witch or a seer offers a prophecy that results in a misfortune or death if not respected or fulfilled. Curses represents the darker side of prophecy, a punishment for ignoring or misinterpreting the warnings. In this sense, fortune-telling becomes a tool of power and vengeance. The curse symbolizes the inescapability of fate, as the victim of the prophecy cannot avoid their fate, no matter how hard they try. Fate versus free will. A recurring theme is the tension between destiny, what is fated to happen, and human agency, the ability to choose. Often, fortune tellers and myths show that even knowing the future cannot change it. The corruption of knowledge. Many stories emphasize that knowledge of the future can be dangerous and corrupt. Prophecy, instead of guiding people, often leads them towards self-destruction or ruin. More ambiguity. Seers, oracles, and witches often occupy morally gray areas. They possess vast knowledge, but how they use it can range from benevolent to sinister. This ambiguity adds a layer of moral darkness to their portrayal. In sum, fortune teller symbolism in myth and folklore is often intertwined with deep fears of fate, control, and the unknowable. While these figures offer insight, the cost of that knowledge is often dire, symbolizing the dangers of peering too far into the future. The lore. Fairies are fascinating creatures in various myths, stories, and legends across cultures. The lore surrounding them is vast, and they have evolved, but they share a few common themes in many stories: mystical powers, mischief, and often a connection to nature. Here's a breakdown of how fairies appear in different traditions. Celtic and Irish mythology. Fairies are deeply ingrained in Celtic folklore, particularly in Irish mythology. The Tuatha De Danann are a group of supernatural beings who, after being defeated in battle, retreated into the other world, which is sometimes thought to be a fairy realm. Fairies in this context are often depicted as elegant and powerful, connected to nature, and not always benevolent. They can be helpful or mischievous, and humans must be cautious not to offend them. The Seelie and Unseelie courts. In Scottish folklore, fairies were divided into two courts: the Seelie court, which consisted of benevolent fairies who were more likely to help humans, and the Unseelie court, made up of darker and more malicious fairies who might cause harm or mischief. These two groups were often portrayed as rivals: the good people, or little folk. In many English and Irish traditions, fairies were referred to as the good people, as people believed it was bad luck to name them directly. Instead, people would call them things like the fair folk or the wee folk to avoid angering them. They were considered powerful, ancient beings who could be unpredictable and vengeful if disrespected. The Fairy Queen and Court. Queen Mab is a well-known fairy who rules over the fairies in mortals' dreams and sleep. Shakespeare mentions her in Romeo and Juliet, where she is portrayed as the queen of a fairy kingdom that delights in causing dreams and mischief. Titania and Oberon. These two characters from Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream represent the fairy king and queen in a more fantastical, courtly light. Their arguments and interactions with humans in the play further explore the idea of fairies influencing human affairs. Fairies in other cultures. Slavic folklore. In Slavic mythology, there are many types of fairies and spirits, such as the domovoi, household spirits, and the rusalki, water spirits similar to nymphs. While not always fairies in a traditional sense, these creatures play a similar role in influencing human lives and interacting with nature. Nordic folklore. Elves and Landvatir, spirits of nature in the land, are often considered analogous to fairies in Norse traditions. They are typically associated with certain landscapes like forests or rivers and are believed to have magical properties. Native American folklore. Some Native American traditions have stories of spirits being similar to fairies, like the little people in various tribes. These are often small, elusive beings connected to nature and its cycles. Depending on the tribe's beliefs, they can be helpful or mischievous. Fairies are typically portrayed in fairy tales as powerful magical beings who can bestow gifts, curses, or guidance. Some famous examples include Cinderella. The fairy godmother in Cinderella is one of the most iconic fairy figures in Western folklore. She uses magic to help the protagonist attend the royal ball. Sleeping Beauty. The three fairies, who give gifts to the newborn Aurora and Sleeping Beauty, are crucial to the story. with one fairy cursing her and the others trying to counteract it. In contemporary fantasy, fairies have become more ingrained in popular culture, often depicted as tiny winged creatures with a love for beauty and nature. Works like Peter Pan with Tinkerbell and books like the Fairy Chronicles or Artemis Fowl continue to adapt and modernize these ancient myths. Today's fairies are often portrayed as a mix of benevolent helpers or guardians of nature and trickster figures who could be capricious, like the mischievous pixies and sprites in modern fantasy. Fairies are often connected to nature, forests, streams, and wild places. They represent the untamed forces of nature, which can be beautiful and dangerous. Fairies are typically endowed with magical powers, whether the ability to shapeshift, curse or bless, or alter the fabric of reality in small ways. While considering that, fairies are known in folklore for causing trouble, especially when humans interfere with their realm. They might steal babies or lead travelers astray in a forest. Any fairy stories mention an other world, a parallel realm where fairies reside. It's often described as a land of eternal beauty, where time moves differently, or a place humans can visit under exceptional circumstances, but only at a significant price. That concludes this lore. If you like what you heard, please like, comment, and subscribe, and stay tuned for the next lore. Bye. Welcome to Shadowed Realms, Unveiling the Dark Lore, a deep dive into the hidden depths of video games, movies, and anime where light rarely dares to venture. From the cryptic symbolism of a haunted video game world to the twisted backstories of iconic characters, we'll analyze the dark narratives that shape these immersive universes. Expect a mix of thoughtful analysis, historical context, and an occasional deep dive into the psychological and philosophical themes that these stories explore. But this series isn't just about the spooky surface level stuff. We'll also look to the cultural and psychological and artistic reasons why these dark themes resonate with audiences and what they say about us as people. Buckle up, because these things are about to get creepy and maybe even a little introspective. Are you ready to step into the shadows? Let's go. Welcome to Myth and Lores, a journey into the dark and divine. Without further ado, let's jump into another lore. Berserk is one of the darkest and most philosophical anime/manga series ever created, delving deep into themes of fate, free will, suffering, human ambition, and the nature of evil. Written by Kentaro Miura, Berserk is known for its brutal world, morally complex characters, and deeply existential themes. This is an exploration of its dark lore and philosophical underpinnings. The dark lore of Berserk, the God Hand, and the idea of evil. At the heart of Berserk's dark mythology is the God Hand, 5 powerful demonic entities that serve the idea of evil, a cosmic force that governs human suffering. The idea of evil is the collective unconscious of humanity, created by the deep despair and desire for meaning within human souls. It manipulates fate, guiding individuals towards suffering to justify its existence. The God Hand, including Griffith, also known as Femto, exists to maintain this cycle of despair, offering mortals a chance to transcend their weak human existence at the cost of sacrificing those they love. The Bailet, a mysterious crimson artifact, is the key to summoning them, granting an individual godlike power in exchange for an unspeakable sacrifice. The Eclipse, the ultimate betrayal. The Eclipse is one of the most infamous events that happens in Berserk. Griffith, the once noble leader of the Band of the Hawk, sacrifices his entire army, including his closest friend Guts and his most loyal soldier Casca, in order to become Femto, a member of the God Hand. The event is a horrific blood ritual where demonic apostles tear apart their comrades as they transcend to godhood. Casca is brutally violated, and Guts is forced to watch, losing an eye and an arm in the process. This event defines the core of Berserk's tragedy, demonstrating how human ambition, when pushed to its extreme, can lead to monstrous acts. The Apostles, corrupt beings of power. The Apostles are humans who have used the Bala to sacrifice something dear to them in exchange for demonic power. Each apostle represents a different aspect of human corruption: lust, greed, control, or revenge, showing how absolute power corrupts absolutely. Apostles like Zada Immortal, Rosine, and Wild embody different facets of humans' monstrous transformation when they abandon their humanity for power. The dark philosophy of Berserk. Fate versus free will. A central philosophical theme in Berserk is the struggle between fate and free will. The brand of sacrifice marks Guts as someone who is doomed to be hunted by demonic forces until he dies. He is literally bound by fate, yet he continues to resist it. In contrast, Griffith embraces destiny, believing that his ambitions justify any sacrifice. This tension reflects a profound existential question. Do we control our lives, or are we merely pawns of a higher power? Despite overwhelming odds, Guts continues to struggle, symbolizing the human fight against an indifferent universe. The Nietzschean Übermensch, Griffith versus Gods. Griffith embodies Friedrich Nietzsche's concept of the Übermensch, a superior being who transcends morality to achieve greatness. He views people as stepping stones to his dream, believing sacrifice is necessary for his ascension. His transformation into Femto reflects this fully. He discards all human morality to become something beyond human. On the other hand, Guts embodies Nietzsche's struggle of the will. He refuses to give in to fate, suffering through unimaginable pain to carve his own path. Unlike Griffith, Guts does not seek power over others, but fights for survival and later for those he loves. The nature of evil. The idea of evil suggests that suffering is an inherent part of human existence, not something to be eradicated, but something that defines life itself. Unlike most stories where good and evil are clearly defined, Berserk presents a world where morality is ambiguous. Griffith is not evil in a traditional sense. He genuinely believes his sacrifices are justified. The Apostles are often tragic figures who have desperately given up their humanity. Even Guts, the protagonist, struggles with his own darkness, often losing himself to rage and vengeance. This mirrors philosophical existentialism, where morality is subjective and suffering is an unavoidable part of existence. Survival in a cruel world. Guts' journey is ultimately about surviving in a world indifferent to suffering. Forces beyond his control constantly test him, yet he continues to fight, not because he believes in justice, but simply because he refuses to give up. This reflects Albert Camus' philosophy of the absurd, the idea that life has no inherent meaning, yet we must continue to struggle despite it. Guts is the ultimate absurd hero. He does not expect salvation, but continues to push forward. The beauty in the darkness. Despite his overwhelming darkness, Berserk is not just a tale of suffering. It is also about resilience, love, and the refusal to be broken by fate. Guts' journey is one of defiance, proving that even in a world ruled by cruelty, one can still choose to fight. This depth of philosophy, coupled with his visceral horror, makes Berserk one of the most profound and unforgettable stories in anime and manga history. Guts, the Black Swordsman's journey through suffering and willpower. Guts is one of the most complex and compelling protagonists in anime/manga history. His character arc in Berserk is a brutal yet inspiring tale of suffering, perseverance, and transformation. His journey can be divided into phases, each reflecting his inner struggles and evolution. Part 1. Birth and Childhood, a life marked by tragedy. Guts' story begins in horror. Born from the corpse of his hanged mother and discovered beneath her rotting body, he is quite literally born into death and suffering. This grim origin foreshadows his life, one of relentless pain and struggle. He is adopted by Gambino, a mercenary, who raises him not out of love, but out of pragmatism. Gambino teaches Guts how to fight, but treats him with cruelty, blaming him for his wife's death. At age 9, Guts suffers one of his earliest traumas when he is sexually assaulted by Donovan, a soldier who bought him from Gambino. This moment deeply scars him and fuels his lifelong mistrust of people. At age 11, after Gambino tries to kill him, Guts is forced to kill the only parental figure he ever had. Alone and abandoned, he learns that this is the world and only strength matters. Guts' childhood represents the brutality of an indifferent world, mirroring existentialist philosophy where suffering is not a punishment, but simply a reality of life. Part 2. The Band of the Hawk, Finding Purpose and Brotherhood. After years of wandering as a lone mercenary, Guts encounters Griffith and the Band of the Hawk. For the first time, he finds a place where he belongs. Griffith's charisma, strength, and vision captivates him, and under Griffith's leadership, he rises to become his strongest warrior and closest companion. However, a pivotal moment in Guts' development comes when he overhears Griffith saying, "A true friend is someone who pursues his own dream." This shakes Guts. Until this point, he had no dream of his own. His purpose had always been to fight for survival or someone else. This realization leads him to leave the Band of the Hawk, seeking to forge his own destiny. Guts' decision to leave represents individualism, the idea that one must seek personal meaning rather than simply following another's path. This reflects Nietzschean philosophy, where personal growth comes from forging one's identity rather than living in the shadow of others. Part 3. The Eclipse, Betrayal, Trauma, and the Birth of the Black Swordsman. The Eclipse is the defining moment of Guts' life, where his world is completely destroyed. Griffith sacrifices the Band of the Hawk to the demonic god hand in his pursuit of godhood. Guts watches helplessly as his closest friends are slaughtered. The brand of sacrifice is burned onto his body, marking him as prey for demons. Casca, a woman he has grown to love, is raped by Femto, Griffith's demonic form, while Guts is forced to watch, pinned down by demons. He loses an eye and arm trying to fight back. This moment transforms Guts into the Black Swordsman, a man consumed by rage and vengeance. He sets out on a path of slaughter, hunting demons and apostles, seeking revenge against Griffith and the God Hand. However, in doing so, he also begins to lose his humanity, becoming as monstrous as the creatures he fights. The Eclipse is a loss of innocence, representing the ultimate existential crisis. Everything Guts believed in, brotherhood, trust, love, was shattered in an instant. He now lives in a world where there's no inherent justice, only raw power. This pushes him towards nihilism. Post-Eclipse, the road of vengeance and the cost of hatred. For years, Guts walks a path of destruction. His existence becomes defined by hatred, but it comes at a cost. He becomes increasingly brutal and emotionless, killing without remorse. He searches for Casca, who has lost her mind due to the trauma of the eclipse. He alienates himself from any possible human connection. At one point, his rage is so consuming that he nearly assaults Casca in a moment of blind fury, a sign that his hatred is turning him into something monstrous. However, he manages to stop himself, realizing that he is becoming just like the demons he hunts. Guts here represents the danger of vengeance-consuming identity. His journey reflects Nietzsche's warning: he who fights with monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster. The redemption arc. Relearning humanity. A crucial turning point in Guts' journey comes when he abandons his lone wolf mentality and slowly builds a new family. Puck, the light-hearted elf, teaches him to laugh again. Parnassi, a former enemy, becomes one of his most loyal companions. Serpico and Isidro join him, providing camaraderie. Shirke, the young witch, helps him control his rage. Casca, though still broken, remains his greatest motivation. Instead of being driven by hate, Guts begins to be driven by love, his desire to protect those who rely on him. Even though the brand of sacrifice still marks him for suffering, he no longer walks his path alone. Guts' later journey exemplifies existential resilience, the idea that even in a world without inherent meaning, one can create meaning through relationships, responsibility, and love. The Berserker Armor. Fighting the monster within. The Berserker Armor is a powerful yet dangerous artifact that allows Guts to fight beyond his human limits. However, it feeds on his rage and pain, turning him into a mindless killing machine. Every time he uses it, he comes closer to losing his humanity altogether. Yet, with the help of his comrades, especially Shirke, he learns to resist it. This symbolizes his eternal battle. Will he give in to pure hatred and destruction? Or will he fight, not just for revenge, but for those he loves? The Berserker Armor represents Guts' struggle with his inner demons. It is a literal manifestation of his battle with trauma, mirroring the Freudian concept of the id, his raw, unfiltered aggression. In conclusion, Guts is the ultimate survivor. Guts' journey is one of unrelenting struggle. He is not a hero in the traditional sense. He is a deeply flawed, often violent individual who refuses to break. His life has been defined by suffering, yet he continues forward, carving his destiny despite the overwhelming darkness. Guts embodies the absurd hero, as described by Albert Camus. His life has no divine meaning, only the meaning that he creates. Despite fate being against him, he never submits, proving that in the end, it is not the gods, destiny, or demons that define a man, but his will to keep moving forward. Griffith's origins, the dream of a commoner. Griffith was born into poverty, yet he never accepted his place in the world. Unlike Guts, who was shaped by hardship into a survivor, Griffith was fueled by an almost divine ambition to transcend his circumstances and rule his own kingdom. His charisma, intelligence, and strategic genius allow him to rise through the mercenary ranks, forming the Band of the Hawk, an army of warriors who will follow him to the ends of the earth. To Griffith, power is everything. Not just military might, but the power of influence and vision. He is mesmerizing, inspiring absolute loyalty in his followers, many of whom would gladly die for his dream. Unlike Guts, who fights for survival, Griffith fights for his destiny, which he believes is divinely ordained. Griffith's ambition embodies Nietzsche's Übermensch, the Overman, a being who creates his values, transcends morality, and reshapes the world according to his will. His charisma is reminiscent of historical figures like Alexander the Great or Napoleon, who commanded absolute devotion through sheer vision. The Band of the Hawk, brotherhood, or a means to an end. While Griffith appears to be a noble and caring leader, his relationship with his subordinates is deeply pragmatic. He bonds with them, but he does not view them as equals. He manipulates Princess Charlotte into falling in love with him, securing his path to nobility. He values Guts more than anyone else, but not as a friend, rather as a perfect weapon to achieve his dream. The turning point in Griffith's character arc is when Guts decides to leave the Band of the Hawk. This causes a break in Griffith's psyche. Despite his intelligence and control, Griffith loses himself in emotion for the first time. He always viewed himself as superior, yet Guts, his most valued warrior, rejected him. This triggers an existential crisis, causing him to act irrationally, seducing Princess Charlotte in a moment of weakness. His impulsive act leads to his downfall. He is captured, tortured for over a year, and utterly broken, losing his beauty, voice, and physical strength. Griffith's suffering is the price of hubris, a fall from grace, mirroring the Greek tragedies of figures like Icarus and Oedipus. His moment of weakness destroys everything he builds, yet this destruction ultimately recreates him as something greater than human. The Eclipse, the ultimate sacrifice. After being rescued by the remnants of the Band of the Hawk, Griffith realizes he is too broken to fulfill his dream. He can no longer fight, command, or inspire. This shattered dream leaves him with only two choices: accept his failure and live as a disabled mortal, transcend his humanity no matter the cost. When the Bailey activates, Griffith is given a choice by the God Hand: sacrifice his comrades and ascend to a member of their order. He hesitates for a moment, but ultimately chooses his dream over everything else. The Band of the Hawk is massacred. Guts and Casca, his two closest followers, are marked for eternal suffering. He violates Casca in front of Guts, not out of lust, but to utterly destroy Guts' spirit. This is the ultimate Nietzschean moment. Griffith discards all human morality to become a god. It also reflects Machiavellian thought: true power requires absolute sacrifice, including those closest to you. Griffith embodies cosmic horror, a being beyond human comprehension whose actions are no longer bound by mortal ethics. Femto and the birth of Falconia, the new God King. As Femto, Griffith exists beyond human pain and morality, yet he still seeks to rule the world, only now as a messianic figure. Through manipulation, war, and divine intervention, he creates Falconia, a utopian city where humanity is safe from demonic forces, but at the cost of living under his absolute rule. Griffith's transformation is now complete. His followers see him as a god. He has erased his humanity, existing as a pure ideal rather than a person. He rules with flawless control, but at the cost of free will. His citizens unknowingly live under a manufactured reality. Griffith's rule mirrors Plato's concept of the philosopher king, an enlightened ruler governing with supreme wisdom. However, it also reflects Orwellian dystopias, a world where people trade freedom for security without questioning the cost. His godhood is a perversion of free will. He embodies destiny itself, while Guts represents resistance against fate. Guts versus Griffith, the ultimate contradiction. The rivalry between Griffith and Guts is a battle of opposing philosophy. Guts represents free will, fights to survive no matter what, resists gods, demons, and cosmic forces, chooses love and companionship. Guts refuses to submit fate, while Griffith embraces it fully. Their conflict is not just personal, it is existential. Griffith, on the other hand, represents fate and destiny, sacrifices all for a dream, becomes a godlike entity, chooses power and isolation. Griffith is the logical extreme of ambition, someone who becomes what he must to achieve his goal, even if it means transcending his humanity. He is not evil in the traditional sense. He no longer operates within human morality. His story reflects power's dual nature, both inspiring and terrifying. In conclusion, Griffith is almost seen as a tragic god, Griffith's arc is one of the most fascinating in anime because it challenges the idea of being a human. He begins as a dreamer, falls into despair, and emerges as a godlike ruler, but at the cost of everything that once made him human. His ultimate tragedy is this: he achieved his dream, yet he lost himself in the process. He is worshipped as a god, yet he can no longer experience simple human emotions. He won the world, but he will forever be alone. My final thoughts are, Griffith's story forces us to ask, is ambition worth the cost of humanity? Is ultimate power worth ultimate solitude? The lore. Nosferatu Zod is one of the most iconic and terrifying characters in Berserk. His lore and character depth contribute significantly to the dark, complex world that Kentaro Miura created. Zod, like many characters in Berserk, represents a unique combination of monstrous power and tragic, almost philosophical elements that contribute to the narrative's exploration of human nature, destiny, and the struggle between light and dark forces. Zod's origins and a role in the story. Zod is an apostle, one of the monstrous godlike beings who is the antithesis of humanity. He is a massive, grotesque creature that can transform between human-like and monstrous bestial forms. His title, Nosferatu, invokes imagery of a vampire-like creature, and in a way, it reflects his predatory nature. In Berserk, apostle status often ties to some tragic or horrific transformation, and Zod is no different. Zod's first significant appearance is in the Golden Age arc, where he battles gods in a confrontation that is as philosophical as it is physical. This initial class sets up the major theme that follows Zod throughout the series: the search for meaning in a seemingly meaningless world and the concept of struggle. Zod has lived for centuries, and his immortality, bearing fatal injury from a particular source, is a curse in many ways. Zod has lived for many centuries, and his immortality is a curse in many ways. As an apostle, he transcends human limitations but is also far removed from humanity. His endless existence has worn down his psyche, so he seems to operate on a philosophy of eternal struggle and the pursuit of worthy opponents. This is most evident in his interaction with Guts and later with Griffith. Zod's interactions with Guts are pivotal in understanding his philosophy. When Zod first meets Guts, he's fascinated by the young swordsman's ability to withstand his overwhelming power. To Zod, Guts represents a force of will, a spark of something that he believes is rare and beautiful in a world filled with suffering. Zod even hints that despite being human, Guts might be on a higher path, one that reflects a certain savage transcendence. Zod's relationship with Griffith is also key to understanding his psyche. Zod sees Griffith not just as a leader, but as someone worthy of following because Griffith represents a vision and a godlike ambition. This aligns with Zod's yearning for something larger than himself, an unrelenting pursuit of a goal, even if that goal is tied to something ultimately destructive. Zod's belief in the value of strength and struggle aligns with the larger themes of Berserk, where survival and the struggle against fate are central. He also seems to find some dark honor in battle, which makes him both a formidable antagonist and an unlikely ally at certain points in the story. His complexity lies in the fact that while he is undeniably monstrous and terrifying, he also possesses a form of respect for Guts and the human spirit that defies his outward brutality. Zod as a symbol. Zod can be interpreted as a symbol of the dangers of eternal struggle and the degradation of purpose that comes with living for centuries. As a warrior, he has seen countless battles and fought countless opponents. In many ways, he represents the consequence of a life focused solely on strength and combat as the only meaningful pursuit. His existence is essentially a warning about the consequences of being driven only by an obsessive quest for power or the thrills of battle without understanding the broader consequences of one's actions. Moreover, Zod's eventual allegiance with Griffith despite his clear awareness of the brutal nature of the God-Hand's goals, can be seen as a tragic representation of how power and fate can warp individuals. Zod is not what you would typically define as evil. Still, his willingness to follow Griffith shows how even those who believe themselves to be above such petty morality can fall under the spell of a larger ambition. The deeper the connection to that ambition, the more one risks losing themselves entirely. The tragic paradox of Zod. Ultimately, Zod is a tragic figure, caught in a cycle of violence, power, and meaningless eternity. Despite being one of the most powerful creatures in the Berserk universe, he seems to long for something beyond survival, perhaps reflecting a deep, existential dread. Zod's most significant conflict, though not always explicitly stated, is that he cannot escape the monstrous nature that he's become. His search for a worthy adversary may be his way of seeking meaning in a life devoid of it. This brings a certain tragic irony. He's immortal, but his immortality is his curse. His relationship with Guts is especially tragic because Guts is a human who challenges the very concept of fate through sheer will and determination. Zod admires this, but simultaneously, he is trapped in a situation where the thing he seeks, a true final battle, can only come at the cost of the people around him. Nosferatu Zod reflects the themes of existentialism, fate, and the search for meaning in Berserk. He is both a product of the harsh, brutal world that Miura created and a symbol of the deep struggles individuals face when they are caught in a cycle of violence and immortality. Zod's story is about the internal conflict of being a creature of power without a clear purpose and the dangerous allure of something greater, something in Zod's case embodied in Griffith's vision. Ultimately, he is a creature trapped in his desire for meaning and worthy struggle, even if it cost him everything. To another lore. BioShock Infinite is a game rich with symbolism, philosophical questions, and a labyrinth of intertwined plot lines. At its core, it takes place in a floating city called Columbia and follows Booker DeWitt, a man seeking to rescue a woman named Elizabeth. The game explores themes of free will, destiny, American exceptionalism, and the consequences of a utopian society. One of the central themes of BioShock Infinite is the idea of fate and the cycles of history that repeat themselves. The game explores this through the concept of tears and the fabric of reality. These tears allow for glimpses into alternate realities and timelines, showing that the event of Booker and Elizabeth's journey are preordained in many realities, but also that their choices can impact their future and past. The concept of Booker and Elizabeth being present in multiple universes represents the constant battle between free will and the cyclical nature of history. No matter how many realities exist, the ending suggests that certain events will always occur. American exceptionalism and nationalism. Columbia, the floating city where BioShock Infinite takes place, is heavily inspired by American ideals, but it's a distorted vision. The city is ruled by a charismatic leader, Comstock, who claims to have a divine mandate to bring about an American utopia. His vision of America is one rooted in white supremacy, extreme nationalism, and authoritarianism. Through this setting, the game critiques the dark side of American exceptionalism, exposing the hypocrisy and dangers of an idealized vision of a nation. The concept of identity and redemption. Booker DeWitt's journey is ultimately about redemption, though his path towards it is far from clear. Booker is revealed to be a tortured man who has tried to escape his past through the act of selling his soul. His role in the game is deeply tied to his past as a soldier in the Battle of Wounded Knee, where his actions haunt him. This guilt manifests in his desire to escape and start fresh in Columbia. Elizabeth is a key figure in his search for redemption, and their relationship reflects how identity and past actions shape the future. The nature of free will and choice. BioShock Infinite is essentially a philosophical exploration of free will and choice, a central theme in the BioShock series. In the game's world, a mysterious figure called the Lutici Twins talks about the possibility of multiple versions of Booker existing in alternate realities, suggesting that decisions are not always purely based on free will. By the time you reach the end, the game indicates that Booker's actions are inevitable. He is trapped in an unbreakable cycle. The ending and its symbolism. The ending of BioShock Infinite is undoubtedly one of the most complex and thought-provoking conclusions in modern gaming. The final revelation of the game ties together the entire series and adds layers of meanings to its narrative. In the final moments, the game reveals that Booker DeWitt and Zachary Hell Comstock are the same person. They are two alternate versions of the same man. Booker, after his role in the Wounded Knee Massacre, attempts to redeem himself by selling his soul and rejecting the name of Comstock. Still, in one reality, he chooses to accept his past, leading to the creation of the tyrannical Comstock, who goes on to build the dystopian society of Columbia. In another reality, Booker chooses to resist and reject this path. However, both of these versions of Booker are fated to exist. This revelation underscores one of the game's most significant points: the idea that Booker cannot escape this past, and no matter how many realities there are, he is condemned to the same cycle. The game explores identity and how a person's choices, particularly in the moments of guilt or trauma, determine who they are. The fact that Booker and Comstock exist as alternate versions of the same person speaks to the infinite possibilities of identity, underscoring the inevitability of their tragic fates. Elizabeth's role is even more crucial to the ending. She is the key of breaking the cycle of history. By the end of the game, it's revealed that she is not merely a person with the ability to open tears and reality. She is also connected to the cycle of Booker and Comstock. Elizabeth, at different points, was born from different decisions Booker made. She is shown to have the power to manipulate time and space, which also ties into the game's exploration of destiny and the consequences of individual actions across timelines. In the game's final moments, Elizabeth leads Booker to the ultimate realization that their existence is part of an unending loop. This climatic moment in the final scene, where Booker is drowned as a child by a mysterious figure, who is later revealed to be Elizabeth herself, an older version, symbolizes the need to end this vicious cycle. Elizabeth's actions signify her attempt to stop the flow of time and allow Booker to pay the price for his sins, which is necessary to create the ending. The infinite nature of the multiverse. The final scene, where Booker is drowned, creates a sense of closure to the narrative. It is a dramatic and symbolic act meant to end the cycle. However, it also opens up the idea that the multiverse, a core game component, is infinite. It is suggested that through the final choice, the cycle of Booker and Comstock may be broken, but at the cost of Booker's life. An interpretation suggests that Elizabeth and Booker's actions may have created an infinite number of possible timelines, with new versions of Booker and Elizabeth appearing in every one. The ending feels bittersweet, suggesting that while one timeline may end, the multiverse ensures that others may be created. BioShock Infinite is a profound commentary on the nature of history, identity, and the eternal struggle between fate and free will. The ending is tragic, yet redemptive, as it highlights the idea that no matter what choices we make, the past, the present, and the future are all interconnected in ways we may not fully understand. It questions the notion of true redemption and suggests that some actions, particularly those tied to deep guilt and trauma, are nearly impossible to escape. The game's symbolism runs deep, from the use of Colombia itself as a metaphor for a distorted, idealized America to the many layers of Booker and Elizabeth's intertwined fates. The ending ultimately forces players to confront their understanding of choice, destiny, and whether it's possible to escape one's past truly. Bloodborne, developed by From Software, is widely regarded as one of the most atmospheric and intricately woven narratives in the action RPG genre. While not explicitly laid out, the game's lore is rich with profound psychological and existential themes, much of it rooted in the psychological horror of humanity's place in a vast, uncaring universe. The falling of Yharnam and the Great Ones. The city of Yharnam, with its Gothic architecture, is built on the foundation of blood, which ties into the core of Bloodborne psychological themes. The city's inhabitants seek the healing power of blood, which eventually leads to their downfall. This obsession with blood parallels humanity's hunger for knowledge, power, and transcendence, portrayed as dangerous and ultimately self-destructive. Yharnam's descent into madness is directly tied to the Great Ones, cosmic deities beyond human comprehension. The Great Ones represent the unknown, the alien, and the vast horrors that lie beyond the veil of human understanding. The more the people of Yharnam delve into the mysteries of these beings, the more they lose their humanity, becoming grotesque and insane. This is a commentary on humans' inability to truly comprehend the universe without losing its sense of self. The Hunt, a recurring event in Bloodborne, is central to the game's narrative. In the game, hunters are tasked with slaying the monstrous creatures, beasts that roam the land, but there's a deeper implication. The hunters themselves may be slowly becoming the very thing they hunt. This speaks to a psychological theme of identity crisis and self-destruction. The hunters are in a perpetual cycle of violence, torn between their purpose and their descent into madness and beastliness. This theme is underscored by the player's transformations, the NPCs, and the enemies. The process of beastification serves as a metaphor for how unchecked desires and emotions, be it power, fear, or obsession, can corrupt and consume one's humanity. Cosmic horror and existential despair. The horror in Bloodborne concerns not just monstrous creatures, but also the very nature of existence. The game borrows heavily from the genre of cosmic horror, emphasizing insignificance in the grand scale of the universe. Humanity is shown to be fragile, its existence a fleeting moment in the face of incomprehensible forces. The Great Ones, while godlike, are not benevolent or malevolent in the way traditional gods are depicted. They are indifferent to humanity. This existential despair is reflected in the game's atmosphere, where the player constantly encounters characters who have resigned themselves to the futility of their actions, often speaking of the inevitability of their fates. In a profoundly philosophical way, the game asks whether knowledge, power, or existence itself is worth pursuing when it leads only to suffering. The concept of insight. In Bloodborne, insight is a mechanic that reflects the player's growing understanding of the hidden truths of the world. As you gain more insight, the game world becomes distorted, revealing more grotesque and horrific details. This symbolizes the mental toll of understanding the truth. The more you learn, the more you see, and the more you lose your grip on sanity. It's a direct commentary on the dangers of seeking knowledge, especially when it challenges one's perception of reality. The more insight you gain, the closer you come to madness, reflecting that understanding certain truths may be too much for the human mind to bear. The Healing Church and religious symbolism. The Healing Church in Bloodborne is a major institution within the world, and it plays a crucial role in the psychological horror of the narrative. On the surface, it is a religious organization dedicated to healing, but underneath, it's deeply corrupt. The church's use of blood and its role in spreading the blood ministration practices that led to the downfall of Yharnam reflects the danger of blind faith, power, and the exploitation of belief for control. Religious symbolism runs deep throughout the game, but it is used more to explore the inherent darkness in systems claiming salvation. The church's manipulation of the people's faith mirrors the self-destructive cycles that often appear in societies where institutions promise hope but ultimately lead to destruction. Madness, identity, and the beast within. A significant part of Bloodborne's psychological depth is the exploration of madness and the loss of identity. Throughout the game, characters lose their sense of self, succumbing to the madness by pursuing forbidden knowledge or horrors they've encountered. The player, too, is at risk of this madness. The line between hunter and the hunted blurs as you progress, and the protagonist's identity comes into question. Are you indeed the hunter, or are you becoming the beast? This theme of identity is tied to the idea of transformation and what it means to be human. The hunters who fight monsters are often no different from the monsters they hunt, exploring the idea that the world's violence reflects the violence within. The role of the moon's presence and the moon's influence. The moon presence, a key figure in the game's ending, is the final link between the player and the more profound cosmic horror of the Bloodborne world. Its presence reinforces the game's philosophical exploration of fate, destiny, and the control, or lack thereof, the player has over their actions. The moon presence also represents the inevitability of death and a desire for transcendence, reflecting the human tendency to seek meaning and power beyond the mortal world. However, like the Great Ones, it is ultimately indifferent to the hunter's struggle. In conclusion, the psychological depth of Bloodborne is rooted in the exploration of themes like existentialism, the fragility of the human psyche, the perils of knowledge, and the blurred lines between humanity and monstrosity. The game crafts a narrative that challenges the player's understanding of self and reality through atmospheric design, fragmented storytelling, and cosmic horror. The characters in Bloodborne often confront the darkest aspects of existence, and their world serves as a reminder of the futility of trying to control fate, the mind, and the universe itself. In essence, Bloodborne is not just a game about defeating monsters, but a mediation on the horrors of knowledge, the fragility of the human mind, and the existential dread that comes with confronting the unknown. The Dark Souls series, created by From Software, is rich with dark lore and profound philosophical themes. It's a world steeped in decay, cycles of repetition, and existential questions. While the game doesn't hand-feed you its story, much of it is discovered through item descriptions, character dialogue, and environmental storytelling. The most fundamental theme is the cyclical nature of existence in Dark Souls. The game's setting is a world where the flame, representing light, hope, and life, is dying, and with it, the Age of Fire is ending. The undead curse symbolizes this decay. Those who are cursed cannot die and are forced to repeat their lives eternally. This raises the question of whether it is better to continue in this endless cycle or embrace the darkness and end it all. Lordran, the setting of the first game, and Lothric and Dark Souls 3 both grapple with the same problem. The flame is dying, and humanity must choose between rekindling it or letting it fade to usher in the Age of Darkness. The firelinging is often portrayed as a sacrificial act, where the player must be asked to sacrifice themselves to keep the flame alive or let it die, bringing about a new era of darkness. This ties directly into the game world's cyclical nature of life and death. The world of Dark Souls is grim, and its characters frequently face despair. Many figures, like Solor of Astora, seek meaning in the chaos, while others, such as Yuri of Londor, embrace the nihilistic void. The game's protagonist and antagonist often search for the purpose in a seemingly meaningless world. Nihilism, the concept that life has no inherent meaning and the struggle to find purpose may be futile, is a recurring idea. This is highlighted by the many characters wanting to end their eternal suffering or that of the world itself, as with the Firekeeper and the Ashen One. Existentialism. Conversely, some continue to search for meaning and strive for a better world, like Solaire or Artorias. They embody the existential fight to create their purpose in an inherently purposeless world. Humanity and the undead curse. Humanity is a central theme, both in the metaphysical and literal sense. The undead curse traps people in an endless cycle of death and rebirth. Those afflicted by it lose their sanity as they lose the ability to die, eventually becoming hollow. This can be interpreted as a metaphor for existential despair, where the characters are trapped in their existence without a clear way out. The human soul is central to the game's lore, with characters like Manus and Seath the Scaleless symbolizing humanity's corruption and a desire to attain something beyond human limits. The Lords of Cinder empowers corruption. The game's central figures, the Lords of Cinder, each represent a specific way in which power and influence can corrupt. These characters were once heroes, but over time, their power led them to become hollow shells of their former selves, either consumed by the flame or abandoned by it entirely. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, sacrifices himself to keep the fire going, but ultimately becomes a hollow, forsaken figure. This is a tragic commentary on the cost of sacrifice and the fleeting nature of glory. The struggle between order and chaos. There is a constant tension between forces trying to bring order to the world, such as the gods and their followers, and those who embrace chaos, freedom, and decay. The Age of Fire and the Age of Dark represent two opposing philosophies. One desires to preserve the old ways, even if it means decay, while the other embraces the unknown future that comes with darkness. The characters who choose the Dark Lord ending in Dark Souls 3 or the Dark Lord ending in the first game typically symbolize this embrace of chaos and rejection of the structured, fire-lit world. Philosophical underpinnings in Dark Souls. The Absurd by Albert Camus. Albert Camus' existential philosophy, particularly this concept of the absurd, resonates deeply with Dark Souls. Camus describes the absurd as the conflict between human beings' inherent desire for meaning and the universe's indifference. The player, like the characters in the game, is caught in an endless struggle against the uncaring, decaying world. The game often presents this conflict directly, forcing the player to decide whether to continue struggling or to succumb to despair. The protagonist's need to continually press forward, facing impossible odds, mirrors Camus' view of life as a struggle without ultimate meaning, but one that is worth pursuing anyway. The player's actions, no matter how futile they might seem, give the world some semblance of meaning, much like Camus' idea of rebellion against the absurd. The will to power, a concept by Friedrich Nietzsche. Nietzsche's philosophy, particularly this notion of the Übermensch, overman, and the will to power, significantly influenced the Dark Souls series. The Dark Souls protagonists are constantly grappling with their own will to power. This is especially clear in their battles with the gods and influential figures who have stagnated in their power, like Gwyn, or abused it, like Manus. The games ask whether it's better to overcome weakness and be consumed by ambition, or to accept one's limitations and live humbly. The game's multiple endings also touch on Nietzsche's idea about eternal recurrence and the struggle against the inherent meaninglessness of existence. Should one seek to overcome the present state of the world, or embrace its inevitable collapse? The hero's journey. While the Dark Souls games can seem bleak, they also echo a form of the hero's journey, especially regarding the player's evolution. The character is often an outcast or an underdog, beginning their journey as an undead with limited resources. As the player progresses, they gain knowledge, experience, and power, ultimately facing gods, dragons, and demonic forces. The difference here is that the hero's victory may not lead to traditional triumph. Instead, the ending could be either a continuation of the cycle or a shift to a darker, uncertain future. In conclusion, the Dark Souls series crafts a world where choices are complex and the consequences of those choices are steeped in darkness, loss, and uncertainty. Its lore is a tapestry of existential questions about suffering, purpose, and the cyclical nature of time. Through its mythic and often tragic characters, Dark Souls reflects philosophical musings on the nature of life and death and humanity's struggle against an indifferent universe. It doesn't offer easy answers, but it challenges players to think deeply about their role in a world full of suffering and the inevitable decay of everything. Claymore is a dark fantasy anime and manga by Nohiro Yagi set in a medieval world plagued by Yoma, monstrous creatures that feed on humans. To combat these beings, a mysterious organization creates claymores, hybrid warriors who are part human, part Yoma. Wielding enormous swords, these women are feared and revered for their power, but they must constantly struggle to maintain their humanity. The tragic fate of claymores. Claymores are all female because early attempts at creating male warriors failed. Men were more prone to losing control and transforming into awakened beings, super powerful Yoma mutations. The organization recruits young girls, often orphans, and forcibly implants Yoma flesh into them, effectively cursing them to a life of battle. If they overuse their Yokai energy, which is demonic energy, they risk awakening and becoming the monsters they were meant to fight. The organization's cruel secrets. The organization is a secretive, emotionless governing body that treats claymores as disposable weapons. It conducts horrifying experiments, including creating abyssal ones, near godlike awakened beings that pose an even greater threat. It's implied that the organization isn't just fighting Yoma, it might even be controlling them to maintain its power. The abyssal ones and awakened beings. When claymores surpass their limits, they awaken, transforming into grotesque yet mighty creatures. Some of the most fearsome awakened beings include Priscilla, a former claymore whose awakening makes her nearly unstoppable. She slaughters the protagonist, Claire's mentor Teresa. Isley, Ridful, and Lucilla, abyssal ones who rule over different regions locked in a terrifying power struggle. Teresa and Claire's bond. The core tragedy of Claymore. Teresa, one of the strongest claymores, defies the organization rules by protecting a young girl, Claire, and instead killing a human village of bandit humans. Her growing attachment to Claire leads to her execution at the hands of Priscilla, a young claymore who loses control and awakens. This traumatic event shapes Claire's entire life. She willingly undergoes the claymore transformation solely to avenge Teresa. The symbolism of the claymore journey. Claymores are ultimately tragic figures. They are bound to the path of self-destruction, knowing that their only fates are death, awakening, or execution by their comrades. The story explores themes of identity, vengeance, and the struggle against one's monstrous nature. Teresa, of the Faint Smile, is one of the most tragic and beloved characters in Claymore. Her story powerfully explores innocence lost, the consequences of power, and the ultimate price of humanity. She is one of the most powerful claymores ever and one of the few who remain human in the face of overwhelming darkness. Let's dive into her story, transformation, and legacy. Teresa's origins, the gifted but tragic prodigy. Teresa's past is shrouded in mystery, and little is known about her life before becoming a claymore. Although she is described as extremely young, it's clear she was recruited into the organization at a very young age, likely due to her exceptional natural talent. Teresa wasn't simply powerful, she was a genius of combat. This made her a legend even among the other claymores, as her skills were practically unmatched, earning her the title of number 1. While the details of her early life aren't given, it's strongly implied that she was an orphan like most claymores and was brought into the organization at a tender age. She underwent the painful and horrific procedure of having Yoma cells implanted into her body, turning her into a half-human and half-Yoma hybrid. Teresa was known for her unprecedented control over her Yokai, which sets her apart from most of the other claymores. Even though she was a hybrid, she had the rare ability to wield immense power without losing her humanity, a trait most other claymores lost as they became powerful. She also could use her Yokai in ways that others couldn't, enhancing her speed, strength, and precision in combat to an almost supernatural level. Teresa's transformation from a ruthless killer to a protector. Despite her unmatched power, Teresa had an interesting philosophy about her role as a claymore. Unlike many of her peers who were hardened by constant fighting and the gruesome nature of their work, Teresa was somewhat emotionally detached from the senseless killing. She was known for having a calm and composed demeanor, always smiling faintly, which earned her the title of Teresa of the Faint Smile. This starkly contrasted the often bitter and emotionally scarred claymores around her. The turning point. Teresa's life took a significant turn when she encountered a young human girl named Claire, who would eventually become the series' main protagonist. After Teresa's routine mission to kill a Yoma in the village, she was tasked with eliminating a Yoma-infested family. When Teresa discovered that the girl, Claire, had survived the attack, she chose to spare her, an act of mercy that defied the organization's rigid rules. This decision would become the beginning of Teresa's transformation. After sparing Claire, Teresa began to feel a bond of protective love for the girl, which she had long suppressed. She even started to think of Claire as a surrogate daughter, a sentiment that softened her otherwise indifferent personality. She took Claire with her, and for a time, they traveled together, with Teresa acting as her guardian. Defying the organization's cold, pragmatic views, choosing to show mercy was the beginning of a shift in Teresa's character. The tragic end, Priscilla's awakening, and Teresa's death. Unfortunately, Teresa's act of compassion would cost her everything. Her humanity, what made her unique among the claymores, became her undoing. The event that led to Teresa's death was the awakening of a young claymore named Priscilla. Priscilla, one of the up-and-coming young claymores, was a childlike, somewhat naive warrior who revered Teresa but was deeply affected emotionally by Teresa's decision to disobey the organization. However, during a mission, Priscilla's emotions got the better of her in combat with Teresa, and she began to lose control of her Yokai. Despite Teresa's attempts to guide and calm her, Priscilla's awakening process took over. She transformed into a monstrous awakened being, one of the most powerful and dangerous. In the end, Priscilla, now an abyssal one, was too powerful for even Teresa to defeat. When Priscilla lost control completely, she killed Teresa with a single, devastating blow, resulting in one of the most emotional and tragic moments of the series. When Teresa let her guard down, Priscilla struck, severing her head from her body. Teresa's death was not just the end of a mighty warrior, but the destruction of the last vestige of pure humanity among the claymores. Claire, who witnessed Teresa's brutal death at the hands of Priscilla, swore to avenge her mentor and adoptive mother. Her quest for revenge would become the driving force behind her journey, and Teresa's death haunted her every decision. Through this loss, Claire would eventually become a claymore herself, carrying a piece of Teresa's legacy with her in every battle. The legacy and symbolism of Teresa. Teresa's story is one of beauty, tragedy, and sacrifice. She represents the potential for humanity within the claymores, a glimpse of light in a world defined by darkness. Her power, grace and unyielding morality set her apart from others, and though she was a killing machine, she was never fully consumed by her Yoma side. Teresa's journey symbolizes the struggle to retain humanity in an inhumane world. While the other Claymores gradually lose themselves to their power and the horrors of their existence, Teresa's compassion and sense of justice remain intact until the end. Claire's journey is inextricably tied to Teresa's. Her pursuit of vengeance on Priscilla is also set in a quest of self-identity. By adopting Teresa's strength and fighting for what she stood for, Claire embodies the aspects of humanity that she preserved. In many ways, Claire becomes the person Teresa would have hoped to be had she survived. Teresa's smile. Her faint smile is a powerful symbol. It suggests that despite her brutal life, Teresa had peace and resolve, a peaceful, almost serene acceptance of her fate, even amid a cruel, unforgiving world. Her smile lives as a reminder of the other Claymores that they can retain some semblance of their humanity. Teresa's transformation into a legendary figure was never just about power. It was about what she represented, the potential for goodness in a monstrous world, the fight against becoming the very thing one is created to destroy. Her death marked the end of that hope, but it ignited a flame in Claire that would burn through the series, fueling future struggles and moments of humanity amidst chaos. Teresa's death profoundly impacted several key characters in Claymore. Not only did her death shape the story's trajectory, but it also became a catalyst for character development, revenge, and internal conflict. Here's a deeper exploration of how Teresa's tragic end affected the other main characters. Claire, the legacy of vengeance and humanity. For Claire, Teresa's death was not just the loss of a mentor and surrogate mother, it was a defining moment of her entire existence. Teresa's influence would continue to shape Claire's decisions and actions throughout the series. Claire's primary motivation after Teresa's death is vengeance. She swears to avenge Teresa by killing Priscilla, the awakened being who killed her. This vow sets the stage for her transformation into a Claymore. Claire actively seeks to become a Claymore, even undergoing the painful process of the Yoma transformation to gain strength needed to defeat Priscilla. Teresa's death is the spark that ignites Claire's internal struggle between her desire for vengeance and her struggle to retain her humanity. Despite her desire for revenge, Claire is also deeply affected by Teresa's death on an emotional level. Her love for Teresa is not just about protection or mentorship, it's a bond rooted in Teresa's humanity, something that Claire longs to hold on to in a brutal world of the Claymores. Throughout her journey, Claire often grapples with guilt, loneliness, and the fear of losing her humanity as she fights in Teresa's name. Teresa's death constantly reminds her of what she stands to lose in her quest for revenge and the choices she makes, often prioritizing vengeance over personal safety, reflect the cost of this obsession. As Claire continues her journey, she learns that true strength doesn't come from revenge alone. Even after her death, Teresa's influence helps Claire to understand that there's more to fight for than hatred. By the end of the series, Claire learns to balance the vengeful fire within her with the love and humanity Teresa showed her. She continues to carry the weight of Teresa's legacy, but grows into her own person, not just Teresa's avenger, but a force of her own. Priscilla, the embodiment of Teresa's legacy, and her tragic opposite. For Priscilla, Teresa's death marks the beginning of her descent into madness and a constant tension between her godlike power and the trauma she inflicted on those around her. Teresa's death, as a direct result of Priscilla's awakening, becomes a defining moment of her character, one that she can never entirely escape. Although Priscilla does not fully comprehend the gravity of her actions after awakening, her guilt and self-loathing are pervasive throughout her character arc. She unconsciously views Teresa's death as something that defines her existence. Priscilla becomes lost, and her brain appears to be hollow. However, she doesn't fully acknowledge this impacts on her. Her arrogance and inability to grasp the depth of her cruelty makes her more dangerous. In some ways, Priscilla is still haunted by Teresa's death. In their battle, Teresa bested Priscilla, but decided to show compassion and spare Priscilla. When Teresa let her guard down, that's when Priscilla was able to strike and take Teresa's life. Priscilla never allows herself to confront this loss. The trauma and denial of Priscilla's take on Teresa still haunts and devastates her. Priscilla was on a mission to take down Teresa, who the organization deemed as a monster who killed humans and disobeyed the organization. However, in their battle, Teresa's kindness and compassion to spare Priscilla caused an internal conflict within Priscilla. As the story progresses, it becomes clear that Priscilla's continued obsession with Teresa's power and humanity drives her insane. Her power as an awakened being is unmatched, but without Teresa's balance, Priscilla is lost in a sea of conflicting emotions. Priscilla's increasingly coldness and detachment are the twisted mirror image of Teresa's humanity. Priscilla may have killed Teresa, but the real consequence of this act is that she never manages to understand or tap into the core of what made Teresa so unique and powerful, which is her love and control over her humanity. Ultimately, Priscilla's fate is tied to Claire, who grows from a vengeful child to a force against Priscilla's power. The other Claymores, the silent witnesses to the price of humanity. For the other Claymores, Teresa's death represents a tragic and harsh truth about the world. Many of them are already hardened and broken individuals, but Teresa's death casts a long shadow over the way they see themselves and their roles in the organization. Rocky, the young boy who becomes Claire's companion after Teresa's death, is also deeply impacted. Although he wasn't directly involved in the battle or Teresa's death, his relationship with Claire makes him more aware of the human cost of war between Claymores and awakened beings. His love for Claire is built on Teresa's memory, and he sees Claire's journey as a constant struggle between love and loss. As Rocky grows, he often reflects on how the sacrifice of powerful figures like Teresa was necessary for the survival of those they loved. Maria, Genevieve, and Helen, these three Claymores, who become Claire's closest companions, are also affected by Teresa's legacy in various ways. Maria, in particular, is reminded of the fragility of the Claymore's humanity when she hears of Teresa's fate. Like Teresa, Maria is driven by the belief that there must be something beyond the organization's cruel system. Genevieve and Helen have seen firsthand what happens to Claymores who lose their humanity or die in battle, and Teresa's death only solidifies their cynicism. However, their bond with Claire, who fights in the memory of Teresa, pushes them to become more than cold, calculated warriors. They are reminded of the human side of their struggle, something that they thought had been lost forever. The organization's cold response. The organization's reaction to Teresa's death reveals their true nature. They see her as just another warrior who outlived her usefulness. Teresa's death, though tragic, doesn't faze the organization as much as it does the other characters. It highlights the coldness of the organization, which treats its Claymores as mere tools of war, devoid of any emotional investment in the lives of its warriors. For the organization, Teresa's death is just another casualty of war, another loss in their endless conflict with the Yoma. This cold detachment further reinforces the theme of humanity being extinguished in this brutal, unforgiving world. The thematic impact, the loss of innocence, and the price of power. Beyond the characters directly impacted by Teresa's death, her sacrifice has a large thematic significance for the entire world of Claymore. Teresa's death underscores the cost of mercy and humanity in a brutal world. Her act of sparing Claire and sparing Priscilla, her choice to protect human life even at her own expense, stands in stark contrast to the ruthless pragmatism of the organization. Teresa's compassion ultimately becomes the very thing that leads to her downfall, yet her humanity is what makes her powerful and meaningful to the story. In a world where power and survival often come at the cost of one's soul, Teresa's death is a tragic reminder that even the strongest warriors can be undone by their compassion and love. For Claire, Teresa's death represents the loss of innocence. She is thrust into a violent world of vengeance where her idealism is shattered and replaced by the cold reality of the war. For many of the Claymores, Teresa was the last embodiment of hope and purity, and her death signifies the final destruction of that innocence. After Teresa's fall, Claire and the other warriors are forced to accept that, in their world, even the strongest must fall. In sum, Teresa's death is the fulcrum upon which Claymore pivots. It changes everything for the characters who loved and revered her, forces Claire into the painful path of vengeance and self-discovery, and reminds us of the cost of humanity in a world where monsters rule and compassion can be fatal. The lore. Demon Souls is a game rich with profound lore and a dark, philosophical world. Its setting is in the kingdom of Boletaria, which has fallen into ruin after the awakening of an ancient evil known as the Old One. Here's a breakdown of its lore and the philosophical themes embedded in the game. The game's world is largely shaped by the awakening of the Old One, a primal entity that resides beneath the earth. This being has the power to control the Nexus, a mysterious realm that links all of Boletaria's regions. The Old One's influence spreads a cursed fog that allows demons to rise, driving humanity to madness. The hero, often called the Slayer of Demons, ventures through this world to either destroy the Old One or attempt to bind it, depending on the player's actions and choices. The Old One is an entity of darkness that existed long before humans and has the power to warp reality itself. Its influence leads to the creation of demons that plague the world. The Nexus, which the player interacts with, serves as a central hub for the different areas in the game. It exists in a state of purgatory, representing the limbo between life and death, and is also a metaphor for the player's existence within a cycle of suffering and despair. It exists in a state of purgatory, representing the limbo between life and death, and is also a metaphor for the player's existence within a cycle of suffering and despair. The demons that populate the world are born from human souls, corrupted by the Old One's influence. This ties into the theme of the consequence of unchecked ambition, as many of the characters who have turned into demons were once human beings who sought power beyond their limits. The bosses in the game in particular are often tragic figures who were consumed by the desire for more, and in their fall, they became distorted representations of what they once were. The Nexus represents the spiritual afterlife and can be seen as a place where souls are trapped with their fate left uncertain. This aligns with one of the game's core mechanics, the collection and consumption of souls. The player's character is drawn into the cycle of gaining and losing souls, which mirrors the idea of existential futility. No matter how many souls are gained, they are eventually lost. Souls are the currency of power, but embody the transient nature of existence. Demon Souls is built upon the philosophy of nihilism and the inevitability of suffering, while also exploring human ambition and hubris. It questions the nature of existence and the concept of meaning in a world ravaged by darkness. The world of Boletaria is a constant loop of suffering, death, and rebirth. Every area the player visits contains remnants of humanity's failed survival attempts. Death is a continuous theme in the game, not just for the player, but for the world. The demons are a manifestation of this endless cycle, as even if they are defeated, the player must face new enemies and horrors. This creates a sense of existential meaninglessness. No matter how much progress the player makes, the world remains in decay and the forces of darkness are ever present. The cycle is inescapable, and every character the player meets is often either a failed attempt at salvation or a warning against the consequences of trying to defy the natural order. Many characters in Demon Souls, particularly the human ones, who have turned into demons, illustrate the dangers of unchecked ambition and hubris. King Gallant the ruler of Boletaria, sought to harness the power of the Old One, believing that he could control it and bring prosperity to his people. However, this arrogance led to the kingdom's destruction and the rise of demons. Similarly, the religious figure Saint Urbain seeks to use the power of souls to transcend death, while Bior Boletaria is motivated by a sense of duty and protection. These characters embody the tragic consequences of failing to accept the natural limitations of life and death. The philosophy of the game suggests that the pursuit of power and immortality often leads to ruin, and one must come to terms with the impermanence of existence. The choice: embrace the darkness or reject it. The game offers the player an ultimate choice: either continue to battle against the demonic forces and attempt to seal or destroy the Old One, or accept the darkness and let it spread. This choice reflects the philosophical dilemma of whether to strive for control over one's fate or embrace the chaotic forces of the world, ultimately acknowledging the futility of resistance. If the player decides to bind the Old One, they are essentially preventing its further destruction, but also accepting that the world will continue to be caught in an eternal cycle. The other option is to destroy the Old One, freeing the world from its immediate grasp, but leaving the player in a bleak, empty world devoid of meaning or hope, an illustration of the nihilistic nature of the game. Demon Souls' dark, foreboding world weaves a story of loss, ambition, and the inevitable decay of life. Its world reflects the human condition, filled with suffering and death, yet it also challenges the players to think about their role within the world. The game forces players to confront difficult philosophical questions about existence, meaning, and the consequences of human desire. The Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion is often perceived as a high fantasy adventure filled with radiant landscapes, noble quests, and a battle against the demonic Hydra. However, beneath its surface, the game has a darker, more sinister undercurrent, nowhere more apparent than in its depiction of the Dark Brotherhood. The game's themes of fate, morality, and the fragility of order contrast starkly with the Brotherhood's nihilistic devotion to Sithis, making them one of the most intriguing factions in the Elder Scrolls universe. The origins and philosophy of the Dark Brotherhood. The Dark Brotherhood is a clandestine guild of assassins that functions as the religious and ritualistic counterpart to the Morak Tong, the legally sanctioned assassins of Morrowind. Their origins are traced back to the Night Mother, a shadowy figure said to be the mortal bride of Sithis, the Void itself. Sithis, an embodiment of primordial chaos and entropy, opposes anew the force of order.
I have been waiting for you, assassin. We have not spoken in some time, but I am well aware of your accomplishments within the Dark Brotherhood. That is why I have sent for you. I'm afraid there is a situation. The time has come to test both your skill and your loyalty to Sithis.
The Brotherhood's members believe that through death, they serve Sithis and fulfill the will of the Night Mother, who whispers contracts to her listener, guiding the guild's killings. This philosophy is profoundly religious and disturbingly pragmatic. The Brotherhood does not kill for profit alone, but for the fulfillment of Sithis' chaotic hunger. Unlike mere hired killers, the Dark Brotherhood operates with strict codes and rituals. The 5 Tenets, a set of rules that prevent betrayal within the guild. Breaking them results in punishment from the wrath of Sithis. The Black Sacrament, a ritual that allows a desperate individual to summon the Brotherhood's services by performing a macabre rite invoking the Night Mother. The Litany of Blood, a secret ritual mentioned in the later lore, signifying the personal vendettas and purges within the guild. The Oblivion Dark Brotherhood questline is one of the most well-written narratives in the series, offering a slow but inevitable descent into the moral abyss of an assassin's life. Here's a deeper look at its key elements. Induction, the choice to kill. The player's initiation begins after murdering an innocent NPC and sleeping. Lucien Lechant, a speaker of the Black Hand, appears in their dreams, offering a contract to prove their worth. This is the first moral turning point. Killing an innocent man, Rufio, cements the player as a true assassin, drawing them into the Dark Brotherhood's world. The purification. Trust is an illusion. The player rises in the ranks, only to be given one of the most shocking missions, eliminating the entire Che Dinho sanctuary, their own family. This moment signifies a loss of trust within the Brotherhood, emphasizing the organization's inherent instability. Betrayal is inevitable, even within their sacred order.
The ritual of purification is complete. Well done. Sithis has been appeased, and the time has come to acknowledge and reward your unwavering loyalty. The Black Hand is most pleased with your progress. Your life in the sanctuary is over. Those contracts are behind you.
The betrayal of the Black Hand. After completing a series of assassinations, the player is framed for treason against the Brotherhood. His own comrades execute Lucien, falsely accused of treachery.
We five, including you, are now all that remain. Even worse, you killed the listener. The Black Hand without a listener is like a hand with no thumb. Even the listener's successor is dead. So, we have no choice but to invoke an ancient ritual. We must wake the Night Mother from her slumber and seek her guidance. Between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m., ask me about the Night Mother, and we will away to Our Lady's home. Only then will the ritual begin. What treachery? The traitor still lives. It is Matthew Bellamont. Do not let him harm the Night Mother. Kill him!
Their true traitor is Matthew Bellamont, a member of the Black Hand who seeks revenge against the Brotherhood for murdering his mother. Becoming the listener. The questline culminates in the player assassinating the current Black Hand leaders under Bellamont's manipulation, only to kill him later. In the aftermath, the Night Mother directly communicates with the player, declaring her new listener and granting them access to her secrets and command over the Brotherhood.
Your killing of the old man Bainland, the execution of Adamus Villager, the way you stalked and murdered each member of the Draconis family, your purification of the Cheydinhal Sanctuary, you, a mere underling, even managed to single-handedly eliminate half of my Black Hand. I know, dear child, I know. You carried out your orders to the letter in the name of the Black Hand. How could I be anything but happy with you? No, my anger lies with the rest of my children. You see, I have known of Matthew Belmont's intentions since he was just a boy. I knew of his thirst for vengeance. I could have informed my listener, but I refused. Refused to reward such incompetence. Ungol was weak. Indeed, I allowed Matthew Bellamont to proceed on his destructive course, just as I allowed you to intercept him.
Symbolism and the psychological themes. The nature of chaos in Sithis' role. Sithis is not just a god of death. He represents primordial chaos, change, and destruction. The Brotherhood does not kill randomly. They believe their actions serve a cosmic balance, removing lives to create new paths. The illusion of free will. The player starts as a mercenary, but becomes a pawn in a grander cosmic game. The illusion of control is shattered as the Black Hand manipulates events, much like Sithis' unpredictability. Corruption from within. The Brotherhood is not an infallible force. Eternal corruption, Bellamont's revenge, nearly destroys it. The theme of betrayal is central. Trust is fleeting, and death is the only certainty. The transformation of the player. By the end of the questline, the player has evolved from a mere assassin into a listener of the Night Mother, embodying death itself. This mirrors a common theme in the Elder Scrolls, the journey from an individual to a force of destiny. Legacy and a connection to Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood. In Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, the Brotherhood has fallen into decay, mirroring the decline of Citadel's empire. The events of Oblivion leave the guild fractured and weak, reinforcing the cyclical nature of chaos. The return of Sithis' favor in Skyrim, with the resurgence of a true listener, parallels the revival of destruction and rebirth. In conclusion, the Dark Brotherhood is a reflection of Tamriel's nature. The Dark Brotherhood questline in Oblivion is more than just a tale of murder. It is a philosophical exploration of fate, free will, and the cost of loyalty. The Dark Brotherhood reflects the ever-present chaos lurking beneath Tamriel's surface, a reminder that no empire, society, or faction is immune to the passage of entropy.
The Dread Father foresaw it all. You were meant to kill the traitor. You were meant to be named listener of the Black Hand. You possess strength and cunning, and a heart as black as midnight. You were marked by Sithis the moment you emerged from your mother's womb.
Death Note is one of the most psychologically intense and morally complex anime ever created. Written by Tsugumi Ohba and illustrated by Takashi Obata, it explores themes of justice, power, corruption, and the nature of morality through the lens of a supernatural notebook that grants its wielder the power to kill. The Death Note is at the heart of the story, a supernatural artifact belonging to the Shinigami, the Death Gods. The lore suggests that Shinigami use these notebooks to extend their lifespans by killing humans and absorbing their remaining life energy. However, Ryuk, a bored Shinigami, drops his Death Note into the human world to entertain himself, setting the story's events into motion. The Death Note operates under strict and intricate rules, such as the user must visualize the target's face while writing their name. The cause of death can be specified, otherwise, it defaults to a heart attack. Ownership of the notebook grants some immunity to its effects, but also alters the user's fate. This object, initially just a supernatural curiosity, becomes a tool of mass murder in the hands of Light Yamagami, revealing the worst aspects of human nature. The Shinigami and their world. The Shinigami realm is depicted as a barren wasteland inhabited by beings who exist solely to prolong their existence by taking human lives. Unlike humans, they seem devoid of ambition, purpose, or morality. This contrasts sharply with Light, who despite being human, quickly adopts a godlike complex, actively seeking to reshape the world. Ryuk, one of the most notable Shinigami, stands apart due to his curiosity about human affairs. Rem, in contrast, exhibits a rare form of loyalty and emotion, sacrificing herself for Misa. The indifferent nature of most Shinigami further emphasizes the contrast between mortal morality and supernatural detachment. A deep analysis of themes in Death Note. Justice versus power. The anime's core conflict revolves around two opposing ideologies. Light Yamagami's definition of justice, where criminals are executed instantly, and L's belief in due process and lawful investigation. Light believes himself to be a divine figure cleansing the world of evil, while L sees him as the ultimate criminal. This poses the moral question: is a world without crime worth the loss of free will? There also seems to be some real-world parallels. The show mirrors debates about authoritarian rule versus democracy, where the concentration of power in one individual or system leads to tyranny. Another theme, the corrupting influence of absolute power. Light Yamagami starts as a brilliant but seemingly well-intentioned student. However, as he uses the Death Note, he descends into absolute arrogance, ruthlessness, and manipulation. Light's transformation from an idealistic student to a remorseless dictator exemplifies the power corrupts trope. He justifies increasingly immoral acts, from killing criminals to eliminating innocent investigators and his allies. His god complex grows to the point where he sees himself as infallible, ultimately leading to his downfall. The duality of Light and L. L and Light are perfect foils to each other, representing opposing but equally extreme worldviews. Light Yamagami, the utilitarian, believing that the ends justify the means. L, a strict rationalist who operates within a legal system but isn't afraid of using morally questionable tactics. Despite being intellectual equals, their differences lie in their ethical boundaries. L is willing to deceive and manipulate but never kills, whereas Light has no limits. The role of fate and free will. The presence of Death Note raises questions about fate. Was Light always destined to walk the path of destruction, or did he choose it? Ryek dropping the notebook was an act of randomness, yet Light's decisions led to his ultimate fate. The contrast between Light and other Death Note users, for example Misa, who is emotionally driven, suggests that the wielder's personality determines how the notebook is used. Now, I would like to explore some symbolism in Death Note. The apple and biblical imagery. Apples frequently appear in Death Note, often associated with Ryek. This imagery ties into the biblical story of the forbidden fruit, representing knowledge, temptation, and the fall of man. Just as Adam and Eve were cast out of Eden for seeking divine knowledge, Light's downfall is linked to his attempt to become a god. Light as a fallen angel. Light's trajectory mirrors Lucifer's fall in Christian mythology. Both are immensely powerful and intelligent. Both start with noble ambitions but fall due to their arrogance. Both are ultimately defeated and cast down. Light's humiliating and desperate death mirrors Lucifer's descent from heaven. The chess game motif. Much of Death Note is structured like an intellectual chess match, with Light and L maneuvering against each other in a battle of wits. Each strategic move, for example, L faking his death, or Light surrendering the Death Note, is like a gambit in chess. The final confrontation is akin to a checkmate scenario, where Light underestimates the Masoneer, leading to his downfall. Psychological and philosophical interpretations. Nietzschean philosophy and the Übermensch. Light embodies Friedrich Nietzsche's idea of the Übermensch, a superman, a figure who transcends conventional morality to create his values. He believes himself to be above human laws, making his system of justice. However, Nietzsche warned that the Übermensch could become a tyrant without constraints. Light exemplifies this by descending into madness. Machiavellian leadership. Light adopts a Machiavellian approach, using deception, fear, and manipulation to achieve his goals. He controls Misa and the Yotsuba group through fear. He orchestrates deaths without remorse, seeing people as mere pawns. However, his failure to predict Nier's move proves that even the most cunning strategist has blind spots. The death drive. Roy's theory of Thanatos suggests that humans have an unconscious desire for self-destruction. Despite claiming to want a utopia, Light is subconsciously drawn to increasingly reckless actions that ensure his downfall. The ending. The fall of Kira. Light's final moments are a stark contrast to his earlier confidence. Once composed and godlike, he dies in desperation and denial. His last moments are spent fleeing, mirroring the criminals he once executed. Ryek, who started it all, writes Light's name without hesitation, reinforcing the idea that Light was always just a temporary amusement to the Shinigami. Death Note remains one of the most thought-provoking anime ever, exploring profound questions about power, morality, and justice. Light Yamagami's journey from a gifted student to a fallen tyrant is both a cautionary tale and a psychological study of how power shapes human nature. I don't know. I'd like to ask you, would you have used the Death Note differently? Or was Light's downfall inevitable? That concludes this lore. If you like what you heard, please like, comment, and subscribe, and stay tuned for the next lore. Bye.